The guy falls with a clatter onto the shelves of various boxes. He hits his elbows and tailbone painfully. He still doesn't intend to give up that easily, so he rises from the dirty floor of the back room. But his abuser doesn't let him stay on his feet for long. The blonde pushes the guy's shoulders back, and despite the resistance, the guy ends up on the floor. The offender has a bright, nasty smile on his face. In such a vulnerable position, all the guy can see is the blonde man's hands reaching for him. Those big, nasty hands are reaching for the guy and getting closer by the second. The group of teenagers, satisfied with the result of their actions, headed for the exit of the small back room. The guy is left alone on the floor of the back room. All his clothes are dirty. He is beaten and humiliated. His blank stare is directed at the dirty floor in front of him for a while. The boy feels tired of everything. His eyes quickly fill with tears. They begin to flow down his cheeks and drip onto the floor. He feels disgusted. The guy gathers all his strength that is still coursing through his body and tries to get up off the floor. He dressed in his school uniform and slowly made his way towards the back room exit. The boy left the school building and walked in the direction of where the nearest road was. He stopped beside the road at the curb and stared at his black shoes. The guy stood still and contemplated his life and everything that was happening to him. After that, the guy realized he was insanely tired of feeling like nothing every day. He made a decision that affected his life expectancy and took a step onto the road. A truck that was traveling at high speed crashed into the guy's body with a deafening sound. His last thought was that he didn't want to live. The boy woke up in his room with a startle. He was sweating and breathing heavily. He jumped up nervously on the bed and grabbed the blanket. The boy tried to realize where reality was. He tried to catch his breath after what he had seen and felt. Then he realized that he had dreamed it all. There was a moment in his memories where he, as that guy, gets hit by a truck. He was trying to come to his senses because it felt very real to the guy, like it had really happened to him. He tensely rubbed and squeezed the bridge of his nose as he pulled back from the aftermath of his unusual dream. In the end, the guy decided that he had such a dream, either because he was overworked or today was going to be a bad day. He decided he should be more careful today and reached for his phone. The guy wanted to see the time. He unlocked the phone he was holding in his hand. Numbers appeared on his phone screen that told him it was 6 o'clock in the morning. When the guy saw the time, he immediately started to panic. He didn't expect to see the time at all. The guy was running very late, so he hastily got dressed and a minute later was already running out of the apartment. This guy was 18 years old. His mother had abandoned him and fled poverty and beatings from her husband. So now he was running to work. He showed up at the supermarket and apologized for being late. His dad left him almost immediately after his mother. Thus, he was left completely alone in the world. In the supermarket, he worked behind the cash register and served the customers. He also handed out flyers in a stuffy suit because he needed to end the debt his parents left behind. So the guy worked as a waiter too. He was just doing whatever it took to survive. There was not a single free minute in his life, and boxing was his only outlet in this world. The bell rang and the coach stopped the fight between the guys in the boxing ring. The guy took off his protective helmet and exhaled with relief. He was all sweaty from the fight. The man praised the guy for his work in the ring and said that usually unprepared people come to this part-time job and quit right away. The man remembered what the guy looked like on his first day on the job, and he said he looked like the devil from the first sparring session. The coach gave his paycheck to the guy and asked if he wanted some training, but the guy didn't have time for that. He looked at the check he held in his hands, and he thought that if he did his job right, his life as a debtor will soon be over. For this dog's life would not last forever, and the leaf in his hands gave him hope. The guy was walking home and thought it was worth planning what he would do when he got his debts sorted out. He didn't know anything besides boxing and wanted to go into that field. As he walked, his attention was caught by the chatter of a group of teenagers who were heatedly discussing something. He looked at them and realized that he had been so busy surviving that he had forgotten about his dream of going to school. He approached the crosswalk and thought that studying could also be included in his future plans. While he was thinking about it, the traffic light turned green, urging him to start crossing the road. As he walked along, he realized that the money problem would remain with him even after the debts were paid, though not in such a big way. A bright light from the side caught the boy's attention, and he remembered that he wanted to be more careful after that dream. But he couldn't stop falling out of reality into dreams of the future. And the next moment, a loud horn sounded. The guy watched the truck in front of him and realized that he wasn't going anywhere anymore. His last thought was that he still wanted to live. When the guy opened his eyes, he saw an IV and a white hospital ceiling. The guy sat on the hospital bed and clutched the blanket in his hand. He was wearing hospital pajamas. He was trying to figure out where he was. After he looked around a bit, he realized he was in the hospital. The guy continued to sit in the hospital bed, and the realization of what that meant slowly came to him. The guy realized that if he was in the hospital, it meant he had survived the collision with the truck. When he turned his head, he stumbled into the mirror. The face he saw in the reflection was not his. The guy just stared at that face, not quite sure what was going on or why he looked like a different person. He touched his cheek and watched it closely in the reflection. He tried to see if what he was seeing was true. The guy started looking around the ward in confusion. In an effort to find anything else strange, he looked to the right first. He then turned to his left again, and his attention was again drawn to his unusual reflection. The guy started waving his arms in panic, but the reflection repeated all his movements. He was watching and was very nervous. Sweat was streaming down his face. The guy was already touching his face with both hands and trying to realize whose body he was in. The boy was very frightened. He jumped up from the bed, throwing the blanket away from him. He ran to the bathroom and couldn't believe that this could actually happen to him. He found a bigger mirror in the bathroom, but even there he saw an unfamiliar guy in the reflection. The guy's hands were shaking because he was scared to admit the reality of what was happening to him. Then he suddenly realized that this face looked exactly like the guy from his weird dream. The guy leaned against the wall and started thinking about the situation. It wasn't like a glitch. He covered his face with his hand and tried to figure out what was happening to him if this wasn't a glitch. Yun Tae-ming ordered himself to calm down and think. The truck that hit him was not a dream. He began to think about what had happened to him after the accident. He thought about getting a facial, but immediately dismissed that option. The guy looked at his new hand and realized that of the options left, the only one left was completely delusional. Yun Tae-ming's only option was to move his soul into another body. The guy realized that the accident from the dream was real, and he was transported into this body because he wanted to live. And this guy was thinking about his demise. Yun Tae-ming began to wonder what happened to his body then. The guy was confused and trying to figure out what was supposed to be done at times like this. He tensely folded his hands in front of his face and rested them on them as he tried to come to terms with the situation. Then he still tensely mussed his hair, but it didn't make it any easier. Yun Tae-ming despaired and realized no matter how much he thought now, nothing would change. That realization made him feel even worse. He remained sitting on the floor. He realized that in this situation that looked like an evil joke, he had no choice but to go with the flow. Yun Tae-ming in his new body looked out the window, pondering his own thoughts as he rode in the car. He thought back to the conversation that had taken place when his awakening was discovered. The doctor told him and his parents that the kid had been in a coma for 3 months after the accident. The doctor thought it was strange because the brain hemorrhages were not significant, but there was no activity. The boy listened intently as the doctor said it was as if he was refusing to come back to life. Yun Tae-ming thought that it was nonsense and it couldn't have been 3 whole months. After all, he woke up right after the accident. The doctor also said that Siwan didn't remember anything. He didn't remember the past or the family of the person he was in. His parents were very upset about the fact that their son didn't remember them at all. Yun Tae-ming felt bad about all these lies, but he had no other choice. The doctor said Siwan's symptoms indicate partial amnesia and his condition is very serious. The kid's mom started yelling at the doctor. She couldn't believe that everything the doctor said was really true. Her son had survived with such difficulty as it was, and she didn't think he deserved this suffering. She asked the doctor to tell her that he was wrong. The doctor was filling out a questionnaire and said he couldn't tell her what the woman wanted to hear. The doctor told the parents that there is a possibility that with time the memory may partially return, but the parents should support their son. The guy leaned against the door and listened to the doctor say that they would do some tests now, and after discharge they would just observe. He looked at the guy's parents. His mom was crying over him and his dad was trying to comfort her. Yun Tae-ming felt terrible and tried to figure out how he should behave with them. He clenched his hands into fists at the feeling of his own powerlessness in the face of this situation. When his parents saw him, they rushed over to him. And Yun Tae-min realized how awful it was to have someone worry about him. His parents looked at him hopefully, and his mother asked if he remembered them. The boy lowered his gaze. He felt very guilty, so he apologized to them. His mom's hands started reaching for him, and when the boy noticed it, he was surprised. The woman put her arms around her son and squeezed him tightly in her embrace. The boy felt such sincerity for the first time. The woman kept hugging him and said that even if he didn't remember anything, it was okay. He had come to his senses, and that was the main thing. Mom promised the boy that they would be with him as his parents. Yoon Tae-min looked at her. Then, still in the embrace, he shifted his gaze to the man who was the boy's daddy. The one stood near the wall and looked tired, but watched them with a small smile. Yoon Tae-min wanted to hug this woman back, but then he realized that although he hadn't done anything wrong, he felt terrible. So instead of hugging her, he clenched his hands into a fist and realized that no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't remember them. His arms dropped and he just stood there while the woman hugged him. For all he could do was play along slightly, pretending to be their son. The car stopped and his mom turned to him to tell him they had arrived and it was okay to get out. The boy looked at her and pulled himself away from remembering recent events. He nodded and hurried out. When he got out of his parents' car, he slammed the door softly behind him. He turned to his new home and realized it would be unfamiliar to him. He stood in front of the giant house. He thought that the only thing this house lacked for a hollow picture of wealth was a fountain. When they got inside the house, Mom called Ji-wook over to say hello to his brother. The boy was interested in the fact that he had a younger brother. Someone was heard stomping loudly and quickly, and then a guy swooped down on Yoon Tae-min, who clutched him in his arms and shouted how happy he was to see him. When his brother finally moved away from him, the boy noticed that he and his brother looked alike. Ji-wook smiled and said that he was insanely happy that his big brother had woken up. Ji-wook's parents asked Ji-wook not to push his brother too much. He said he knew everything and asked if his brother remembered, but the guy only apologized. It seemed like Ji-wook was upset about this. They had spent their whole lives together, and he felt bad about this. But then he smiled again and said that he could always help him with his memories. Yoon Tae-min thought this guy was strange. The parents called the children and said they had to go to their school. They asked Ji-wook to take his brother to his room. Yoon Tae-min watched the guy's feet as he went and called him over to escort him out. His younger brother walked confidently and calmly ahead of him and showed him the way. Yoon Tae-min watched the boy carefully and felt that something had changed after his parents left. After not long observing his brother, he realized it was the atmosphere that came from him. Ji-wook grabbed the doorknob of the door that led to Siwan's room. He called it the Viper's Room and told the boy to crawl in there. Yoon Tae-min looked at the guy, wondering where all his civility had gone. There was a nasty smirk on his brother's face. Ji-wook asked him why he was frozen in place and not coming in. Yoon Tae-min was distracted from his thoughts about this man's strange behavior and started to walk into the room, passing his emotionally fickle brother. The moment the guy almost passed by Ji-wook, the latter called him a sick freak. Yoon Tae-min didn't expect to hear something like this from a family member and stared at his brother in surprise. Ji-wook put his hand on his shoulder and asked why he decided to get well again. Ji-wook leaned even closer to the guy and asked if he really enjoyed suffering so much and decided to go back to hell again. Yoon Tae-min silently looked at the guy and was surprised that their relationship was so bad. He didn't understand how his own brother could be so insulting. Ji-wook looked down at him and ordered him to say something in response. Yoon Tae-min was familiar with this kind of behavior, and it made him angry. Therefore, he dismissed the guy's hand from his shoulder with annoyance. Yoon Tae-min smiled and said that his brother might have a reason to talk to him like that, but he didn't remember anything. Ji-wook took his eyes aside and said that since the guy was acting like this, he really didn't remember anything. They stood across from each other, and Ji-wook said he was sure he was just pretending. Ji-wook leaned closer to him and asked how long Siwan's fighting spirit would last. The guy was hovering over Yoon Tae-min, so he was trying to intimidate him. He told me with a satisfied face that not long ago, he had been crawling on his knees in front of him and begging for help. Yoon Tae-min clenched his jaw in anger. He thought that even though it didn't concern him, he didn't want to know. But despite that, he really wanted to teach this guy a lesson. So in a fit of anger, he was going to put him in his place. But he was interrupted by the sudden appearance of some guy who called out Han Ji-wook. Yoon Tae-min wondered who he was and where he had come from. Ji-wook turned at the sound of his name. Ji-wook asked Siwan why he had left the room. Yoon Tae-min looked at the guy in surprise. And then his eyes widened in surprise and he recognized the guy who stood in front of him. Ji-wook walked closer to the blonde man, and while they talked about something, the guy was convinced of his hunch. The blonde man remained silent and listened to what Ji-wook was telling him, and for a while he stared at him. But then he shifted his gaze to Yoon Tae-min, and the guy couldn't believe what was happening. He stared intently at the guy standing in the hallway of his new home, trying to figure out what he was doing here. He remembered the little battered and dirty boy whose name was Min Wu Jin. It was just an ordinary, not-so-rich neighborhood in the city. But in one of the apartments, screams and sounds of breaking glass were heard. A man shouted that the guy had completely lost his fear. He held the little boy by the collar and shouted that he had not brought him a drink, despite the fact that the boy explained that he was no longer allowed to borrow money. The man didn't let go of the boy, but only grabbed him harder. The boy looked at his abuser in anticipation. The man swung around and said he should have stolen then, but brought him alcohol. The boy did not wait for the blow and bit his assailant on the hand he was holding him with. The man screamed and pulled his wounded hand away from the boy. The boy did not waste the chance and immediately started to run away. The man was very angry with the boy and rushed to catch up with him. He shouted insults at him in his wake. He promised he would kill him as soon as he caught him. But the boy didn't stop and kept running away. Thus, the guy managed to avoid the beating and escape from their apartment and home. The man yelled after the guy that nothing good would be waiting for him once he got home. The boy showed him his tongue and thought to himself that the man wouldn't remember anything when he woke up anyway. The boy touched his wounded lip and realized he was in pain. The boy looked up at the sky and realized that he needed to wait until the man was asleep before returning. The boy looked down and saw a small iron pipe under his feet. Thinking briefly about it, the guy bent down and took this pipe in his hand. He thought he should find a quiet place, and as he walked, he beat the iron pipe against the fence. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound and stopped. The boy even stopped tapping his trumpet to listen. He turned in the direction from which the strange sound had come. He looked in that direction with interest. He approached the dark alley from which the sounds were coming. He stopped, staring into the darkness. Strange sounds continued to come from the darkness of the alley. The boy wondered if he should go there. It was a little scary, and the boy swallowed loudly with excitement. He still had his doubts. But he decided he had nothing to do anyway, so he'd take a quick look and then move on. The boy found himself in a narrow alleyway. It was between two brick walls. Since these walls weren't very high, and the sound came from behind one of them, the boy looked out to see. He jumped on the brick wall and looked down. The guy remained sitting on the wall, watching the small enclosed room that looked like a warehouse. In front of him was a plain gray door that was locked with a latch on the outside. Suddenly that noise stopped, and the boy wondered what it was all about. So the boy ventured down the low brick wall so he could get a closer look. He began to slowly back away from the wall and walk closer and closer to the closed door. When he reached the door, he stopped right in front of it in suspense. The boy leaned his ear against the closed door and tried to hear something, but it was quiet. The boy decided to try asking first if there was anyone behind the doors. But no one answered him, so all he heard was silence. The guy relaxed a little when he realized no one answered him and figured there was no one inside. The boy grabbed the latch and opened the door. He thought it was not polite to come in like that without permission, but interest was higher than the rules of good manners, so the boy opened the door. He took one look inside and saw that it was dark and seemed to be empty, and as the guy was about to close the door and leave, he saw that there was someone there after all. His attention was drawn to the blonde head that lay on the white floor. The boy opened the door wider, letting light into the pantry, and could fully see the boy who was lying on the floor. The boy who was lying on the floor was breathing heavily and was all wet. When the guy on the floor started moving, the boy was frightened and started screaming and stepping back. This caused the guy to stumble and fall to the floor not far from the blonde man. He looked at the guy lying in front of him and couldn't understand what the man in front of him was doing. Yun Tae-ming began to worry. He hoped that his peer was alive. He was trying to figure out how he had gotten locked in here. The boy touched the blonde man's shoulder and asked if he was okay. And then he felt the entire body of the guy in front of him shake rather violently. Yun Tae-ming asked the guy if he was in pain and if he could hear him at all. The boy tried turning the guy's body around to face him so he could get a better look at him. And what he saw greatly surprised Yun Tae-min, because it was something he didn't expect. The guy who was lying on the floor was crying and drool was flowing from his mouth. He was also sweating. Yun Tae-ming was in a panic because the guy in front of him was clearly not okay. Yun Tae-ming tried to think of what he should do. There were no people around and no phone either. The guy was very nervous and made the decision that he needed to get the blonde guy outside first. Yun Tae-ming struggled to lift the boy up and lean on himself to carry him. He was trying hard, and he had almost succeeded in getting the boy to his feet. He only had a little more to go. But Yun Tae-ming couldn't lift him up completely, and they both collapsed on the floor. Yun Tae-ming was very tired and realized that no matter how hard he tried to carry the guy out of here, he wouldn't succeed. The blonde man was sitting leaning on Yun Tae-ming as a result of the fall. And one thing caught the guy's attention. The boy he found here was trembling very badly in his hands, and Yun Tae-ming didn't understand why. Yun Tae-ming thought for a bit and decided that this guy might have been very scared of something. If that was indeed the case, the guy had an idea. He put his arm around the guy's waist, pulled him closer to him and leaned him on his knee. Yun Tae-min also hugged the blonde man. Yun Tae-ming doubted it would help the guy, but decided it was worth a try. The boy hugged the blonde man, and with his hands gently stroking and patting his back, Yun Tae-ming whispered in the blonde's ear that everything was fine. In this way, he was calming the guy down. They sat in the dark storeroom, and Yun Tae-ming kept calming the blonde man down and whispering good things. The dim light was shining through the only window in the room. Yun Tae-ming said that everything would be fine. The blonde man was calming down a little at a time and wasn't shaking as much as before. The boy in Yun Tae-ming's arms was no longer crying as much, and it seemed like just a little more, and he would completely calm down. The boy began to open his crying eyes and felt himself being held in a tight embrace. Yun Tae-ming noticed that the boy in his arms had stopped trembling altogether, so the boy decided to ask how he was feeling. But the guy didn't answer anything. He just grabbed the collar of Yun Tae-ming's shirt tightly and started to move away from him. Yun Tae-ming looked at the boy who was pulling away from him in surprise. The blonde man looked with his crying eyes directly into Yun Tae-ming's eyes. And while looking at Yun Tae-ming, he told him that there was no need to calm him down. Yun Tae-ming in Siwan's body was completely immersed in this memory of his from his childhood. That guy was standing in front of him. His brother must have said something to him while he was in his memories, because he asked why he didn't answer when he was approached. Ji-wook asked him if he's only nice to those he gives to. The blonde man continued to stand silently by his side. Yun Tae-ming stood silently and recalled the details of that long-ago incident from his childhood. When the blonde man looked at him, he remembered that he had decided to keep quiet about that incident. Yun Tae-ming realized that nothing good would come out if he tried to get close to him. Suddenly, the blonde closed his eyes and spoke. He said it was time for him to leave. Siwan started to walk away and slowly approached Yun Tae-min. The guy himself looked at his approach. As the blonde walked past him, he realized that either way what they had between them was childhood. Yun Tae-ming smiled lightly and then began to sink into his thoughts. I mean, what they had between them couldn't even be called a relationship. Yun Tae-min sat in the chair at the family meeting and awkwardly interjected what his mom meant about school. His mom smiled at him and told him she had made arrangements with the principal and he could start right from tomorrow. She said she didn't insist, just that the longer you drag it out, the harder it is to catch up. But if he wanted to, he could rest a little longer. Yun Tae-ming listened to this and didn't even know what to say. Of course, he had wanted to go to school before, but to go there right now wasn't sure. Ji-wook reached for his cup. Yun Tae-ming folded his hands into a lock and began to ponder this sentence. He leaned in a little and began to feel a little fear of going straight into his senior year of high school. Mom noticed that Siwan had turned pale and thought she had rushed in, but the boy said it was fine and he was just thinking. Suddenly, Yun Tae-min heard Ji-wook say that maybe he just didn't like school. That surprised the guy. But Ji-wook himself calmly continued to drink from his mug as if he hadn't said anything special. Their mom looked at her youngest son and asked what he meant. Ji-wook looked at his brother and said that he would hate to say that right in front of him, but went on to say that that accident might not have been an accident, but an attempted suicide, police said. The parents looked at Ji-wook in shock, and he continued that maybe something happened at school that day. He nervously touched the cup he was holding, and finished his thought that this might have been the impetus. Ji-wook told his brother that even though he doesn't remember anything, but his subconscious feeling of disgust for school remained. My younger brother said that if everything he said turned out to be true, going back to school wasn't a good idea. Yun Tae-ming stared back at him and realized that this was his way of implying not to stick his neck out at school. Ji-wook apologized for saying it so bluntly, but he wants the best for him. Their mom was very upset when she heard this. Yun Tae-ming realized that it was more convenient for him to just agree with his brother right now. He contemplated going with Ji-wook's scenario and staying home. But there was one thing. Yun Tae-min said that everything was fine. With those words, he surprised his younger brother a lot, but he definitely didn't want to do what Ji-wook wanted him to do. So he smiled sweetly at his mom and said that he would go to school tomorrow. The woman was still flustered by her youngest son's words, and asked Siwan not to force himself. Yoon Tae-min convinced her that his brother cared too much about him and he didn't have an aversion to school. He said he was eager to start school. The boy tensely stopped in front of the school building and realized, despite his words, that he had no aversion to school. As he looked at this, at first glance, unremarkable school building, he had a hard time forcing himself to walk up to the gate to enter the school grounds. Because as soon as the boy saw the school, a sense of danger immediately came over him. He wondered if it could be related to the events from the dream, and if his brother was telling the truth, then his body remembered it and didn't want to go back there. At that moment, Ji-wook appeared behind him. He put his hand on his shoulder and asked if he was scared. The guy told Siwan that he shouldn't have brushed off his kindness and accepted the offer not to come here. Ji-wook said he was very funny, just like a butterfly flying into the fire. The guy wished him a fun high school life and told him that if Siwan came to him in tears like then, he would pretend they were strangers. Yoon Tae-min naturally didn't know anything about the tear incident his brother was talking about. He watched Ji-wook walk away and thought that their relationship wasn't like the usual friction between brothers. Yoon Tae-min realized that something about the brothers, things weren't that simple, but he didn't care. There were a lot of different people in the school, some goofing around with friends and some walking quietly. Yoon Tae-min was approached from behind by a guy. He said the rumors were true. There were guys on either side of the guy, and one of them put his arm around Yoon Tae-min's shoulders. They were saying that Siwan had returned to school again. The guy on the right was telling Siwan that he was very happy to meet him and asking if the guy missed him without him. Yoon Tae-min looked at the guy carefully and then asked him who he even was. Guy was very surprised by Siwan's reaction to his jeering, so he laughed loudly and started shouting to everyone that Siwan really did have amnesia. At this moment, Yoon Tae-min realized that he still had the second stranger's hand on his shoulders. He looked at the other guy carefully, as if studying him. As Yoon Tae-min walked surrounded by these guys, he realized the position he was in here. Those arrogant smiles of the guys that surrounded him, and the evil smirks of the girls. All these people bullied Siwan every day. All those people at school despised and rejected him, and even his own brother played by the rules of these people. Siwan was completely alone and abandoned by everyone, even his own family. Yoon Tae-min smiled. He mentally apologized to the real Siwan, but the guy's position was only to his advantage. Because when you don't understand the situation, it's better to start from the bottom. Yoon Tae-min threw the boy's arm off his shoulders. The guy was very surprised when Siwan threw off his hand and turned to him roughly. Yoon Tae-min told the guy to make a simpler face next time he makes a friendly approach to him again. After these words, the guy walked away, leaving behind him a crowd of uncomprehending teenagers. When the guys were completely out of shock, they started asking each other if it was definitely Siwan. Suddenly, the first bully heard the teenagers around him start whispering amongst themselves. He turned around and heard everyone discussing how Siwan had taken him down. They were laughing at the guy. It really pissed him off because this all happened because of Siwan. He has to teach that guy a lesson. While the bully was contemplating his plan of revenge, there was a guy watching the whole situation from the sidelines. He was very glad that he was able to find out such unusual news on his own. The teacher tells me that they talked about everything in detail with his parents. He was telling Siwan that the school year had already started and it would be hard for him to fit in now. The teacher said he was a smart boy, so he should adjust fairly quickly. The boy looked away from the teacher awkwardly. He thought he was as smart as the moon, but agreed out loud. Then the teacher told him to follow him to his classroom. They walked down the long school corridor. While Yoon Tae-min slowly followed the teacher to the class he wanted, he realized how tired he was, even though he had just arrived at school. He wondered if schools were always like this. Yoon Tae-min turned his head towards the window and was completely immersed in his thoughts. He thought he was asking for it. He wanted to go to school so badly, so now he had to go to school. Above the door to the classroom hung a sign with the room number written on it. The teacher asked everyone to take their seats, and the boy thought that now he should attend school and study. Yoon Tae-min looked at the classroom and wondered if he had seen everything correctly. The teenagers were noisy and standing in groups in different parts of the classroom. They were all talking about something, but Yoon Tae-min looked at one person and thought that maybe when there were too many coincidences, it was already fate. The guy was talking about how Siwan blew his abusers away and barked at them, just like a tiger. Then this guy saw Siwan himself. He was sure he would be interesting. There was that guy from his childhood in the class, and Yoon Tae-min really wanted to send that polite fate. The blonde man said he didn't care what he was playing with, but he asked Choi Min-jun not to break the toy. There was a noise coming from the classroom where Yoon Tae-min was sitting. Everyone in the classroom was gossiping about him. The teenagers whispered among themselves. They said it was strange that he was alive and so confidently back at school. One of the girls said he had amnesia. Yun Tae-ming sat at his desk and looked at all these teenagers who only knew how to gossip. The guy thought they were a herd of sheep, but that kind of interest in him could be ignored and not be steamed. He quickly shifted his gaze to the other end of the classroom and thought that this was his biggest problem. He turned his head fully and looked at the guys at the other end of the classroom who were sitting near the windows. Yun Tae-min's biggest problem was a blonde man named Min Wu Jin. Yun Tae-ming was really angry and thought it was a setup. A guy from his past was in the same class as him now. The blonde noticed someone watching him and shifted his gaze to the guy. Yun Tae-ming quickly turned away and was annoyed that he was also noticing everything. Choi Min-jun also noticed how Siwan was looking at his friend. Yun Tae-ming sat there and tried to convince himself that there was no point in bothering. He was a completely different person now, and they had known each other since they were children. The guy tried to convince himself that Min Wu Jin wouldn't even remember him because it was a passing acquaintance, so there was no point in focusing on it. The guy thought that if he was careful, there would be no problem. Choi Min-jun approached Yun Tae-min to say hello and offered to be friends. That surprised the guy. Choi Min-jun sat down on the chair across from him and said that he was quite popular, most likely because of this morning's incident. Yun Tae-min didn't understand what had happened this morning, and the boy explained to him that he had given the local bullies a good beating in front of the whole school. When the guy asked what the big deal was, Choi Min-jun that the whole point was that it wasn't anyone, but he was the one who put them in their place. Yun Tae-ming covered his eyes and said that there was nothing wrong with it. He didn't like this kind of treatment and said it directly. Choi Min-jun opened his eyes wide with surprise and looked at the guy intently for a while. And then he laughed loudly, getting the attention of all the students in their class. He kept laughing and slapped his palm on the desk. Choi Min-jun said that it was very funny and that he was telling the truth. Then the guy looked at Yun Tae-ming and said that he would never have dared to say such a thing before. The guy got a little angry because of that. But Choi Min-jun kept smiling at him and said that he did a great job on the guys, but they wouldn't leave him so easily. He asked what the guy was going to do, and Yun Tae-min replied that if they pestered, they would get it back. The bully was surrounded by a siphon in a quiet corner on the school grounds. They asked him if he really said what they would get in return. Yun Tae-ming rubbed his neck with his hand and asked if that was what he had said. The bully got angry and grabbed him by the shirt. He started yelling at him to stop acting innocent. The guy kept holding him tightly by the shirt, and he said that if he was scared, he should get down on his knees and beg, and maybe he would take pity. Yun Tae-ming looked around him and realized that there were too many of them here. He couldn't handle all those guys with his current body. So he grabbed the guy's hand that he had been holding onto his shirt with and squeezed it tightly. Yun Tae-ming looked the guy straight in the eyes and took his hand away from her. He asked the bully that maybe the only one who was scared here was himself. Yun Tae-min pointed at all the guys around him. He said that he had brought a whole bunch of friends just for him. The bully got really mad about something like that, and he started yelling for the guy to shut his mouth because he alone was enough. The bully grabbed Yun Tae-ming's shoulder and the guy realized that he had fallen for his ploy. The bully began to take a swing to hit the guy in front of him, and Yun Tae-ming said that they would now see whose mouth would close first. Then he easily dodged the blow and thought it was too big a swing and too loose a fist. Yun Tae-ming intercepted the bully's hand that he wanted to hit him with. He pulled the boy's arm back with all his might, looking straight into the eyes of his abuser. Because of this, the guy couldn't stand on his feet and started falling on Yun Tae-ming. After that, Yun Tae-min himself punched the guy in the face while he was falling down. This caused great surprise to all those guys who were standing around watching the fight. Yun Tae-ming hit the guy on the chin and he blushed slightly. Yun Tae-ming thought it was too weak as he looked at the bully. The one was holding on to where he'd gotten hit and staggered a bit. The boy fell to his knees. Yun Tae-ming stood over him and thought that this would at least keep him quiet for a while. He looked up at all the other guys who were staring at them with their mouths open. And then he got ready for the next part of the plan and took a deep breath. Yun Tae-ming shouted loudly. He was calling for the teacher. All the boys turned to see where the teacher was, but no teacher was there. And when they turned back, Siwan wasn't there either. The guys immediately rushed out to find Siwan, running past the science room. There was absolute silence behind the closed office door. Right behind her was Yun Tae-ming, who was trying to catch his breath after running away. When the sounds outside the office door subsided, the guy was able to relax a little. Yun Tae-ming thought that all these disciples were like cockroaches and should learn how to lose. He decided to wait it out in this office when he suddenly felt movement next to his head. A loud bang echoed throughout the science room. Yun Tae-ming turned around and saw none other than Min Wu Jin looming over him. The guy was very excited to be in this situation with a man he planned to avoid. Min Wu Jin was on the phone and looked down at him. It reminded the guy of the saying that he hid in the tiger's burrow while running away from the Chanarelles. Min Wu Ju told Yun Tae-min to step away from the office door. The guy looked at him and realized that in another situation he'd be happy to step away, but right now there was no way he was allowed outside. The blonde squinted his eyes as if asking if he was sure he wasn't going to back away, and when the boy remained standing still, the blonde started to move closer without paying attention to him. He reached for the pen that was behind Yun Tae-ming and continued to talk on the phone like nothing happened. Yun Tae-ming noticed that the door behind him was ajar. He looked into the hallway for a bit, and froze when he heard the sound of voices and footsteps. He realized that if the door opened now, they would find him. Therefore, he made the decision to act and raised his hand to intercept Min Wu Jin. A not loud clap was heard in the hallway, which caught the attention of one of the guys who were looking for Siwan. He walked closer to the cabinet, looked at it, and decided he had heard something. At this time, Yun Tae-ming pressed the blonde man against the door and covered his mouth to keep him quiet. Min Wu Jin was very angry at this guy for not letting him come out and holding him in place. Yun Tae-ming mentally requested that Min Wu Jin be quiet. So the guy pressed down harder with his palm to cover the blonde's mouth more tightly. Yun Tae-ming leaned very close to Min Wu Jin's face and whispered that everything would be fine. The blonde man froze. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and remained pressed against the door. Min Wu Jin immediately remembered that incident from his childhood when the boy had cradled him and whispered to him that everything would be all right. Yun Tae-ming continued to press the blonde man against the door and thought that just a little more, and he promised to leave right away. Min Wu Jin looked at the guy who pressed him against the door and covered his mouth, and he didn't even know how he felt about it. Choi Min-jun, who was watching something interesting and smiling widely. Yun Tae-ming continued to press the blondes against the office door. The guy who heard the rumble was already standing at the door and reaching for the knob. He was about to touch it, about to open the door, when another guy called out to him. He told him that they were already looking that way. And when the guy said he heard something, he was told not to waste time and called to look the other way. Yun Tae-ming listened, and when the voices and footsteps died down, he realized that it seemed to have passed. He started to awkwardly move away from the blonde man and tried to think of a way to get out of the situation. He apologized. Yun Tae-min said he had his reasons and would go. He was about to quickly move away from Min Wu Jin, but the latter grabbed his shoulder. His hand held hard and pulled the guy sharply to change their places. Yun Tae-ming didn't expect this, and the blonde man slammed him against the door with force. Yun Tae-ming's back hit the office door painfully and remained pinned down by the blonde man's hand. Min Wu Jin stood across from him. He was silent, but he looked at the guy with disdain. When Yun Tae-ming started yelling at him and asking him why he did it, the blonde man didn't reply anything. He simply pushed Yun Tae-ming through the doors again with force. Yun Tae-ming looked irritatedly at the guy in front of him and questioned why he was doing this. Min Wu Jin said that it looks like the rumors don't lie, and he really stalks in front of the guys. Yun Tae-ming stood pressed against the door and didn't understand what was going on. He asked the guy what he meant, and the blonde man said contemptuously, hanging on to everything indiscriminately. Yun Tae-ming started yelling at him again, trying to explain that he had misunderstood everything, but he was prevented from speaking by a strong punch from Min Wu Jin. The blonde slapped the guy hard, continuing to pin him against the office door. Yun Tae-ming staggered from this blow and began to slowly slide down the door. He was kneeling in front of his abuser and holding on to the site of the blow. He was in a lot of pain and didn't understand how it had even happened. He looked at the floor and realized he was starting to choke. He hadn't felt anything like this in a long time. The blonde man's blow felt like he'd been hit under the breath with a sledgehammer. While Yun Tae-ming was panting, Min Wu Jin leaned towards him and said that it was quite strange. The blonde man took the boy by the chin and lifted him up. He stared at him blankly, and then he called Yun Tae-min the most common vulgar wastrel. The blonde guy twisted the guy's face from side to side and said he didn't look anything like him. Then Min Wu Jin once again looked into the eyes of the guy he had beaten up, and continuing to hover over him asked why he reminded him so much of Yun Tae-ming. The boy was very surprised to hear his name from his past life out of the blonde man's mouth. He watched as the blonde man stood up, removing his hand from his chin. Yun Tae-ming couldn't believe what he said. The blonde stood next to the guy, looking down at him and stated that he had had enough. He put his hands in his pockets and said that Siwan was really annoying him. Yun Tae-ming looked at the blonde man and couldn't believe that he remembered him. But then Min Wu Jin hit him again, but now he did it with his foot. The guy fell completely to the floor from that blow. He was in pain and still had difficulty breathing. He lay completely exhausted on the cold floor of the science classroom. From his last strength, he tried to keep his eyes closed. Yun Tae-ming thought it was very painful. The last thing the guy saw was a blurry silhouette, and he thought that Min Wu Jin used to be cute. The neighborhood they lived in as children was poor and shabby. Yun Tae-ming turned back around and asked why this guy was following him if he said to get away from him. He was addressing a boy his own age who was covered in abrasions. The boy looked away in embarrassment. Yun Tae-min noticed the new bruises on him. He asked loudly where they came from. The boy figured the boy had been beaten by his mother again, but the blonde shook his head negatively. Yun Tae-ming got angry and came closer. He wondered why the boy was putting up with this. It's not like he's a punching bag. Yun Tae-ming put his arm around the boy's face and asked him to take a look. He noticed that the old bruises hadn't come off, but new ones had already appeared. Yun Tae-ming looked at the guy carefully and asked why this was happening to him every day. The blonde man looked at him carefully and listened to Yun Tae-ming's question. Then he smiled and said, if a guy is worried about him, he's happy. Yun Tae-ming started yelling at him that he wasn't worried. It was just that in this case, his life compared to the blonde man's life looked like a fairy tale. He demanded that the boy tell him who had done it. But the blonde man pressed his hand harder against his face and said it was okay. Min Wu Jin looked happy as he snuggled into Yun Tae-min's arms. He told him that he was already used to being beaten. Yun Tae-ming was very angry when he heard these words from the boy. He gritted his teeth and said that even though he was used to it, it still hurt him. The guy took his hands away from the blonde's face and started yelling at him, which he probably just sat there and tolerated. Yun Tae-ming was very angry and yelled at the boy that because he was tolerating it, he was only getting stronger. The blonde tried to justify that no one would listen to him anyway. But Yun Tae-ming was annoyed and said that only weaklings talk like that, and he hates weaklings. The realization that Yun Tae-ming hated weaklings the most made him feel sick, and he tried to think of what he should do. Min Wu Jin clenched his hands tightly and tried to figure out how he should act the next time he wanted to be beaten. Yun Tae-ming said that he should just not give up and try to do his best to defend himself. And then Yun Tae-min said that if it doesn't work, then let him call him and he'll kick everyone's ass. The blonde guy lowered his gaze to the floor, covered his mouth with his hand, and quietly agreed. Yun Tae-ming thought the guy was doubting him, but the blonde man said, just too happy and would try to do as he said. On one of the streets of their poor and shabby neighborhood, the sounds of fighting could be heard. Min Wu Jin was once again being beaten up by the guys on the street, enjoying his suffering. The main one of the abusers yelled that just like he said, no matter how much they beat this guy up, he wouldn't say a word. The bully stood confidently in front of the blonde man and asked him if he was scared as soon as he saw him. Then the offender came closer, grabbed Min Wu Jin by the hair, and offered to beat him until he cried. The bully would hit the boy, and his audience would laugh and say that he was really as quiet as a fish. Min Wu Jin covered himself with his hands from the blows, and then he remembered Yun Tae-ming's words that he always just sat there and endured. He remembered the image of the guy telling him that he hated wimps the most. Min Wu Jin didn't want to be the one Yun Tae-min hates, so he asked his abuser to let him go. A bully who didn't expect the guy to say anything. He started yelling and mocking him, but Min Wu Jin stared straight at him with wide-eyed eyes and ordered him to let go. The offender became uncomfortable with this guy's behavior and stopped for a second. Then the bully pushed the blonde man away from him with all his might. The boy fell to the floor with a loud clatter. The boys who were watching started to worry that he had pushed him too hard and tried to talk him out of it. But the bully didn't understand why on earth he should pick up and leave. At this time, Min Wu Jin was trying to get up. As the blonde stood up, his attention was drawn to something beside him. There was a brick lying right next to his hand, and an idea came to him as to how he could use it. The three guys were arguing nonstop with each other, trying to decide whether or not to leave. But then two of them, who were just watching before, noticed something behind the main bully and shouted. When the head bully turned around to see why his friends were yelling, he saw Min Wu Jin, who he had recently bullied, about to hit him over the head with a brick. Choi Min-jun, who was watching something interesting and smiling widely. At this moment, Yun Tae-ming's voice rang out, calling out to Min Wu Jin, and the brick froze in midair. The guy asked the blonde what he was doing here and said he'd already looked all over for him. When he saw the three guys and noticed that Min Wu Jin was holding a brick in his hand, he immediately realized what was going on. The main bully tried to protect himself from the brick with his hands, so he held them in front of him. He turned a puzzled look at the guy who had appeared. Min Wu Jin stared wide-eyed at Yun Tae-ming, who had appeared so suddenly. The other guys also stood with their mouths open in surprise because they hadn't expected this turn of events. Yun Tae-ming frowned and asked everyone present, "What is going on here?" He climbed down from the dais where he had been standing before and began to walk closer to the group of guys. Min Wu Jin was very worried about what Yun Tae-min would think of him right now. He was very nervous. His heart was pounding very fast. The blonde man wanted to justify himself to the boy, but his words were interrupted by Yun Tae-ming putting his hand on his head and ruffling his hair. Yun Tae-ming stroked the surprised Min Wu Jin's head and turned to him. Yun Tae-ming smiled brightly at the boy and praised him for doing well. Min Wu Jin looked at his smile with wide-open eyes and couldn't believe what he was hearing. Then Yun Tae-ming asked the blonde man to give him the brick, otherwise he might as well kill someone that way. After he took the brick from the boy, he turned to the offenders and called the man in charge. Yun Tae-ming came closer to the main offender and said that now it was his turn to talk about it. Yun Tae-ming covered Min Wu Jin with himself and told the boys that this wasn't the first time they had offended him. The bully started yelling at him to get away before he got an even bigger punch himself. Yun Tae-ming threw out the bricks of his hand on the ground, and with a smile on his face, he asked the bully what he was about to do. The brick fell to the floor with a thud not far from Yun Tae-ming's feet. And after that, the guy yelled that he would do this and threw himself at the bully with his fists. While Yun Tae-ming was beating up the bully was shouting to his friends and asking for their help, but they didn't help him. Instead, they ran away to save their own skins. And the bully was left alone in a fight with Yun Tae-ming. Min Wu Jin's assailant was covered in sawdust and sat on the floor in front of Yun Tae-ming. The bully cried and threatened Yun Tae-ming that he would tell about him about his mom. Yun Tae-ming wiped the blood off his face and wished him good luck. He said that his parents would be very happy when they found out what their son was doing. The bully was pointing his finger at Yun Tae-ming, shouting that he was a crazy jerk and would get it next time. Yun Tae-ming looked at the guy sitting in front of him and only rubbed his neck. The next moment, he grabbed the insolent fellow by the shirt and pulled him toward him. He pulled him close and started looking straight into his eyes. The boy didn't expect the guy to have such a reaction to his insult. Yun Tae-ming then thanked him. He had a sinister look on his face and said that a nutter was his best praise, and the next time he met him, he would show him a real nutter. The guy, when he heard all of this, was very scared of Yun Tae-ming. Then Yun Tae-ming let the boy go and ordered him to get lost and never to be seen by him again. The boy immediately rushed to run away. Yun Tae-ming happily turned to Min Wu Jin and said that these guys wouldn't dare to touch him anymore. He told him that he could no longer be afraid, but suddenly he saw a very different Min Wu Jin from Min Wu Jin. Someone's palm reached out to him straight out of the darkness. She grabbed his face tightly, and the boy was startled at what he saw in front of him. It was the adult Min Wu Jin who called him a vulgar wastrel. This Min Wu Jin was looking at him with a look of contempt and irritation in his gaze, and was saying that the guy was annoying him. From such a nightmare, Yun Tae-ming woke up and tried to figure out what was real and what was a dream. He stared wide-eyed in front of him, and then someone appeared in front of him. Looming over him was Choi Min-jun. He was looking directly at the boy with a smile. Yun Tae-ming was greatly startled and screamed in surprise. The guy above him introduced himself. Yun Tae-min started to get up from the bed, and Choi Min-jun said that he recovered quickly, and it usually takes a day for guys beaten by Siwan to recover. Yun Tae-ming didn't immediately realize what he was talking about, but when he started to get up, he felt pain. He touched the place where it hurt and remembered that he'd passed out when he'd been beaten. Yun Tae-ming was very upset that there was now a cross on his reputation. He passed out with a single blow. Choi Min-jun called the guy out again and asked why Siwan hit him. Yun Tae-ming was silent for a while and then said that he didn't know why he was hit. Choi Min-jun wasn't satisfied with such an answer, and he continued to question the guy if he didn't have at least a guess. Yun Tae-ming took his gaze away from Choi Min-jun and thought that he was also curious. After all, as soon as he remembered his real name, his mood worsened. Yun Tae-min was sad that Min Wu Jin might have bad memories of him. Suddenly, another guy appeared, asking Choi Min-jun to stop scaring the guy. This guy caught Yun Tae-ming's attention, and he asked who it was. Choi Min-jun happily explained that it was Lee Hoon. They revealed that they had gone to middle school together. Choi Min-jun tried to chase Lee Hoon away to continue his conversation with Siwan, but Lee Hoon didn't want to leave. Choi Min-jun sat on the bed where Yoo Tae-min was lying and said that he was very interested in Siwan. He put his hand on the bed and moved closer. Then she said that Siwan always walks around with the same face, if she had only seen enthusiasm before. Now the guy was getting creepy weird, like he was just an empty shell. Choi Min-jun carefully looked at the guy in front of him and said that was why he was extremely curious. How come Siwan was able to hurt him? These words greatly surprised Yoon Tae-min, and Choi Min-jun kept smiling and asking what he had done after all. Yoo Tae-min was greatly angered by this, and he shook the blanket in his hand. Then he said that he had already said that he didn't know. Irritated at the question, the guy held himself up by his sore spot and tried to get out of bed. He couldn't do it on the first try. It hurt so badly that his eyes went black. He realized that it would be a bit difficult for him to move, but he refused Choi Min-jun's help. As the guy walked towards the exit of the chamber, he wondered if he should get together with these guys, and then the opportunity to interact with Min Wu Jin would be greater. But he remembered what he had been thinking when he was in the classroom the first time. If he was careful, he wouldn't have a problem. So he asked not to follow him and disappeared behind the door with a loud slam. But once he was outside the door, he realized he didn't know where to go, so he opened the door to the ward. Awkwardly look at the guys in front of him and ask them how to get to class. Choi Min-jun was very happy that the guy had returned, and Lee Hoon just stood by his side. Choi Min-jun, who was watching something interesting and smiling widely. In the first 10 days of school, Yoon Tae-min learned neither English nor math. He realized how he had to survive in the school community, the place where he was determined to take the place of the weakest and the weakest, and all the other teenagers are relentlessly asserting themselves at the expense of the weaker kids. What they don't know yet is that he's no longer the Han Siwan they used to snack on for breakfast. And Yoon Tae-min couldn't be taken so easily. Various insults were written on his desk, and a wet rag was lying in the center. Yoon Tae-min stood in front of his seat and tried to figure out what it was. His classmates were gloating nastily, and they discussed the odor that came from his desk. The guy carefully picked up the wet and smelly rag from his desk. He looked at her and thought that this kind of pestering was totally childish, and he didn't even know how to react. At first, Yoon Tae-min even thought of just spitting on their childishness and moving on. But then it was as if he grew horns, and he realized that it was not polite at all to ignore someone else's efforts. The guy held a rag in his hand and promised that they would all soon realize who the real evil was here. Showing that the target was poorly chosen was easy. First, you had to give back what you had gotten yourself. The boys came into the classroom after physical education. They talked freely with each other, but then they all suddenly felt something was wrong, because they could smell a terrifyingly strong stench. The stench enveloped the whole class and emanated from every desk. The boys covered their noses with their jackets. There was some kind of liquid dripping from each of the desks, and it made it stink even more. Then Yoon Tae-min appeared behind the guys and asked why they were all standing to not going in. All the guys turned around on him, and when they saw it was Siwan, they started yelling at him. One of the guys who stood closest to him grabbed him by his shirt and pulled him to him. He yelled at him that he saw him leave during gym class. Yoon Tae-min only smiled and asked if he was really the only one leaving class to go to the restroom. He asked if he had a special reason. The guy was very angry, and he yelled at Siwan that only he could do such a thing. Because they were the ones who had done something similar to him this morning, the guy started to yell, but then stopped when he realized he had almost confessed. Yoon Tae-min continued to look at the guy who was holding him by his shirt with a smile, asking what reason he could possibly have. He realized that he couldn't say out loud what the reason was without giving himself away, and that made him very angry. Suddenly a teacher appeared in the corridor and asked why everyone was crowded together. The boys started shouting that the teacher had come. The teacher saw some scuffle going on between the boys and ordered them to disperse immediately. When the teacher got closer, he saw that the boys were just talking. He seemed upset that they hadn't fought. Then the teacher asked why everyone was not entering the classroom and ordered them to come in immediately. The children tried to stop him, but it was too late. The teacher had already entered the room to teach the class. When the teacher sighed, he felt the whole class stink with the smell of rotten socks. The teacher covered his nose and asked which one of them decided to make such a joke in his class. The guys pushed Yoon Tae-min forward and said that it was him. The teacher looked at him carefully, and then he thought he was seeing him for the first time. He thought he was the guy who jumped in front of the car and didn't go to school. The teacher thought he didn't look like a joker, so he asked if he really did. Yun Tae-ming smiled and said to the teacher, "Formal injustice. Of the entire class, he is the main victim." The teacher did not immediately understand what he meant and asked for an explanation. The boy happily agreed to do so and hurried over to his desk. When he got close to her, he pointed at the writing and said that someone had decided to mess with his desk. Yun Tae-ming asked the teacher if the teacher thought he had done this to his desk himself and what was the point of him doing it. The teacher listened to this argument of the student, and all the others were shocked at this turn of events. The teacher turned to the remaining guys and said that in the name of deep introspection, today would be a general cleaning lesson. Yun Tae-min had gotten exactly what he wanted. The rest of the class was completely shocked at how he had gotten away with it. The second rule included that guys have to notch on their noses that he's not an easy target for them. During the basketball game, the guys would hit Yun Tae-min time and time again on purpose. Yun Tae-ming held onto his bruised shoulder. Such blows were unpleasant for him. The guy who pushed him with a nasty smile and ball in hand asked why the guy was messing around. He looked down on Siwan and said that all he could do was shake his ass and the sport was too difficult for him. The gym teacher noticed that something had happened on the basketball court and ran to the students. The teacher came up to Siwan and asked how he was doing, and the guy said he just didn't see him and gave a pass too hard. The teacher asked if Siwan should go to the bench, but the boy said it was okay. He thanked their gym teacher for her concern. Siwan told her that situations like this make people stronger. The guy who pushed him during the game listened to him with a disgruntled expression on his face. After a while of playing basketball, there were shouts to pass the ball here and there, and then strange noises. It was because Yun Tae-ming intercepted the ball right out from under the nose of that guy who was purposely pushing him. When Yun Tae-min intercepted the ball from his opponent, he started to go around him. The guy didn't expect this from Siwan, so he was very surprised when he realized what was going on. All he had to do was watch Siwan run away from him with the ball. Yun Tae-min threw the basketball into the hoop and earned his team points. When Yun Tae-ming threw the ball, he looked unaccustomedly serious and focused. He then felt someone's attentive gaze on him and turned to look. It was the same guy looking at him. Siwan smiled at him and asked him what he was standing for. They were playing after all. And if he came out to stand, let him go to the bench and stay out of the way. The guy was shocked when he heard his own words from Siwan. The other players didn't expect this either. The third rule was that whoever pushes back gets pushed back. Some guy spit in Yun Tae-min's food. Yun Tae-ming looked at his tray that had just been spit into and realized that it was time for the third rule. Two guys walked past him and laughed at their prank. They wished him a pleasant appetite and were about to leave. Yun Tae-ming stood up from his seat and picked up the tray of food that was no longer usable. The guy who spat into Siwan's plate noticed movement behind him and turned around to look. There, he saw that it was Yun Tae-ming who was swinging that very tray at him. All the food that was on Yun Tae-ming's tray ended up on that tactless guy's face. Yun Tae-ming was very pleased with himself and smiled brightly at his offender. He began to shout loudly and asked what had gotten into Siwan that he was allowing himself to do such a thing. Yun Tae-ming looked at him in surprise. Then he asked why this guy was so upset when he did a good deed. Yun Tae-ming Milo smiled while listening to the guy's cries, and said that he had donated his lunch to him so he could happily eat. The guy was showing his knocked-out tooth and saying that Siwan did it all and he generally lashes out at people. The girl hesitantly said that she had seen with her own eyes how one Siwan had taken out 20 men in a fight. Another guy covered his face and refused to talk about Siwan. He said that he even had nightmares about him bullying him. Another guy was nervously telling me that this guy was really some kind of freak. Everyone looked at Siwan and shouted with one voice that it was as if he was off the chain when he returned. When Yun Tae-ming was about to sit down in his seat, behind him, he could hear people advising him not to even look at him. Yun Tae-ming was a little indignant that they were calling a sane person rabid, especially since most of the information was just rumors. He set his bag on the table. As Yun Tae-ming pushed back his chair, thought that the most important thing was that they were behind him after all. But he still had one problem. They were staring at him like they were going to drill a hole in him. Yun Tae-ming thought that this could really be a big problem, because Min Wu Jin kept constantly looking at him very carefully. One would have thought that Min Wu Jin didn't even blink at all as he watched the guy. Yun Tae-ming couldn't understand why he was looking at him like that. It made him uncomfortable. Choi Min-jun laughed very loudly and gleefully from how quickly the nickname Raving Lunatic stuck to Siwan. Choi Min-jun turned to his friend and said that the rumors were already all over the school, and it was because the people who were messing with him were getting back at him. Min Wu Jin looked at the guy and asked him how this applied to him. And Choi Min-jun said he saw perfectly well how the guy hadn't taken his eyes off Siwan all week. Under his friend's heavy gaze, Choi Min-jun felt sorry for Siwan. He said that he must feel like a guinea pig. Afterward, Choi Min-jun asked why he was following this guy so closely. Min Wu Jin closed his eyes and said that he was just curious, that's all. Choi Min-jun sat on the desk and agreed with the guy that Siwan was really curious. Now both guys were looking at Siwan carefully. And Choi Min-jun was saying that he had changed a lot after losing his memory. One could get the impression that this Siwan was some kind of completely different person. Choi Min-jun continued that even so, he hadn't expected the couple to be so interested in him at all. Min Wu Jin continued to stare at the guy who was the topic of their conversation from his seat. And Choi Min-jun said that if he cared about something so much, he could deal with it as usual. At that moment, it was as if Min Wu Jin saw Yoon Tae-min. Choi Min-jun was finishing his monologue by saying that it wasn't his friend's style to just sit and watch when he noticed that he was getting up. Choi Min-jun was very pleased with himself. He thought that things were getting more and more interesting. Min Wu Jin confidently stood up from his seat and walked towards Siwan, who was sitting at the other end of the classroom. Goosebumps ran all over Yoon Tae-ming's body from the incomprehensible feeling he was experiencing. Parya was saved by the bell for class, which rang just in time, and everyone had to go back to their seats. The teacher began to teach the lesson. He said that he was going to hand out the tests, and those who scored too low would be retaken. He began calling out the names of all the students who would have to prepare to retake this test. And when he finished naming all the names, he remembered about Siwan's evaluation as well. Yoon Tae-ming felt very uncomfortable. Of course, he had expected this result, but it didn't get any better. The teacher tried to find words to describe Siwan's work. And then he said that he certainly thought there would be problems, but he couldn't imagine such problems. Yoon Tae-ming embarrassedly apologized. He thought to himself, considering he hadn't even passed by her since elementary school. The teacher sighed and said that there was nothing that could be done. Then he turned to the blonde man and asked him to help Siwan. When Yoon Tae-ming heard this, he was in a panic. He abruptly turned around and started looking at Min Wu Jin, who he was about to avoid. The whole class heard a loud sound that came from Siwan's desk. He stood up and turned to the teacher. Yoon Tae-ming said that the guy probably had his hands full and was uncomfortable stressing the man out like that. The teacher didn't even know what to do in such a situation. He said that no one could explain it to him better than this guy. And he asked the blonde boy if it would be difficult for him. Min Wu Jin was silent for a while, but he didn't look particularly satisfied, and it seemed like he would refuse. And when Min Wu Jin had already opened his mouth and was about to answer the teacher's question, he suddenly remembered Choi Min-jun's words to him just at this break. Therefore, Min Wu Jin smiled lightly and said that he was completely free and would be able to help. Yoon Tae-ming didn't expect Min Wu Jin to say that, especially after what had happened between them. Therefore, Yoon Tae-ming tried by himself once again to refuse other people's help. He said that he could do it on his own. But the instructor said he should go along with it as long as the guy offers, because he'd coach Siwan far better than any self-training. And just like that, Yoon Tae-ming was defeated in this battle with the teacher, and he couldn't understand what was happening. He felt like everything around him was spinning. Yoon Tae-ming tried to figure out what the guy was up to. First he hit him, then he was drilling him with his gaze, and now this. Yoon Tae-ming's hand trembled with tension. Min Wu Jin noticed that the guy just sits there and doesn't write anything, and asked if he was going to decide. Yoon Tae-ming was very tense and couldn't focus on the task at hand, and was wondering how he should decide when the blonde man was sitting right in front of him. Min Wu Jin sat against the tense guy and watched the task carefully. The guys were sitting across from each other in an empty office. Yoon Tae-min was trying to solve a problem, and the blonde was watching him. Yoon Tae-ming was very nervous and completely unable to focus on the task at hand. So he continued to sit over the blank notebook and held the pencil tightly in his hands. And Min Wu Jin continued to sit right next to him and didn't take his gaze away from him even for a second. Yoon Tae-ming thought that under such a gaze, concentrating was impossible and he wouldn't decide even if he could. Then the guy noticed the letters in the assignment and got nervous, trying to figure out if it was math or English, and why there are letters in math in the first place. They had been sitting in this office for a long time and Yoon Tae-ming was starting to get a headache. He realized that there was no way to solve it, so he decided to just stare at the sheet. Min Wu Jin was very patient, so he just waited nearby without distracting the guy. But at some point he got bored, and to keep himself busy, he started tapping his fingers on the desk. He tapped and continued to look at Yun Tae-ming, who was trying to solve the problem. Yun Tae-ming held his head and felt everything pressing down on him, harder and harder with each passing second. And the clatter that was now being added to Min Wu Jin's gaze directed at him. Therefore, the guy dared to break the silence and turned to Min Wu Jin. He met the questioning gaze of the blonde man, who was asking what he wanted with his eyes alone. Yun Tae-ming felt insecure and very awkward. He very quietly said that he didn't understand. And when the blonde man heard, he asked what exactly he didn't understand. Yun Tae-ming was embarrassed to admit what exactly he didn't understand, but he realized that there was no other way out. So he embarrassedly lowered his head and started to show the moments where he didn't understand. And then he explained that he didn't understand absolutely everything. Yun Tae-ming was very upset because Min Wu Jin was the last person he wanted to embarrass himself in front of. Especially the guy across from him was completely serious, and Yun Tae-ming thought it would be better if he scoffed. Min Wu Jin tapped the desk with one of his fingers once more. And then leave your hand just lying on the desk, don't make any extra movements. The blonde's gaze was still fixed on the boy. And he said a single word, oddly enough. Yun Tae-ming didn't look at Min Wu Jin and said that his memory hadn't returned, and there was nothing strange about it. At the blonde man's words, he said, talking about how it was strange how much he had changed because of the amnesia. These words really surprised Yun Tae-ming. He looked at the blonde man with wide-open eyes and didn't know what to say. Yun Tae-ming was still very worried and asked the guy why he suddenly started talking like this. But Min Wu Jin didn't say anything, continuing to stare intently at the guy in front of him. Then he lowered his gaze, sat down in his chair, so that he was completely opposite the guy, and pulled the chair over to the desk. In this position, their legs were touching each other under the table, and Min Wu Jin said as he looked at the guy. The blonde man moved closer and patted over to see that he didn't think it was about amnesia at all. Min Wu Jin's face was too close to Yun Tae-ming's face, but the blonde man kept saying that it was like he was a different person. It was as if this person had broken out from the bottom and had nothing to lose. Yun Tae-ming froze in his seat when he heard this. His heart was beating a lot, and he thought he realized he had to be careful, but he was still going to do it his way. Yun Tae-ming clenched his fist. He realized that he was forever doing first and thinking later. But Yun Tae-ming would be very angry right now that Min Wu Jin had gotten a glimpse of Yun Tae-ming. He looked at the blonde man in front of him. He looked completely calm. But Yun Tae-ming didn't calm down from this but became angrier, because Min Wu Jin had no right to accuse him of anything. Because back then, when they were kids, and there was this connection between them, it was Min Wu Jin who dumped Yun Tae-ming and disappeared forever without a trace. No matter how many times Yun Tae-ming tried to look for it in familiar places, he never found it again. When Yun Tae-ming remembered it now, he realized that he was still angry when he thought about that incident. Yun Tae-ming decided to make a joke on the blonde man for his theory. So he asked him if he really thought that the man in front of him was a different person. Yun Tae-ming said that he had overdone the sci-fi, and he was sorry to bring the guy back to the harsh reality. Yun Tae-ming started to tell the guy not to worry and it's treatable, but noticed Min Wu Jin's strange look on him, and realized that no sooner had he spurred Min Wu Jin on than he had already regretted it 5 times. Min Wu Jin did not avert his gaze and said that he really thought that there was another person in front of him. Yun Tae-ming stared back at him and told the blonde man that he was going crazy, but Min Wu Jin sat back in his chair and confidently said that it was quite possible. Yun Tae-ming was unhappy that Min Wu Jin had admitted it so easily because now he had nothing to answer. Yun Tae-ming lowered his gaze and decided to turn the topic to Min Wu Jin's behavior. He asked if he always threw his fists at people when he was in a bad mood. But Min Wu Jin said that there's not even anything to talk about, and the guy just pisses him off with his looks alone. Also, the blonde guy said that the guy is funny, and when Yun Tae-min said that he didn't want to entertain him, Min Wu Jin said that if he didn't want to, he wouldn't have looked at him like that. Yun Tae-ming was very surprised by these words because he hadn't noticed anything like this. Min Wu Jin said that maybe the guy does it unknowingly, but when he looks at him, his gaze changes. Min Wu Jin covered his mouth with his hand and lowered his eyes for a second. He started to confess to Yun Tae-min, and when he looked up again, he said that look was driving him crazy. Min Wu Jin slightly covered his face with his hand and still looked at Yun Tae-min directly in his eyes. Yun Tae-ming didn't fully realize what was said and looked at the blondes in surprise. He wanted to ask what the man meant, but when he met his icy eyes, he was completely lost. He felt as if Min Wu Jin was sneaking up on him from behind. It's like he's towering over him and putting his hand to his throat. Yun Tae-ming felt defenseless. It was as if the hand on his neck was truly constricting. And Min Wu Jin himself right now is very close to him and almost breathing down the back of his neck. Yun Tae-ming was startled at how real this pressure seemed. All these visions gave Yun Tae-ming goosebumps. And the guy is trying to get rid of that feeling? He got up from his chair and thumped his hands loudly on the desk. He looked at Min Wu Jin with anger and said that he was leaving. In anger, Yun Tae-ming threw his bag on the desk, going to leave as quickly as possible. He was shaking all over with anger and struggled to gather his things under the blonde's gaze. Min Wu Jin didn't move from his seat and asked who said they were done. Yun Tae-ming was very angry and said that he had said so, and the blonde man had some misconception about the class. Min Wu Jin said it wasn't his fault that the guy was so goofy. He was saying that it was even worse than it seemed at first glance. Yun Tae-ming froze at those words. He tensely stared at the desk and thought, it's not his fault he's so stupid. And then he said that no one had asked the blonde to help at all, and he didn't need to get involved when he'd almost had a chance to say no. But instead of answering, Min Wu Jin simply placed his phone on top of Yun Tae-ming's bag. Yun Tae-ming didn't immediately realize what the guy had put on his bag, and when he examined it, he didn't understand why. Min Wu Jin asked him to write down the number, and said that the guy really needs help. So let him write it down and don't be late for class. Yun Tae-ming tensely stared back and tried to figure out what the blonde man was up to, but he remained calm and did not give away his intentions in any way. Then Min Wu Jin said that although he doesn't expect the guy to thank him, but he's acting just disgusting right now. Yun Tae-ming was very angry when he heard the guy say that he was being disgusting. Yun Tae-ming grabbed his phone and mentally shouted that he actually didn't have to bow at the blonde man's feet. He quickly typed his number. He thought to himself that it was Min Wu Jin who was being obnoxious. When Yun Tae-ming finished writing down the number, he angrily put the phone down on the desk. He looked at the blonde man and said he was normal and knew how to thank him too. So he looked the guy straight in the eye and told him, "Thanks for the productive lesson." And he didn't forget to add an insult at the end. But Min Wu Jin wasn't hurt by it because he said that such a foolish person could only talk about productivity. Yun Tae-ming became very angry and thought that there was nothing cute left in the blonde man. He grabbed his bag and hurriedly left the office. When he finally reached the door, he opened it with a loud slam and hurried out. Choi Min-jun was just passing by the office. He smiled at the boy and asked if they were done already. But Yun Tae-ming didn't even seem to notice him and quickly rushed past, and Choi Min-jun only gave him a surprised look. One could immediately see from Yun Tae-ming that he was very annoyed and very angry. Therefore, Choi Min-jun didn't even try to stop him and just watched him walk away. When Choi Min-jun walked into the office, he asked his friend why Siwan was so angry. He wondered if something interesting had happened. But the blonde man only turned away to the window, and after a while he turned to Choi Min-jun, who was standing next to him. Min Wu Jin asked his friend if he would do a favor for him. Choi Min-jun started to sit down across from him and said that he would do anything for him. Choi Min-jun smiled and asked with interest if the sequel had anything to do with Siwan. Min Wu Jin continued to stare out the window, so he remained silent for a while. And when Yun Tae-ming had already almost traversed the entire school grounds, the blonde man responded positively, and Yun Tae-ming didn't suspect anything, and hurriedly left the school building as quickly as possible. Yun Tae-ming was already walking down the distant street and was still pondering on what had happened. As he walked, he remembered that when he looked into Min Wu Jin's eyes, he felt paralyzed by the chilling coldness that seemed to emanate from those blue eyes. Yun Tae-ming remembered seeing something like this when he was a child. The blonde man sometimes looked with the same glazed eyes. Yun Tae-ming walked amongst the crowd comparing his memories of the past and what had happened recently. He thought angrily that he would have just punched a guy like that before without much conversation. And almost immediately after Yun Tae-ming thought about it, a realization began to come to him. He walked slower and slower as the thought formed in his head. Finally, when he stopped, he began to analyze all of his actions. Yun Tae-ming stood in the middle of the road and wondered what had changed now. He remembered the time Min Wu Jin had beaten him up in his office. He realized that he had to grit his teeth and hit back. Yun Tae-ming realized that the question that now was very funny, because it was obvious. Min Wu Jin has changed a lot, but Yun Tae-min has remained the same. And when so much water had passed between them, and they were forcibly estranged from each other, Yun Tae-ming still thought Min Wu Jin was special and didn't treat him like everyone else. This realization felt very strange to Yun Tae-ming, So he clenched his hands into fists with anger, and he thought he had to pull himself together or it would only hurt him. The closet door opened and a woman with long blonde hair appeared in the doorway. The boy who had been hiding in the closet looked in horror at the woman who appeared before him. The woman looked at the little boy with hatred in her gaze. She took this boy by the hair and started pulling him out of the closet. The woman was holding the child and swinging for a punch. This was clearly not the first time this had happened. The boy was held by his shirt, and Dara's was flying wherever this woman's hand reached. Then the woman took the guy by the hair again and dragged him mercilessly behind her. She shoved him into the back room and left him lying on the floor. The woman stood in the doorway and was about to leave him there alone. She watched her son suffering with a smile on her lips. The woman started to close the door, leaving the guy in this closet with less and less light. When the guy turned around to see where the light was disappearing to, he saw the doors closing. And a second later, he was already sitting behind closed doors in the pantry, in total darkness. He was scared and cold. It was on that day that Min Wu Jin met Yun Tae-min for the first time in his life. This boy was always happy to lead Min Wu Jin behind him. He was always ready to protect the blonde boy. Yun Tae-min always turned to him with a bright smile on his face. And one day, Yun Tae-min witnessed Min Wu Jin's mom about to hit him. He ran to the blonde man and pushed him with his arm away from the woman. In this way, he shut him down with him. Yun Tae-min was hit on the head with a bottle by Min Wu Jin's mother. Such a blow made Yun Tae-min bleed, and he was unable to stay on his feet. Min Wu Jin watched with horror in his eyes as Yun Tae-min fell down. Yun Tae-min fell to the ground quickly, and blood was coming out of his head. But for Min Wu Jin, that fall lasted a very long time. The boy watched his rescuer. He felt powerless, and all he was able to do was stare at the blood spatter. The image of Yun Tae-min lying in a pool of blood, and his body appearing breathless, stands before my eyes. From this dream, Min Wu Jin wakes up in the middle of the night and jumps up on the bed. He sits on the bed and tries to regain consciousness, touching his head where Yun Tae-min got hit. Min Wu Jin is very scared. He is sweating and breathing heavily. He looks in front of him, trying to regain consciousness, then shifts her gaze to the nightstand next to the bed and notices something on it that might help. He sees a glass and a pitcher of water on a tray. For a while, he just stares at the glass. She then reaches her hand out to him. Min Wu Jin wraps his arms around the glass from the top, and with all the strength he has, he squeezes the glass. It cracks in his hands. The shards of the glass hurt Min Wu Jin's arm, but he just sits there and lets the pain bring him to his senses. He holds his palm over the tray and blood continues to run down his arm from his wounds. He continues to sit on the bed and breathe heavily, but a memory pops into his head. That memory was the evil Siwan who had sent him today. The broken glasses is left lying on the tray, all its shards and Min Wu Jin's blood around it. The guy looks at his wounded arm and says something he's a psycho, he'd think it's weird too. He continues to stare at his bleeding hand and squeezes it tighter. Yun Tae-min in the hallway happened when a voice behind him called out to him. He turns around and sees Ji-wook, who asks where he's going. Yun Tae-min asks with a smile why I'm suddenly interested and if she wants to follow him. But his younger brother replied that it wasn't like that at all. He just didn't want any trouble, so he told him not to create more rumors. Yun Tae-min was still smiling and looking at his brother and asked why he thought it was fairy tales. Maybe it was true. Ji-wook looked down at the guy and said that he knew him like a bastard. But Yun Tae-min said that he didn't know him well now, and when his brother asked in what way, he explained that he had changed a lot. Yun Tae-min looked at his younger brother over his shoulder and said, "Now he's the kind he eats for breakfast." Ji-wook didn't believe him and said that he only knew how to talk. Yun Tae-min was still sitting there and started laughing loudly, making his brother stand there not realizing what was happening. When Ji-wook started to ask what was so funny, Yun Tae-min started to get up. When Yun Tae-min got up from the floor, he stood right in front of his brother and said that he was weak to even crack a smile. Ji-wook was very angry and looked straight back into her eyes. She remained silent. Yun Tae-min, on the other hand, enjoyed watching the emotions on his brother's face that he had caused himself. Their gazing was interrupted by a phone call that sounded from Yun Tae-min's pocket. The guy wondered who might have texted him, so he reached into his pocket for his phone. On the screen of his phone, he saw a message. It contained an address and an invitation. Yun Tae-min looked at the message and realized that it was Min Wu Jin. He thought to himself that he had just gotten the strength to go home. Yun Tae-min thought about ignoring the message, but his thoughts were interrupted by his brother, who was surprised that someone was texting Siwan. Yun Tae-min looked up at his brother, whom he had already forgotten about, and remembered that he was still here. Yun Tae-ming said he did and walked towards the door. When he had already opened the door and was about to leave, he turned to his brother and told him that a nutcase was texting him. Then Yun Tae-ming smiled and asked his brother when he would stop idling and find some hobbies. Ji-wook remained standing in the hallway of their house. Those words surprised him. At the very end, Yun Tae-ming added that such close attention from his brother was stressing him out and left. Ji-wook stood in front of the door that closed in his face, not fully understanding what had happened. The boy was so angry that his mouth was like a grin. He wanted his brother to go back into the corner and sit quietly. Ji-wook believed that his older brother had never been and would never be capable of anything more than that. Meanwhile, Yun Tae-ming himself was already walking down the street and trying to decide what he should do now. Yun Tae-ming was walking down a street in a nice neighborhood amongst a large number of high-rise buildings. Holding up his phone and answering a text message, he asked what kind of place it was, and the reply told him that it was Min Wu Jin's house. When Yun Tae-ming found out about this, he got nervous that he would have to go to that psycho's house. So the guy asked what he was there for and what he was going there for. The reply to that message came almost immediately. There was only one word written there. Min Wu Jin asked if he was afraid. Yun Tae-ming was angry at this message. He was angry that the blonde man was also making fun of him. Min Wu Jin sat beside the sofa on the floor of his living room and waited for an answer. When the notification came, he looked at the screen and saw what he expected to see. It was a reply from Yun Tae-ming, who said that he wasn't afraid at all and was about to come over. Min Wu Jin smiled and rested his head on the sofa, and he himself understood that this guy had the same behavior as Yun Tae-min. The blonde closed his eyes, relaxed, and thought about his theory. In front of his eyes was the image of Siwan after he woke up from his coma and got amnesia. And then he was replaced by the image of his old childhood friend Yun Tae-min. Min Wu Jin opened his eyes and tried to understand why these two looked so similar to him. Min Wu Jin's apartment doorbell finally rang, and he went to greet the guest. Min Wu Jin opened the door and met his gaze with Siwan, who was standing on the threshold. Yun Tae-ming stared at the blonde man in return. For a while, they just stared at each other. And then Min Wu Jin said that he already thought the guy was scared and wouldn't come. Yun Tae-ming said that wasn't true, and shoved the blonde man's into his hands and ordered him to be simpler. As Yun Tae-ming handed the guest to the blonde man, he noticed the bandages on his arm. He grabbed Min Wu Jin's injured arm and pulled her to him for a closer look. Yun Tae-ming began to examine his hand and loudly asked what was wrong with it. Yun Tae-ming was worried and asked if Min Wu Jin had hurt himself badly and how he had managed. And then he felt the coldness that emanated from Min Wu Jin as he looked at him. It was at this moment that Yun Tae-ming realized that he had succumbed to an old habit. Yun Tae-ming looked up at Min Wu Jin and realized that he felt very awkward. Min Wu Jin looked at the guy carefully and mockingly asked if the guy was really worried about him. Yun Tae-ming pushed Min Wu Jin's injured hand away from him and said that he wasn't worried at all and there was no point in him doing so. Yun Tae-ming quickly walked past the guy and entered the apartment. He mentally berated himself for his actions. As Yun Tae-ming took off his shoes, he looked up and realized that he couldn't see anyone else in the apartment. He asked Min Wu Jin if there was anyone besides them at home. And when he heard the answer that Min Wu Jin lived alone, he couldn't believe it. Yun Tae-ming started to panic a little when he realized that he would have to be one-on-one with the guy. He looked around the empty apartment once more and tried to figure out how he was going to cope with such an ordeal. Yun Tae-ming sadly realized that he would go crazy here while they were studying. Yun Tae-ming dropped his head onto the notebook and tried to figure out why he had come here in the first place. He felt very tired and realized he couldn't go on and his head was a mess. Min Wu Jin had told him what kind of building it was at the elementary school level, and the guy didn't even know the basics, though he was thinking fast. The blonde asked the guy if he was embarrassed to know so little. Yun Tae-ming continued to lay his head on the notebook, and these words of Min Wu Jin finished him off. Yun Tae-ming hated to admit it, but the blonde man's teacher was really not bad. He had everything laid out for Yun Tae-min, and he was even able to solve problems correctly. Min Wu Jin spent the entire day to patiently study with the boy. Therefore, Yun Tae-ming got over himself and said that he was not an ungrateful bastard after all. Min Wu Jin asked the guy if he was going to pay him and said he wasn't interested in money. Yun Tae-ming said that he didn't have any money anyway, so the blonde man wondered what he was going to offer him then. Yun Tae-ming looked at Min Wu Jin and pondered over it. Then he suddenly remembered that the blonde man had an injured arm. When he told him about Min Wu Jin's arm, Min Wu Jin didn't understand what he meant. Then Yun Tae-min suggested that he would help the guy until his arm healed. Min Wu Jin looked completely unimpressed and stared at the guy with a heavy gaze. Yun Tae-ming was upset that this option didn't work out either, and realized that he didn't have the idea anymore. Then the blonde leaned back and started laughing, getting the guy's attention. Yun Tae-ming looked at him carefully and asked what was so funny, he said. Min Wu Jin said that he had already met all sorts of pseudo-approvers who would go out of their way to try to gain his trust. He looked at Yun Tae-min with a threatening look, and asked what the guy would do if one of them approached him. Yun Tae-ming stared at the guy in response, but he didn't quite understand what he was getting at. When Yun Tae-ming didn't answer anything to this question, Min Wu Jin continued to answer it himself. He said he would have broken that pseudo-brother's right arm so he couldn't use it either. Yun Tae-min felt uncomfortable at such words. He called Min Wu Jin a sick person. Yun Tae-ming asked if he was cautioning him in this way, and received an affirmative answer. Then the blonde man remarked that the guy didn't even annoy him, and said that in his whole life he remembered only one such person. Then Min Wu Jin lowered his gaze down and decided to agree. Yun Tae-ming looked at the guy with wide eyes as he said that they could try it once. Min Wu Jin said that he would gradually adjust to Siwan. Min Wu Jin looked at him with an unkind light in his eyes and said that it was too late to retreat now. Yun Tae-ming walked quickly down the busy street and thought about how much of a mistake he had made. He ran down the street and thought he shouldn't have gone there after all, because Min Wu Jin doesn't put him in anything at all. Yun Tae-ming continued to run down the street and thought about what had happened today. Yun Tae-ming sat across from the blonde man and said that he didn't throw words to the wind, but for the guy not to get cocky. Min Wu Jin said that he didn't expect much from him, and Yun Tae-min irritably replied that he should let him keep his temper anyway. Min Wu Jin agreed not to make up extra duties, but said he wouldn't let him relax either. Yun Tae-min admitted that since that was the case, he wouldn't mind socializing with him if it wasn't for his acting. Yun Tae-ming loudly slapped his palm on the table as he stood up from his seat, and admitted to Min Wu Jin that he was tired of him looking at him like he was trash. Yun Tae-ming glared angrily at the guy and said that if he decided to have fun with him, then he didn't agree. He looked straight into the blonde man's eyes and said he wasn't going to be his plaything. Then Yun Tae-ming abruptly turned around and headed towards the exit. He took his sweatshirt and put it on right as he walked. Yun Tae-ming was already by the door. He grabbed the handle and was about to leave Min Wu Jin's apartment, but he was stopped by the blonde man's bandaged hand that lay on top of his arm. Min Wu Jin was standing behind Yun Tae-min and asked why he thought he was his toy. The blonde said that he had never played him, but instead had always been sincere. All the notebooks were left lying on the table, and Min Wu Jin said that the guy should thank him. Min Wu Jin looked into Yun Tae-ming's eyes and told him that no one else would treat him like this. Yun Tae-min was angry that Min Wu Jin was making it look like he cared about him, but the blonde remained calm and said that if he wasn't, Min Wu Jin kept saying right in his ear that he would have run away long ago then. The blonde man gripped Yun Tae-ming's hand more tightly in his own and said that his loyalty should be reciprocated with at least a little gratitude. Min Wu Jin leaned even closer to him and said that he had angelic patience, only his temper was terrible. Yun Tae-ming began to slow down a bit as he ran away a fair distance, and finally came to a complete stop in the middle of the street. Yun Tae-ming looked sadly at his feet. He thought that Min Wu Jin wasn't being fair, because the more Yun Tae-ming tries to ignore him, the harder he tries to hurt him. He put his hand to his head. He realized he didn't know how to act around him at all. While he was thinking about it, he suddenly remembered that he had wanted to go to his past home from the beginning. Yun Tae-ming was standing next to a bus stop where there were many people, and it was already quite late. He noticed this and realized that he was actually quite scared to go there at all, because if Siwan survived and just happened to be in his body, then he'll be able to bear it. But what if that wasn't the case? These thoughts depressed Yun Tae-ming as he watched people enter the bus. He looked at the crowd of people and tried to imagine how he would react if Siwan's wish came true. He felt confused and alone, as if darkness was enveloping him all around. Yun Tae-min was scared. After all, if a guy's wish came true just like his wish to live, it meant that his body was no longer in this world. And in that case, Yun Tae-min no longer exists in this world. The guy stood surrounded by the crowd and tried to figure out if he could stay with himself if everyone around him saw him as a different person. He stood at the bus stop full of people, but he felt very lonely. He thought that even though his life was nightmarish, he was very afraid of disappearing. And then Min Wu Jin's words that he reminded him of Yun Tae-min rang in his mind, and that memory made his heart pound faster and faster. He put his hand on his chest and tried to figure out why his heart reacted the way it did at that thought. Yun Tae-ming couldn't believe that it could be from Min Wu Jin remembering him. He threw himself forward so fast that his sweatshirt began to develop behind him. And the next moment he hit the wall of the bus stop he was standing next to with all his might. He mentally ordered himself to pull himself together and not get snotty here. Yun Tae-ming decided that all these feelings and experiences he was experiencing so vividly because he had retrained today. He kept leaning on the bus stop. He told himself he was just tired, that's all. Yun Tae-ming closed his eyes and thought that he should put all unnecessary things out of his mind. Min Wu Jin decided to take full advantage of the moment and get off on the guy. But Yun Tae-ming realized that he had dug this hole for himself, so he would have to endure. Therefore, no matter where he was, he would always go to Min Wu Jin when he called out. Yun Tae-ming was just sitting next to him, surrounded by the blonde man's friends, and was trying to figure out why the guy had called him out just like that. On top of all of this, Yun Tae-ming didn't feel very comfortable, because all the classmates behind his back were just whispering and glaring at him. Choi Min-jun noticed it too. He said that it wasn't surprising at all considering what the two of them had arranged. Yun Tae-ming didn't immediately realize why there were two of them and asked again. Choi Min-jun simply replied that he was talking about him and Siwon. Yun Tae-min looked at the blonde man in surprise. After that, Yun Tae-ming began to glare at the blonde man with an evil gaze. When Min Wu Jin felt his fierce gaze on him and the strange aura that emanated from the guy, he looked at him and turned to Yun Tae-ming to ask what was wrong. Yun Tae-ming laughed and said that he was just glad that the whole school didn't neglect the real psycho. Min Wu Jin called him stupid and continued to stare at the angry guy. Choi Min-jun started laughing loudly and said that he adored Siwan. When Yun Tae-ming tried to find out what was wrong, the guy kept laughing and said that he was probably the first and last person to call Siwon a psycho. When Choi Min-jun calmed down a bit, he said that the whispers about Siwon aren't because he's crazy. It's because Min Wu Jin's dad is the president of the Hansen Company, and everyone saw him as an important person. Yun Tae-min asked what that meant, and Choi Min-jun said that he was also the sole heir of the company. Afterward, the guy wondered where he might have heard that name before, and then he remembered the huge skyscraper in the center that belonged to the Hansen Company. Yun Tae-ming couldn't believe that the boy who had lived with him his entire childhood in a poor neighborhood was the heir to a corporation. He looked at the blonde man carefully, and he was suddenly very curious. What happened to Min Wu Jin during the time they didn't see each other? And Choi Min-jun went on to say that understandably people would ask how they were able to get close. Choi Min-jun looked at Siwan carefully and asked if it was stressing the guy out. Yun Tae-ming didn't understand what was supposed to stress him out. Therefore, he asked what exactly. And Choi Min-jun happily explained that he was talking about everyone's envy of him for getting close to Siwon. Choi Min-jun corrected himself and said that he was envious of the local inferior. This kind of treatment made the guy angry. Lee Hoon told Choi Min-jun that those words might have hurt the guy, and the guy pretended to say and didn't think, but everyone around him knew he was lying. Choi Min-jun started to apologize, but Yun Tae-min was already getting up from his seat. When Choi Min-jun asked where the guy was going, Yun Tae-min said he was going to the bathroom. Yun Tae-ming didn't want to be in the company of these people anymore, so he hurriedly left. Choi Min-jun laughed and said that he really enjoyed joking around on Siwan. Min Wu Jin asked if Choi Min-jun had done what he asked him to do. The guy pulled out a disc with a smile and asked Min Wu Jin who he thought he was. Choi Min-jun put the disc in the box on the desk and pulled it closer to Min Wu Jin. Choi Min-jun said he can't even imagine what he wants the CD for, but he feels it will be fun. Choi Min-jun looked at Min Wu Jin carefully and asked what interesting things he had come up with. Min Wu Jin lowered his gaze to the desk and said that they would see it later. The golden disc lay on the desk and waited for its time to fulfill its role. Classes were over, and most of the students were hurrying to leave the school building. There were very few students left in the corridors of the building, and even those were quietly going about their business. Yun Tae-ming opened his locker to grab the notebook he needed. But when he opened the locker, he saw an item that hadn't been there that morning. On Yun Tae-ming's uniform was some kind of disc and a note. Yun Tae-ming took these things out of the locker and tried to figure out what it was and how it got here. When he saw the message left for him by an unknown person, he was very surprised. He stared wide-eyed at the note, which turned out to be a photograph. This picture was of Siwan. He was crying and his shirt was unbuttoned. He himself was beaten. Some guy in the photo was holding his hands from behind and smiling. He was being asked to meet him. He unwrapped the package and found a disc there. Yun Tae-ming looked at it, and although he didn't know what was on it, he felt that there was definitely nothing good there. When it was time to meet Min Wu Jin, the guy opened the office door with a slam. He looked at his feet and thought about the things he found in his locker. When Yun Tae-ming walked out of the office into the hallway, he saw Min Wu Jin in front of him. Yun Tae-ming didn't expect to see him here, so he was greatly surprised. He started to ask what Min Wu Jin was doing here, but he didn't finish because he remembered about the class. Yun Tae-ming awkwardly rubbed his neck and started apologizing to the guy. He said that he had some business to attend to. Min Wu Jin easily accepted his answer. This surprised Yun Tae-min very much. But Min Wu Jin only said that there was no problem with it and didn't even look at him. Min Wu Jin said that he had some things to do today too, and after that he just left. Yun Tae-ming was left alone in the hallway, trying to figure out what had just happened. He was surprised by Min Wu Jin's behavior. It was strange that he would just agree to reschedule the class like that. Yu Tae-ming came to the computer lab before going to the meeting to look at the contents of the disk. The guy sat down at one of the computers and turned it on. The office was dark, and only the light from the screen illuminated it. Yun Tae-ming inserted the disk that was tossed to him into the disk drive and prepared to watch. He found the video folder he wanted on his computer, and with a few clicks turned it on. The screen in front of Yun Tae-min began to glow brighter, and the video began to play. A group of guys were holding a bound and trembling Siwan. They made sure the camera was filming, and they started abusing the guy. First, they beat up helpless Siwan. Then one of the guys held him tightly by the hair while the other twisted his face while he assessed him. Siwan asked to be let go, but the guys turned to the other man and asked if he was sure he was okay with it. The man behind the camera laughed and told them to act. He kept smiling and said he enjoyed watching more than participating. After the boys got the man's permission, they saw no point in dragging it out any further. One of the guys covered Siwan's mouth and pushed him to the floor with force. Siwan tried to resist, but the guy loomed over him and was clearly stronger. He ordered Siwan to lie still and threatened to make things worse. Tears were streaming from Siwan's eyes. He tried to say something, but his mouth continued to be covered with his palm. From Siwan's eyes, it was easy to see how terrified he was. He continued to cry and realized the hopelessness of the situation. Yun Tae-ming watched the video to the end and moved away from the monitor. He felt awful after watching that video and rubbed his hand over his tense neck. Yun Tae-min realized that it was absolutely wasted on him to watch it, even though he guessed what would be on the disc. He remembered Choi Min-jun's words to him at one of the changes today. Yun Tae-min wondered what he meant then. He began to wonder if the people who had sent him the disc wanted to press him, or maybe they just liked Siwan's body and were going to have it again. Yun Tae-ming remembered the real Siwan, and it was hard for him to imagine what he had experienced. Yun Tae-min didn't care at all if this video got leaked, but it was hard to understand how the real Siwan would feel. Yun Tae-ming really regretted deciding to watch this video until the very end after all. He stood on the street in front of the building where he had an appointment and gathered his thoughts. Yun Tae-ming reached out and touched its handle. As he stood in front of the doors, the guy thought things over one last time. In the end, Yun Tae-ming grabbed the handle and pulled it towards himself to open it. The door gave in easily and Yun Tae-ming slowly stepped inside. The door behind him slammed shut easily, thus cutting off all avenues of retreat for him. Yun Tae-ming looked to the back of the room in front of him to see who had called him here. From the darkness, a group of guys were looking at him. The whole situation was clearly not in Yun Tae-min's favor. At last, the main one of them began to speak. He stood a little ahead of the others, and it was clear that he was the leader of their campaign. He looked down on Yun Tae-min and said that the guy was late for their meeting. Yun Tae-ming shifted his gaze to the guy who spoke to him and asked in amazement who he even was. These words were very humiliating for the leader. That's why he was immediately angry and started yelling. He asked if he had forgotten the last time he had run away from them. Yun Tae-ming pretended to think about it. Then he asked if the guy was talking about the time he'd gotten a punch in the chin from him. The main one of the guys frowned and asked if the guy seemed a little out of place right now. But Yun Tae-ming smiled at him and told him to calm down, and then noticed that the guy had brought his friends with him again. The main guy started to threaten Siwan, but he was interrupted by one of the group. He told the guy to chill out while he put him in his place himself. This guy started to reach out his hand towards Siwan to grab his clothes, but Yun Tae-ming naturally prevented him from doing so and knocked his hand aside. After that, Yun Tae-ming took a quick step as he approached his opponent. The guy didn't have time to do anything when Yun Tae-ming was already right in front of him. In the next moment, Yun Tae-ming had already punched his opponent in the face. The one after getting hit started to fall to the floor with a groan of pain. Yun Tae-ming stood over the guy who was sitting on the floor holding his bruised nose. The guy took his hand away from his face and saw that his nose was bleeding from the blow. Yun Tae-ming looked down on this guy and said that he strongly advised against interrupting him. The rest of the guys were once again shocked at this unaccustomed behavior of Siwan. The main one of the guys gritted his teeth and tried to figure out why Siwan was moving during the fight, as if it was a normal thing for him. Also, the guys couldn't understand why there was such an intimidating atmosphere coming from Siwan. They looked at Siwan, and they had a clear feeling as if there was a different person in front of them. Yun Tae-min threw the box containing the disc at the group leader's feet and asked if he was the one who did it. The guys were looking at the disc that was lying near their feet on the floor, and their leader asked what the guy meant. So Yun Tae-min repeated his question if these guys and their friends are the ones in this video. The leader laughed and said that if that was the only reason he came here, he was stupid and shouldn't care right now. Yun Tae-ming kept calm and remained completely serious, so he said that it made a big difference to him whether they did it or not. Yun Tae-min was kneading his shoulder. He said that if they didn't answer him, then he had wasted his time on them. The leader laughed at his words and said he was really sick in the head. But the leader of the boys said he appreciated his persistence and began to move closer to Siwan. When he approached, he told him in his ear that they weren't the ones who made the video, and they were planted with it too. The main guy kept telling Siwan in his ear that they originally just wanted to play a joke on him, but they were all too pleased to watch Siwan beg for mercy and cry, so they came up with something better. When the group leader started to bring his fist in for a punch, Yun Tae-ming realized that this was a rather stupid move, and when he got hit by the leader, he realized that the move was also reckless. But at the moment of impact, he remembered his past. He remembered his feelings when he first saw Min Wu Jin. Yun Tae-ming remembered the little boy who was lying curled up in a ball on the cold floor. The leader of the group of guys saw Siwan still standing on his feet and was greatly surprised. He didn't understand how that could happen because he hit as hard as he could. Yun Tae-ming thought that he had always done rash things. He wiped his hand over the impact and tried to see if he could handle 5 guys at once. The guys all pounced on Siwan together. They shouted to each other what to do, but it didn't help. Yun Tae-ming was trying to hold out against 5 guys, so he hit one of them with a knee under the breath when the opportunity arose. Then he threw it under the feet of his next opponent to buy himself time. At that moment, he heard a scream behind him, and when he turned around, he saw another man's fist. But it was too late to dodge, so he got punched in the face by the leader of the guys. Yun Tae-ming was angry because he couldn't fight properly in Siwan's body. He dodged the guy's next punch and took advantage of his surprise, hit him back with all his might. But Siwan's body still didn't obey him well. Yun Tae-ming realized that he was already at his limit and the fight had just begun. So the guy made the decision that he had to do whatever it took to finish fast. The leader of the group of guys, all beaten up, was lying on the floor, and his neck was clutched by Siwan's hand. Yun Tae-ming hovered over him and threw another punch. He continued to hold him down on the floor. When the leader of the group couldn't fight anymore and everyone else had long since lost, Yun Tae-ming could finally calm down a bit. Therefore, he stopped hitting the guy. Yun Tae-ming firmly grabbed the guy by his shirt and pulled him to him. He ordered the guy to wake up and answer the question. Yun Tae-ming lifted the guy off the floor and questioned who had given them the disc. The guy's face was covered in abrasions and blood. He asked who cared who planted the disc. Yun Tae-ming shook him and said that if the guy didn't understand, he could hit him one more time. The guy clammed up and started swearing he didn't know who it was, and he too had a disc planted in his locker. Yun Tae-ming looked at the expression on his face and realized that he wasn't fooled. He was upset that he had come here for nothing. Then he put his hand near the boy's head with a loud thud. Yun Tae-ming's eyes expressed fury, and he asked the guy if he knew what nickname he had been given. Yun Tae-ming leaned closer and said that he didn't like it, but it was very suitable. Yun Tae-ming took on his most sinister appearance and promised the guy that if he ever caught his eye again, he would regret it very much. The leader of the guys was very scared and couldn't understand why he was nicknamed the Raving Lunatic when he's Satan from hell. Yun Tae-ming felt that he had left all his strength behind in the recent fight. He walked out of the room with difficulty. His legs weren't holding him up at all, so he started to fall right near the exit. Yun Tae-ming was lying on the floor of the street. He was covered in abrasions, but their fight had come out victorious. As Yun Tae-ming lay on the floor, he realized that he couldn't even move a finger. This was bad, and the guy realized that at least crawl, but he needed to get out of here. He seemed to have only blinked, but when he opened his eyes again, he was already lying in a different place. Yoon Tae-ming heard a familiar voice telling him that he had warned him that if he made a circus, he would regret it. Yoon Tae-ming saw feet wearing black shoes not far away from him. Then he looked up higher and saw Min Wu Jin's face. The one said that this phrase was for him instead of a greeting. And when Yoon Tae-ming fully realized who was in front of him, he was very surprised. Min Wu Jin stood beside him. He looked at Yoon Tae-min and smiled. Yoon Tae-ming looked at Min Wu Jin and thought that he was kind of strange. Min Wu Jin continued to stand silently beside the battered Yoon Tae-ming. Yoon Tae-ming then asked the guy next to him what Min Si-woon was forgetting here. Min Wu Jin was about to reply something to that, but then changed his mind. Therefore, he closed his mouth and averted his gaze from Siwan on the floor. Min Wu Jin looked at the broken disc box that was lying on the floor not far from them. Min Wu Jin asked if the guy had seen the tape, but then realized that it was the reason he was here. Yoon Tae-min was surprised when he realized that the guy knew he was going to be here. Min Wu Jin admitted that he knew, and he knew about the disc getting these guys who would try to blackmail Siwan. Min Wu Jin said that he also knew that the guy would come here secretly from him. Yoon Tae-min asked if he was the one who planted the disc. Yoon Tae-min was very angry at Min Wu Jin when he started to suspect him of this act. Min Wu Jin knelt down on his knees and said that it wasn't him, but he was aware of it and hid it from the guy. Min Wu Jin began to move closer to the guy as he told him this information. Yoon Tae-ming looked the guy in the eyes and asked why he kept it from him that he knew everything. Min Wu Jin told the guy that he wouldn't have listened to him anyway. Maybe he would have, but he did the opposite. Min Wu Jin put his hand next to the guy's head and said that he wanted to check something. The blonde asked why the guy knew it was a trap and came anyway. Yoon Tae-ming was angry and said that he was just wondering what kind of assholes did such things. Min Wu Jin touched the wound in the corner of Yoon Tae-min's mouth with his hand. The boy was in pain, and he asked what the blonde was doing. Min Wu Jin said the guy is evading answering his question again. He hovered right over Yoon Tae-ming and said that if his questions were so complicated, he could formulate simpler ones. Min Wu Jin kept running his finger over Yoon Tae-min's lips and asked if the guy was afraid that the video would be leaked. Min Wu Jin opened Yoon Tae-min's mouth with a finger and answered his own question that the guy wouldn't come because of that. Then Min Wu Jin asked if maybe then the guy came because he could never turn a blind eye to other people's suffering. Min Wu Jin leaned toward the guy so close that their foreheads were almost touching, and then he looked directly into Yoon Tae-ming's eyes and called him by his real name. Yoon Tae-ming could only stare back in shock. Min Wu Jin said the guy's real name and looked at him waiting for a reaction and response. Yoon Tae-ming was in shock, and his heart was pounding so hard that it could feel like it was about to jump out. Min Wu Ji told the guy to tidy up his expression before lying to him again. Yoon Tae-ming's eyes were wide open and his mouth slightly ajar in surprise. Yoon Tae-ming tried to order himself to calm down. He began to move his arms a little. Then he tried to pull himself to his feet and tried to calm himself down. Min Wu Jin looked at him and was full of confidence that it was Yoon Tae-ming in front of him. Yoon Tae-min himself tried to convince himself that the guy was just testing him. Therefore, he raised his hand and tried to push Min Wu Jin away from him. He wondered what else this psycho would come up with. Min Wu Jin intercepted the hand that the guy was trying to push him away with and squeezed it tightly. Min Wu Jin started to tell the guy that this tape had already gone around once before. The only light in the room was a small lamp, and Min Wu Jin admitted that the recording was easy to find. He also said that after Yoon Tae-min left, he went home and watched the video. Min Wu Jin admitted that the sight was quite boring to him. But still, the whole time he was watching the video, Min Wu Jin saw a completely different person in front of him. There wasn't a single moment in the video that reminded him of Yoon Tae-min in that guy. Afterward, Min Wu Jin admitted that it's all nonsense because now that he's looking at the guy. Min Wu Jin pressed the beaten guy's hand to his chest and was saying that now that he could see his condition. Min Wu Jin began to examine his wounded arm and continued that he felt like finding and burying those who did this to him. Min Wu Jin said that he was terribly angry and felt as if these people had infringed on his most precious possession. The guy told a surprised Yoon Tae-min that even though he looked like the same Siwan, he had completely different feelings. Min Wu Jin pulled the guy's hand closer to his face and said that he was sure it was because of Yoon Tae-min in front of him, and the blonde man drew Yoon Tae-ming's hand to his lips and gently kissed his wounded palm. Yoon Tae-ming watched his actions and didn't know how he should react to what was happening. And Min Wu Jin himself opened his eyes, without removing the guy's palm from his face, said that in his entire life, only Yoon Tae-ming was dear to him. When Yun Tae-ming heard this, the only thing he could think of was that it was a lie. Yun Tae-ming mentally yelled at the guy to stop lying. He ripped his hand out of Min Wu Jin's hands and said that the guy really annoyed him. Yun Tae-min covered his eyes. Yun Tae-ming felt terrible. He tried his best to hold back his tears. He then looked at Min Wu Jin and ordered him not to say anything stupid. He grabbed Min Wu Jin by his clothes and started pulling him towards him. The guy was saying that if he wanted this Yun Tae-ming so badly, then let him get away from him. Yun Tae-ming yelled at the blonde man to pack up and go to that guy. Min Wu Jin looked at the guy in front of him. The blonde man's facial expression was sad and he remained silent. Then, Min Wu Jin became completely gloomy and lowered his eyes. Yun Tae-ming continued to hold on to his clothes. After that, Min Wu Jin completely closed his eyes and exhaled, gathering his thoughts. The blonde looked the guy in the eyes again and said that no matter how much he wanted to go to Yun Tae-ming, he couldn't. Min Wu Jin gently took Yun Tae-min's hand in his own, and the guy looked at him in surprise and asked why he couldn't. And Min Wu Jin answered him with this question. He said that the guy had died. Yun Tae-min heard what he was so afraid to find out, and Min Wu Jin said that it happened on the day of the accident. In his memories, the image of Yun Tae-min lying in a hospital bed covered in blood reappeared. Min Wu Jin recalled his emotions when he saw such a Yun Tae-ming. The guy was wearing an oxygen mask and he was conscious. He was just lying there staring in front of him. Then, Yun Tae-ming turned his head to the right and looked indifferently at the people beside him. The doctors tried to hold back Min Wu Jin, who was tearing towards Yun Tae-min. When they met each other's eyes, Min Wu Jin went on to say that he had been by his side at the hospital that day, and he remembered looking at Yun Tae-ming, who only glanced at Min Wu Jin. There was no emotion in Yun Tae-ming's gaze back then, and afterward he just closed his eyes forever. Min Wu Jin remembered this moment in his life too well, when he thought he had lost a boyfriend forever. Yun Tae-ming's heart was beating so loudly and frequently that he could only hear it. Yun Tae-ming listened to this story and realized that he was completely unprepared to learn such a truth. Min Wu Jin said that even at that moment, he thought that the person in front of him was not his Yun Tae-min. The blonde man cradled the slumped boy in his arms, and saying that, his Yun Tae-ming would never have looked at him so aloofly. Min Wu Jin hugged the guy and whispered in his ear that he was willing to bet. He stroked the guy's head and told him that if he could keep his secret to the end, the blonde would admit defeat and let him go, albeit reluctantly. Min Wu Jin hugged the guy and said that he could hide and avoid him but not run away, because as the blonde guy said before, he has a lot of patience, but he was unlucky with his temper. Yun Tae-ming cried in the blonde man's embrace, while the latter said that he could wait for Yun Tae-ming himself to open up to him. As Yun Tae-ming's eyes began to close from fatigue, he heard the blonde man say that running away would not be tolerated. A memory of their first meeting with Min Wu Jin appeared in front of Yun Tae-ming's eyes, and the boy pressed himself harder against the blonde, relaxing completely in his arms. Yun Tae-ming looked at his hands and didn't understand what was happening. He touched his face, trying to figure out whose body he was in. After that, Yun Tae-ming thought that he had returned back to his body, but his attention was caught by Min Wu Jin's voice. He was saying that no matter how much he wanted to meet Yun Tae-min, he couldn't. Yun Tae-ming turned around in surprise and saw Min Wu Jin in front of him. The one had an indifferent face and said the guy was dead. Yun Tae-ming started yelling at him and said that he was here and more alive than anyone else. The blonde looked at him and asked why he thought he was still alive. Min Wu Jin shifted his gaze to something behind the guy's back and told the guy to look back. Yun Tae-ming didn't understand why the blonde man was saying such a thing when he was standing right in front of him, but obediently he turned around to see what there might be that would convince him that he was gone. But when Yun Tae-ming turned around, he saw himself lying on the floor. Everything around his body was drenched in blood, and he himself was not breathing. Then Yun Tae-ming felt himself in Siwan's body again. He was really scared. He woke abruptly and jumped up on the bed. The nightmare had driven him out of his mind. But as soon as the guy sat up, he realized his body still hurt and wrapped his arms around himself. Then he came to his senses and realized that he had dreamt it all. Yun Tae-ming was breathing heavily and trying to regain consciousness. Then the guy opened his eyes and realized that he was in the bed. Yun Tae-min tried to realize where he was. He pulled himself up and began to look around the room in an attempt to see where he was. Yun Tae-ming touched his face and felt the patches on it. Then he looked at his clothes and realized that someone had changed him. At this moment, Min Wu Jin appeared in the doorway, asking him to lie down for a little longer. Yun Tae-ming looked at the unexpectedly appearing guy in surprise. He looked at the blonde guy and then called him Siwon. Min Wu Jin watched the guy anxiously. Yun Tae-ming wanted to ask the blonde man what he was doing here, but then she abruptly remembered. Then he remembered that he had passed out like that right in Min Wu Jin's embrace. The realization made Yun Tae-min angry. Min Wu Jin walked over to the bed and sat down next to Yun Tae-min. He touched his bandage-wrapped hand to the forehead of the guy in front of him. Yun Tae-ming didn't immediately realize what he was doing, and while they were in that position, he noticed that he was as bruised as ever. Yun Tae-ming was annoyed by such a remark and remained silent, because in this position, he couldn't even make a normal joke. Yun Tae-ming the guy from his face and said that they will pass soon and the guy may not be afraid. After that, Yun Tae-min asked if they were in the blonde man's apartment. Min Wu Jin said they were in his apartment, and he treated the boy's wounds and changed his clothes. Yun Tae-ming asked the blonde man how long he had been in bed. Min Wu Jin replied that he had slept for 10 hours and 45 minutes, and it was now 8 o'clock in the morning. Yun Tae-ming was upset enough when he found out how much he had overslept. His attention was caught by the blonde man's question. He wondered if the guy wanted to ask him something else. Min Wu Jin moved a little closer and said that the guy probably had a lot of things to ask him. The blonde said the guy could ask anything and he would tell him everything. Yun Tae-ming looked at him with wide eyes and realized that the blonde man was trying to trip him up, because as soon as he starts asking, he'll immediately give himself away to Min Wu Jin. Taking the blonde man by the chest and pouring out to him everything that had built up inside was very big. He wanted to ask if it was true that he was dead, and how the guy knew about the accident, why he never showed up and why he disappeared without a word to him. Yun Tae-ming had many questions, and all of them immediately gave away the real him in him. But the guy knew that Min Wu Jin was just waiting for this, and specifically asked him to ask questions. Therefore, Yun Tae-ming whisked you away silently and just looked at Min Wu Jin. Then he shook his head negatively and asked what else he could ask him. Min Wu Jin heard this and realized that the guy wasn't buying his ruse. He covered his eyes and exhaled. He accepted this kind of answer from Yun Tae-ming. After that, he extended his bandaged hand towards Yun Tae-ming, put the lad on the bed and ordered him to rest further. What else would restore his strength? Yun Tae-min didn't like it and asked Min Wu Jin to bring back his bestiality or it would be even worse. Min Wu Jin said that he understands everything and remembers that he always had a hard time accepting help. Min Wu Jin's hand was next to the guy's head and he asked him, trying to get used to it. The blonde man explained that he had waited too long for this day to come. If he had nothing before, and he couldn't give Yun Tae-ming anything worthwhile. But now everything had changed, and the blonde was able to protect him, so it would be different. The boy was surprised to hear that. Min Wu Jin asked that the guy not reject his help because he doesn't wish him any harm. The boy remained lying on the bed in Min Wu Jin's apartment. He lay back on his pillow and under the blanket. The sun was illuminating the room with its pleasant rays, and the guy thought about what had happened this morning. He remembered Min Wu Jin's words that he didn't wish him harm. The moment Yun Tae-ming was about to reply, the blonde man's phone rang, so Yun Tae-min was interrupted without letting him answer, as the phone was in Min Wu Jin's pocket. He pulled it out of his pocket, and while he did so, both guys were silent. When Min Wu Jin saw on the phone screen who was calling him, he made a displeased sound. For a while, the blonde man held the phone in his hands while Yun Tae-ming watched him in surprise. And then Min Wu Jin picked up the phone and said he would take something with him. He looked at Yun Tae-min while talking on the phone. From Min Wu Jin's phrases, the guy realized that he would need to leave. When the blonde man finished talking, he met Yun Tae-ming's expectant gaze. Min Wu Jin told the guy that he needed to step away on business, and since the guy needed to think about his proposal anyway, the blonde asked Yun Tae-min to take care of it while he was away and started to get out of bed. Min Wu Jin put on his jacket and said that they would talk about it when the guy made a decision. Yun Tae-ming resented that he wasn't going to talk to Min Wu Jin about anything. Min Wu Jin opened the door and it made a not-so-pleasant creaking sound. But before walking out, the blonde turned to Yun Tae-ming and said that he didn't care much about what the guy there decided. But Yun Tae-ming himself needed to make up his mind, because watching him thrash about was unpleasant. Yun Tae-ming was surprised at such words from Min Wu Jin and didn't immediately realize what he was talking about. The boy remained sitting in the bed, listening to the blonde man outside the door as he was about to leave. The slamming of the door was heard, and Yun Tae-ming realized that Min Wu Jin had finally left. He quickly got out of bed but immediately regretted it greatly. Yun Tae-ming was sure that if he stayed, Min Wu Jin would only make sure that he was right. But when the boy got up and tried to walk even a little, his whole body was stiffened by intense pain. Yun Tae-ming leaned on the nightstand and thought that his whole body was breaking, but considering how he received, nothing surprising. However, despite that, the guy had already made up his mind that he wasn't going to linger in Min Wu Jin's apartment. The guy remembered Min Wu Jin hovering over him yesterday and calling him by his real name, and Yun Tae-min confidently decided to refuse this crazy guy's offer. He was walking through the neighborhood he lived in when he was still himself, both inside and out. He was greeted by the long, familiar scenery of old houses and shabby walls. Yun Tae-ming struggled to climb the stairs, which was even harder to do in his padded state. The guy stopped midway and tried to catch his breath to regain his strength. Yun Tae-ming tried to remember if it had always been this hard for him to climb these stairs back home. But then he remembered that in his past body, he had only run up these steps. Yun Tae-ming was finally able to overcome all the steps on his path and reach the main goal. Yun Tae-ming walked a little more to reach where the entrance to his apartment was. He went to the flower pots that stood not far from the door and pulled out from under a blue empty flower pot the spare key to his apartment. He went to the door and opened it with this spare key. The door to the apartment opened easily, and the guy grabbed the doorknob. Yun Tae-ming was greatly worried that the words that Min Wu Jin had told him would turn out to be true. He finally got his thoughts together and started to open the door. The door began to open, letting Yun Tae-ming inside his apartment. After Yun Tae-ming went inside, the door slammed shut behind him. The boy found himself in his old apartment. He thought he had come here to put his thoughts in order. But until he came here, he had hope. Now it's completely gone. Because absolutely everything in Yun Tae-min's apartment, lying where he himself had last left them. If Siwan had remained living in his body, he would have found the address and come here. But there was no sign of anyone else's presence. It was at this moment that the realization of the truthfulness of the words that Min Wu Jin had told him came to the guy. It was as if he could see his bloody and breathless body in front of him again. He was really gone the day of the accident. Yun Tae-ming stood in the middle of his old apartment and tried to figure out what he should do now. He felt the panic again that he had felt once before at the bus stop. Yun Tae-ming doubted that he could remain himself when everyone around him thought he was Siwan. He had a headache and couldn't believe the reality of what was happening. It was as if Yun Tae-ming's mind was a veritable mess instead of any normal thoughts. He felt dizzy, and Yun Tae-ming had to lean on the nightstand to keep from falling. He grabbed his head with his hands, trying to control himself. But he was getting very sick. It was like everything was twisted inside him. He felt an absolutely vile feeling, as if it should never have existed in the first place. Yun Tae-ming closed his eyes and tried to think of what he should do now. Suddenly, he heard Min Wu Jin's voice saying that he already had the answer, and the guy felt a hand on his shoulder. It was as if Min Wu Jin was standing behind him and saying that the guy just needed to come to him. The blonde man said that out of all the people on the planet, he was the only one who knew that he was really Yun Tae-ming. Min Wu Jin whispered in the guy's ear that only if he stayed with him could he remain himself. Yun Tae-ming listened to that voice and the words Min Wu Jin whispered to him, and was beginning to realize that this was probably the only way he would really be able to remain himself. Yun Tae-ming stood in the middle of his old apartment all alone and thought about his life. The guy had already recovered a bit, but he couldn't get Min Wu Jin out of his mind. The table with all the food flew to the floor. The man was yelling loudly at his wife. He was very angry. The man beat the woman mercilessly while she knelt in front of him and apologized. Little Yun Tae-ming watched from the corner of the room. When his father got drunk, he would go into a rage. The man always took out his anger on the boy's mother, and Yun Tae-min watched it with contempt, while his mom continued to be beaten over and over like she was a punching bag and not a person. The man continued to beat her until he was completely exhausted. Yun Tae-ming always trembled violently when he had to watch his mother being beaten. And of course, the man got tired of beating his wife, so he turned his attention to Yun Tae-min. The man shifted his gaze full of anger at Yun Tae-ming. He noticed the look his son was giving him. Of course, the man didn't like the fact that someone dared to look at him like that. He called his son's name and started to approach him. Yun Tae-min was scared, but he wasn't going to give up. That was why when the man grabbed him by the neck, the boy was stubborn and resisted, even though he was much weaker. The man kept pressing the guy's neck and loudly yelling that he hated him. Yun Tae-ming's resistance was useless, and the man pinned him to the floor with a loud thud. The man, with a smile on his face, continued to press the boy's head into the ground. He said it would teach him to respect his elders. At this point, the woman ran up to her husband and pushed him away. She asked him to stop. The woman begged the man not to hit the boy and yelled that he was just a child. But the man's behavior only made him angrier. He beat his wife while she was covering the child with herself. Yun Tae-ming hated it when his mom had his back. He couldn't bear to see her getting beaten up instead of him. But despite such thoughts, Yun Tae-ming could only shiver in his mother's embrace. Yun Tae-ming cried and trembled and felt madly angry and despised himself for it. That's why the day Min Wu Jin was rescued was so special to Yun Tae-min. Yun Tae-ming held the boy in his arms, and the boy fell asleep right in his arms. Min Wu Jin slept serenely in the guy's arms, despite the stress he was going through. And it was at that moment, while in the small storage room, that Yun Tae-ming experienced something inexplicable. The feeling made him blush and his eyes glisten. It lodged in his throat. Yun Tae-ming then began to gently pull Min Wu Jin closer to him. He hugged the blonde man tightly, and all that was in his thoughts was the realization that he had saved this boy. After that incident, Min Wu Jin followed Yun Tae-min everywhere on his heels. Yun Tae-ming scrutinized the embarrassed Min Wu Jin, who, despite his shyness, stayed close by. Usually at times like this, Min Wu Jin would just avert his gaze from Yun Tae-min. After that, Min Wu Jin was unsure, asking if they could be together. He didn't look at Yun Tae-ming and honestly admitted that he really wanted to be with him. Min Wu Jin could look at the guy and say something very frank. For example, that he wished they had never been separated. When Yun Tae-ming heard such revelations, he would get a slight shock out of habit. Eventually, the guy got tired of this kind of attention and tried to avoid Min Wu Jin. But the blonde man refused to leave Yun Tae-ming behind and continued to follow him everywhere. With this behavior of his, Min Wu Jin was putting Yun Tae-min on edge. This didn't settle in his mind, so when Yun Tae-ming was finally tired of this, he decided to ask directly. They were all alone in the middle of their dysfunctional neighborhood when Yun Tae-ming called out to the guy. The boys sat side by side on the stairs, and Yun Tae-ming asked why Min Wu Jin was following him. Yun Tae-ming looked at the blonde man and said that he wouldn't get any plushies from him. Min Wu Jin looked up at the guy in surprise and said that he hadn't asked for anything. Yun Tae-ming felt uncomfortable and said that the point was that the boy would gain nothing from being with him. Min Wu Jin remained silent and scrutinized the guy. He tried to understand what Yun Tae-ming meant. Afterward, the blonde admitted that he didn't quite understand because he wanted to be around the guy. Min Wu Jin looked at Yun Tae-ming devotedly and added that he just liked him. When Yun Tae-ming heard those words, he was confused and completely unsure of what to say. This revelation of Min Wu Jin made him feel shocked again. The guy got nervous and tried to cover his feelings with irritation, but Min Wu Jin called out his name. And with all sincerity, he admitted to the guy that he was a special person to him. Min Wu Jin said that he was the first person to reach out to him. He said that Yun Tae-ming was the first to worry and stick up for him. He was also the first to smile at him. Min Wu Jin enveloped the guy with his gaze and said that he missed him all the time and wanted to be near him. Yun Tae-ming looked at the blonde man who was asking if he could feel all of this. Usually, Yun Tae-ming would just ignore the blonde man, and that would be the end of their conversation. But that day was different. Min Wu Jin was especially persistent back then. Yun Tae-ming wanted to reply something to the guy, but could only manage to blush awkwardly. That day was the first time Yun Tae-ming showed his weakness in front of Min Wu Jin. He looked at the guy in front of him and realized that he had become the center of the universe for him. It was then that Yun Tae-ming realized that he couldn't just pick up and leave Min Wu Jin. He was consumed by a feeling of superiority. Yun Tae-min sat alone by the fence. He was trying to figure out where Min Wu Jin had disappeared to. He was very angry at the blonde man's absence. Yun Tae-ming didn't understand why he didn't come. Usually the guy would always show up at dawn and wait for him or show up out of nowhere. However, now he was gone. Yun Tae-ming couldn't escape the haunting thought that something had happened to him. Yun Tae-ming remembered their first meeting, when he found him all alone locked in the storeroom. The guy sat there and kept winding himself up. He thought the guy might have gotten lost or been kidnapped. Then, Yun Tae-min got tired of winding himself up and decided that it wasn't like Min Wu Jin. So, Yun Tae-min decided that he would just go to Min Wu Jin's house. Yun Tae-min came to Min Wu Jin's house and started climbing over the brick fence. He was able to pull himself up on it so that he could see what was going on behind him. The inside was empty, with only a bag of trash lying close to the door. It was very quiet, and it seemed as if no one was in the house. Yun Tae-ming decided that since it was so quiet here, Min Wu Jin wasn't home. He tried to figure out where else the blonde could be, but at that moment the door opened with a rumble. At the door he saw Min Wu Jin's mom coming out of the apartment. He tried to figure out what she was doing. Then he saw that woman dragging Min Wu Jin by his hair. Yun Tae-ming saw this and decided that he had to help him. The blonde boy tried to resist in his mother's arms. His mother screamed that he never listened to her and such rascals should be punished. Min Wu Jin mumbled back that he had to resist or Yun Tae-ming would get angry. He looked at his mother and said that if he resisted, he would definitely like it. The woman looked at her son with contempt. She asked him what he was talking about. After that, she squeezed Min Wu Jin's hair even harder out of anger. Her voice was cold, and she was saying that no one would ever like the guy. She told him not to make her laugh because no one would ever love him. The woman had a crazy smile on her face. She shouted that no one wanted someone like him and would only play with him. And after they play around, they'll dump her like they did. Min Wu Jin was very hurt to hear such words. Her gaze was full of contempt, and she enjoyed the effect her words had on her son. Min Wu Jin looked at her in horror and listened to the fact that he would just be thrown into the trash afterward. The woman let go of her son and leaned toward him, deceptively affectionate, assuring him that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Min Wu Jin believed her words and paused, having a strange feeling when his mom called him her blood child. After the guy lost his ability to fight back, his mom said he made her angry. She started walking away from him to get the empty bottle and said the guy deserved to be punished. She grabbed one of the bottles that lay on a bench among a pile of the same. With the bottle in her hands, the woman quickly approached Min Wu Jin. She stopped in front of Min Wu Jin and raised her hand with the bottle, about to strike hard. Yun Tae-ming tensely watched the scene and couldn't understand why the blonde man froze. Min Wu Jin stood there helplessly and looked at his feet, waiting for the blow. Yun Tae-ming saw that he wasn't going to resist and thought, "Does Min Wu Jin really want to get?" Yun Tae-ming completely climbed the fence to jump over it as soon as possible. He found himself in the courtyard of Min Wu Jin's house, and the only thing he could think of was that it was his fault. Yun Tae-ming quickly ran towards the guy. The feeling of superiority swept over his head, and he thought he was a hero for nothing. Because in reality, Yun Tae-ming was just a lowlife who couldn't even defend himself. So when he ran to the guy, he called out to him and asked him why he was just standing there. Min Wu Jin shifted his gaze in surprise at the sound of the voice and recognized the approaching Yun Tae-ming. After that, Min Wu Jin felt a hand on him, which pushed him backwards. Min Wu Jin found himself hidden behind Yun Tae-ming's back. He watched and couldn't believe that the guy was going to take the hit. Yun Tae-ming started to fall down after being hit and thought that he was wrong to jump to conclusions without knowing anything about Min Wu Jin. He was just trying to get Min Wu Jin to conform to his perceptions, and this was wrong towards the blonde man. Before he lost consciousness, he saw Min Wu Jin trying to catch him. Yun Tae-ming would like to apologize for this. He woke up and realized he was lying on the cold floor. Yun Tae-ming sat down and got a very bad headache. He touched it with his hand. The guy looked at his hand and there was blood on it. He realized he was alive and everything was somehow resolved. After that, he was able to look around and recognize the storage room in Min Wu Jin's house. Suddenly, he heard Min Wu Jin's voice. He said he thought the guy was dead. Yun Tae-ming was greatly startled when he heard a voice from the darkness. He asked Min Wu Jin why he was lurking there. The blonde sat shrunken into a ball and replied that the guy hadn't come around for a long time. Min Wu Jin wiped his eyes from crying. He said he didn't know where to go or what to do. The boy continued to cry and admitted to Yun Tae-ming that he could only stare at him. Yun Tae-ming looked at the guy who was crying hard, and he felt like comforting him. He felt embarrassed and asked Min Wu Jin to calm down a bit. Yun Tae-ming slowly approached him and said that there was no need to cry now. He crawled very close to the blonde man and said he should have scolded him instead of crying. Yun Tae-ming took Min Wu Jin's wrist in his hand. When he heard him say something, Min Wu Jin in front of him kept crying and said that this could have ended badly. He tilted his head slightly and said that he almost lost Yun Tae-ming because he had nothing. Min Wu Jin continued to cry and looked at Yun Tae-ming. He said that it would be bad. Yun Tae-ming didn't understand why the guy was blaming himself, so he tried to calm him down. He said it was just an accident. Min Wu Jin released his wrist and gently took Yun Tae-ming's hand in his own. Then he gently touched the boy's head and said he must have had a headache. Min Wu Jin gently stroked his hair and asked Yun Tae-ming to go. Yun Tae-ming looked at Min Wu Jin in front of him and realized that something about him had changed. While Min Wu Jin's calm voice asked him to go back home and rest properly, Yun Tae-ming lay in his small room in complete darkness and could not fall asleep. He couldn't get the thought of Min Wu Jin out of his head. He wondered how he was. After that incident at his house, he stopped showing his face in front of Yun Tae-ming altogether. And when the guys did cross paths, they hardly ever spoke to each other. Min Wu Jin even tried not to look at Yun Tae-min's eyes and always looked away from him. Yun Tae-min tried to talk. He asked him what was wrong, but Min Wu Jin only frowned his eyebrows in response. This kind of reaction actually made Yun Tae-min very angry. He wanted things to get better between them. Yun Tae-min hadn't seen Min Wu Jin at all for a few days. He wondered if Min Wu Jin was okay. Yun Tae-min didn't understand why the guy thought it was his fault if Yun Tae-min himself had gotten involved at the wrong time. Min Wu Jin wasn't guilty of anything, but why couldn't he believe Yun Tae-min and admit it? After all, Yun Tae-min had screwed up himself and got punished for it. He really wanted to apologize to the guy and tell him not to worry. Yun Tae-min thought about it and was angry at himself for getting so attached to the guy and instead of scoring so worried. He tried to force himself to pull himself together and stop worrying so much about it. Suddenly, Yun Tae-min heard a sound. This sound meant that the door to his room had opened. His heart hammered louder as he realized someone was about to walk in on him. Yun Tae-min thought it was his father walking in on him and heard footsteps approaching. He was very scared and his heart was beating so hard that it felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. Yun Tae-min felt the back of his neck as a stranger's hand reached for him. He clutched his eyes hard and waited with bated breath for his father to hit him. But to Yun Tae-min's surprise, it didn't happen. He felt a hand on his hair, but he wasn't hit. On the contrary, this hand gently stroked Yun Tae-min's hair. It was very strange, but the guy remained silent. The stranger's hand continued to gently stroke Yun Tae-min's head, and he didn't even know if he should react in any way. It went on like that for a while longer. The stroking was like apologizing to him. Then the hand disappeared from his head and the man started walking away from his room. Yun Tae-min heard the door to his room close, and he realized it was his mother. The next morning, he woke up to his father's loud swearing. He opened his eyes fearfully, and quickly started to leave the place he was sleeping on. The boy looked around to see what was happening. He looked at the door and heard his father say that his mother had run away that night. And then Yun Tae-min felt the horror of realizing that she had left him alone come over him. Trouble fell on the boy like a snowball. He didn't know what to do. The boy cautiously approached the door. His father continued to shout insults at his mother, and a rumbling noise could be heard. Yun Tae-min tried to open the door very quietly to see what was going on in the apartment. His father was furious and smashed everything in sight. It was like there was nothing left intact in the apartment. Then the man sat right on top of the broken things and started saying what he would do if the woman dared to come back. And then the man seemed to feel his son's startled gaze on him and turned around. He saw Yun Tae-min carefully lurking in the doorway and asked why the puppy was still here. The man was upset that the woman had run away and he now had to feed the backbreaker. Yun Tae-min looked at his father and a huge feeling of emptiness was brewing in his heart, the realization that his mother had actually come to his room and thus said goodbye to him. He realized this was the last time he could feel her touch, and he wanted to burst into tears. Yun Tae-min felt a strong desire to see Wu Jin, but when he arrived at his house, there were only ruins. The guy looked at them and didn't understand why there was nothing else there. He looked at those ruins and they reminded him of his own life. He stood in front of what was left of Min Wu Jin's house and couldn't believe that all of this was happening to him. Yun Tae-min couldn't understand if he had offended so much that the guy disappeared without saying anything. He continued to just stare in front of him, tears streaming down his face. Was he really so guilty? Yun Tae-min closed his eyes in an attempt to stop the tears. But the feeling of being abandoned like a dog was too strong. The feeling settled deep inside his heart, and he couldn't stop the tears. On the contrary, they were getting stronger and stronger, but crying didn't make it any easier. Emotions were tearing the boy up inside. Yun Tae-min was abandoned by all the people he cared about that day. He was left all alone. Yun Tae-min was distracted from this memory by a cell phone ringing from his pocket. He didn't immediately realize where the sound was coming from, but soon reached for his phone. Yun Tae-min took out his phone from his pocket and looked at the screen to see who was calling him. The screen of his phone reported that Yun Tae-min was getting a call from someone recorded as a psycho. He stared at the incoming call and briefly considered whether to pick up. In the end, Yun Tae-min made a decision, and his finger reached for the call acceptance button. Wu Jin immediately asked where he was, and the guy thought about hanging up but replied that he wasn't at his house. Min Wu Jin reminded the guy that he had asked him to wait. Yun Tae-min remembered that the guy wanted to hear the answer. He went to the door to leave his apartment for good and said he had already thought it over. The guy would come out of his apartment and say he didn't care who he thought he was. Although he didn't understand why Wu Jin had reappeared in his life, he agreed to accept his proposal. Yun Tae-min leaned on the fence and told Wu Jin that even though he didn't know what he was up to, and with a smile on his face he said that despite that he was willing to play the game with him. Yun Tae-min was no longer going to feel like an abandoned dog like he did back then as a child. Min Wu Jin heard that they would see who would be the first to lose in this game. The blonde man smiled when he heard this sentence from Yun Tae-min and agreed with him. And then he added that it was just like Yun Tae-min's spirit. It was a small coffee shop that was not far from the school where Yun Tae-min and Min Wu Jin attended. Yun Tae-min walked in all puffy and tired. He tried to catch his breath. Min Wu Jin sat quietly at the table and commented on the guy's appearance. But Tae-min didn't think it was funny. He said this to the blonde man, and the man replied with a smile on his face that he found it very funny. Yun Tae-min was very annoyed with the way the whole situation had turned out. After taking the blonde's suggestions, the guy decided to ask about that tape. Min Wu Jin said he knew who those bets got it from, and that meant something else. Yun Tae-min was completely serious and said that the guy should have known who planted the disc on him. Min Wu Jin was tensely silent for a while, contemplating whether to tell the guy, and then made a joke about the guy to piss him off a little, but he did admit that he did know. The guy asked me to tell him. The blonde man told him that he would only tell him if he could get to the cafe before 7 o'clock. Yun Tae-min looked at his phone to see what time it was and saw that it was almost 4 o'clock on the clock. Yun Tae-min needed to spend 4 hours to get to the school from where he was now. Because of these conditions, Yun Tae-min took a cab for the first time in his life, but he still had to run halfway. Yun Tae-min sat down in the chair opposite the blonde man and asked who had sent him the disc. Min Wu Jin asked if the guy wanted to catch his breath first, but Tae-min wanted to get straight to the point. Min Wu Jin was too handsome and attracted too much attention, and Tae-min wanted to leave as soon as possible. Min Wu Jin looked at the guy carefully and asked what the guy would do when he got the information. Yun Tae-min silently looked at the guy in front of him and didn't know what to say to him. Min Wu Jin says they're not in a movie and dealing with the villains alone won't work for him. Yun Tae-min blanched and said that it wasn't exactly what he had planned, just to warn the rascals. However, Min Wu Jin knew the guy was lying and told him so. Min Wu Jin said that if the guy wasn't looking for unnecessary trouble, he wouldn't have gone to the warehouse alone. After saying that, Min Wu Jin turned away and admitted that he was terribly pissed off. Yun Tae-min didn't understand what the guy meant, and Min Wu Jin explained that it pisses him off when the guy defends other people's people. And then he confessed that it pissed him off even more that when they finally met, obliged to talk about nonsense. Min Wu Jin cast a glance at Yun Tae-min and agreed to help him deal with it. He told the surprised Yun Tae-min that he was now unlikely to be able to calm down. Min Wu Jin confessed that he now wanted to destroy the person who had created this situation. Yun Tae-min involuntarily shuddered his entire body because the guy's voice was truly frightening. Yun Tae-min told him that he was really creepy and made a note to himself not to piss that psycho off. After that, Yun Tae-min asked again, just to tell him who did it. Blondie said the guy shouldn't go in there alone and needed a plan. Yun Tae-min asked what his options were, and Min Wu Jin said he just needed to be there for him. This kind of answer surprised the guy, and he asked Min Wu Jin if he was being serious. The blonde calmly replied that the man would definitely find out and burst if they were together. Yun Tae-min looked directly at Min Wu Jin before frowning and making a decision. He told Min Wu Jin that there was no way he would act on this plan. He'd told the blonde that he didn't want to involve the man in his squabbles, and he didn't want to owe him even more. Yun Tae-min stood up from his seat and said that since he didn't want to talk, he didn't need to. He could figure it out himself. After saying that, the guy added that he was leaving. He was sad because he had wasted money on a cab. The guy was just leaving when he heard Min Wu Jin ask him about the promise. Yun Tae-min turned around to look at the blonde man and asked what other promise he had in mind. At this moment, Min Wu Jin covered Yun Tae-min's hand with his palm and pressed it against the table. Yun Tae-min looked at Min Wu Jin in shock and didn't know how to act. All the visitors of the cafe paid attention to what was going on between the guys. Min Wu Jin leaned closer to the guy and reminded him that he had promised to accept what he was offering. They stood so close to each other that their faces were almost touching, and Yun Tae-min struggled to understand what was even going on. It was at that moment that he realized he was caught in the middle of a trap and now he would not be able to get out. Yun Tae-min tried to take his hand from the table, but Min Wu Jin didn't let him do so. Yun Tae-min looked at their joined hands that were on the table and was a little annoyed. After that, Yun Tae-min asked Min Siwan to stop acting like this. Yun Tae-ming moved closer and said that he would accept it since he promised, but whether to swallow it or not was up to him. Min Wu Jin looked at the guy condescendingly and asked how many more times he should repeat. The distance between them became even smaller, and Min Wu Jin said that he wished him no harm and he could swallow. Unless, of course, Yun Tae-ming wanted Min Wu Jin to make him swallow it. Yun Tae-ming was embarrassed when he heard such a thing from Min Wu Jin, and then he heard a whisper. They seemed to catch the attention of every visitor to this small coffee shop. When Yun Tae-ming saw and realized this, he felt very uncomfortable. He felt like leaving this place as soon as possible, so he took Min Wu Jin's hand with his free hand and agreed to whatever his boyfriend asked. The main thing was to get them away from here. But even after they left, the visitors continued to whisper about what had happened between them. One of the girls there recognized these guys as Min Siwan and Han Siwan. Choi Min-jun is friends with Siwan for selfish reasons. He is the sole heir of a wealthy family, but he has a flippant demeanor. His hobby is gossip, and his special skill is making a fuss and disappearing. Recently, Choi Min-jun has become very interested in Tae-min's personality. However, because of Siwan, he is left to watch his unrequited love from the sidelines. But Choi Min-jun isn't upset about it at all because it's even more interesting that way. For fun, he did not refuse Siwan's request and did not hesitate to use questionable means. Choi Min-jun met a strange guy and bought that disc from him. The guy offered to do the same thing with it as in the video. But Choi Min-jun said that on such a scary guy he wouldn't even get a hard-on. The pros of his character were unknown, but the cons were plentiful. For example, his sarcasm. Of course, the guy wanted to teach him a lesson. The next guy's name was Lee Hong. His height was 187 centimeters. He was silent and unemotional. With that scowl on his face, you'd think he wanted to beat you up. But he was actually well-mannered. Lee Hoon constantly follows Choi Min-jung around like his bodyguard. Lee Hong easily stopped the fist that was meant for Choi Min-jun. His hobby and special skill was dealing with trouble after Choi Min-jun. Choi Min-jun admired Lee Hoon and waited for him to win the fight. It was only when Choi Min-jun decided that the guy had had enough that he shifted his gaze to Lee Hoon. Choi Min-jun called out to Hoon, and the latter immediately turned to him. Choi Min-jun put his arm around Lee Hoon's shoulders and ordered him to stop. Lee Hoon obeyed Choi Min-jun and enjoyed stroking his head. Lee Hoon had the only downside: he couldn't resist Choi Min-jun. The next guy is An Jae-so, the bully who used to harass Tae-min. Handsome, good student, sweetheart, that's not him. But even a guy like An Jae-so once had his own dream. An Jae-so's dream was that he wanted to become a strong and worthy man. Every time there were superheroes on TV, An Jae-so would almost stick to the screen. He was all radiant and dreamed that when he grew up, he would be just as strong and worthy. But in the end, he could only become a go-pota from the masses, about which now there were strange rumors. He remembered Yun Tae-ming, who was the reason for everything, and wanted to repay him. However, for some reason, An Jae-so immediately recalled how An Jae-so had missed a punch to the face and fell down after Yun Tae-ming's deafening blow. An Jae-so recalled lying on the floor of the storeroom and watching the fight. He watched Yun Tae-ming fight 3 people at once, and a strange feeling settled in his chest. An Jae-so's heart pounded harder and his eyes stubbornly closed, but he was sure he could feel it. In the end, An Jae-so never got the chance to see how the fight ended and passed out. He remembered Yun Tae-ming hovering over him and promising to give him hell if he continued to harass him. An Jae-so looked at the guy who was threatening him, but he was thinking about something else entirely. An Jae-so blushed and thought that Yun Tae-ming was very cool. How things would have turned out if Tae-min and Wu Jin hadn't broken up. They were walking side by side while Tae-min was looking at something on his phone. Yoon Tae-min would reveal that he had been fired and the New Year's season was over. After that, he would call out to Min Wu Jin, who was walking beside him, and said that since he was given a New Year's bonus, they could celebrate. Yoon Tae-ming would ask what he wanted to eat, and Min Wu Jin would stare at him carefully in response, after which he would be sure to smile and say that he would treat them himself. Yoon Tae-min would put his arm around his shoulders and tell the guy to just say, "Thank you, Hyung," and eat whatever they buy. After saying that, Min Wu Jin would look at Yoon Tae-ming with embarrassment. And Yoon Tae-ming himself laughed and asked if he was afraid to call him Hyung. Yoon Tae-ming continued to hold Min Wu Jin's wrist tightly even when they left the cafe. He was leading the boy behind him through the night city somewhere ahead and thinking about something of his own. Min Wu Jin let Yoon Tae-ming calmly guide himself to where he wanted to go. He silently watched the boys back as they walked in an unknown direction. But very soon, Yoon Tae-ming felt that the guy behind him had stopped. He turned around to look and see what the matter was. And Min Wu Jin asked if the guy wanted to let go of his hand. He added that he didn't mind, but Yun Tae-ming had already let go of his hand and was angry at himself for this habit. Yun Tae-ming felt awkward and asked why the guy was acting like this in a cafe where they could be spotted by their classmates. Min Wu Jin stood silently across the room and scrutinized Yun Tae-ming. He then tilted his head and explained to the kid that if they were noticed, outside of school would only be better. Min Wu Jin leaned against the railing of the bridge and said that the more they lit up, the faster they would catch the rat, and said that doing something like this in a cafe is one of the best ways to get attention. Yun Tae-ming didn't expect such a response, and indignantly thought that Min Wu Jin had very strange ways. But considering that Yun Tae-ming himself didn't even have such thoughts in his mind, so he had to accept it. Yun Tae-ming also walked over to the fence and began to look at the passing cars below. They stood side by side, and the blonde was surprised that the guy had agreed so easily. But Yun Tae-ming reminded him that he himself had advised him to give up. Min Wu Jin asked if he was just going to go with the flow. The guy said he was just too tired today. Yun Tae-ming thought he had put his thoughts in order, but it turned out to be even more confused. So he watched the night sky and caught himself thinking that he hadn't done that in a very long time. Before, there was no time for the daily hustle and bustle, and at this moment there was a great peace of mind. Yun Tae-ming slightly turned his head to look at Min Wu Jin. He thought the blonde was acting like a brute, and he'd been so worried when he'd disappeared. Min Wu Jin noticed the look on his face, and the guy thought that the blonde had been out of place in their neighborhood since he was a kid. Yun Tae-ming continued to look at the guy and came to the conclusion that the dead guy had turned into a handsome guy. And while the guy was thinking about the guy's not-so-great character, Min Wu Jin's hand suddenly reached out to him. And the next moment, Min Wu Jin holds him in her arms and kisses him. Yun Tae-ming felt someone else's hand on his neck and someone else's lips on his lips. But the realization that right now Min Wu Jin was kissing him came very slowly. It was only when Min Wu Jin started to pull away from Yun Tae-ming that he was able to gather his thoughts a bit. Yun Tae-ming was even about to express to him about how unhappy he was with the situation. But all his irritation receded when he looked at Min Wu Jin's face. The one in turn moved his hand from his neck to the guy's cheek. He smiled, stroking the boy's face. Therefore, Yun Tae-ming started to stare back at him and couldn't even say anything. Because of these events, Yun Tae-ming stayed in bed all night and didn't even get 5 minutes of sleep. Yun Tae-min wondered what had gotten into Min Wu Jin so suddenly yesterday. He remembered the kiss throughout the night and couldn't understand why Min Wu Jin had kissed him. Yun Tae-ming had the option that he did it to lighten up sooner, but there was no one around them at the time. The boy got out of bed and headed to brush his teeth. He remembered what the blonde man's face looked like. Min Wu Jin looked at him so sincerely after kissing him and smiled. Yun Tae-min took off his pajama sweater and began to change into his school uniform. He was a little upset because he had fallen for the blonde's smile as usual and hadn't even gotten mad at him. Yun Tae-ming was already fully dressed and was about to go out, but he was still thinking about what had happened. He calmly walked to school, but there was no way he could get rid of the thoughts of why Min Wu Jin had kissed him. Yun Tae-ming slowed down a bit, and only at this moment did he realize that he had only been thinking about this from that very moment. He was angry at himself for buying into Min Wu Jin's eyes again, and there was no way he would get him out of his mind. As Yun Tae-ming was completely immersed in his thoughts, he accidentally crashed into An Jae-so. He apologized and then saw the bully in front of him and decided not to continue the conversation. Yun Tae-ming wanted to ignore this guy and began to silently bypass him to continue on his way to school. But An Jae-so didn't let him just walk away. He grabbed the boy's hand and asked him to wait. An Jae-so frowned at Yun Tae-min and said that he wanted to talk to him. An Jae-so was very nervous and apologized for what had happened earlier. He promised that he would not do it again. Yun Tae-ming looked at him in shock and tried to understand what this new kind of bullying was, but accepted the apology and tried to leave. But An Jae-so was in no hurry to let go of Yun Tae-ming and wanted to tell him something else. All the students at school watched in shock as An Jae-so shakes the guy's hand and offers to be friends. Yun Tae-ming didn't really like this prospect, but the guy was determined. Yun Tae-ming was sure that they were trying to play a joke on him and asked, leaving him alone. He left An Jae-so and tried to get ahead, but the man called out to him and followed him. An Jae-so watched Yun Tae-min in excitement and thought the guy was really cool. They were walking down the school hallway, and An Jae-so was asking where the kid had learned to fight so cool. An Jae-so praised all of his punches and didn't stop talking for a second. Yun Tae-min just walked silently by his side. They finally reached the right office, and Yun Tae-ming tiredly exhaled. He turned to the guy and asked him if he was going to follow him around for long, and reminded him that it was class time. And Jisoo was uncomfortable and realized it was time for the guy to leave. He left Yoon Tae-ming outside the office but promised to definitely come back later. Yoon Tae-ming told him that he didn't have to do that. He was trying to figure out what had happened to this guy. He opened the door to the study and was surprised to be greeted by an awkward, enthusiastic whisper. He walked into the office and the whispers got a little louder. It seemed like all the guys were only looking at him. Yoon Tae-ming walked past his classmates and looked at them in surprise. Yoon Tae-ming finally reached his desk. He sat down and tried to figure out what the strange atmosphere was. As soon as he sat down in his seat, some girl immediately appeared next to his desk. She said the guy was very tough and was able to put all his abusers in their place. Then more people were around him, and they were all discussing how awesome Yoon Tae-min was. And then someone asked about his relationship with Siwan, and they said they saw them in a cafe. Yoon Tae-ming immediately recalled yesterday's conversation with Min Wu Jin, and his words that the culprit was bound to find out about them through the gossip of the school children. Yoon Tae-ming called that person a jealous rat. He realized that Min Wu Jin's plan was working. All they had to do was wait for this rascal to finally show himself. His classmates surrounded him from all sides about their relationship with Siwan. One of his classmates noticed that Siwan wasn't usually too social. And when Yoon Tae-min heard that, a brilliant idea suddenly came to him. Yoon Tae-ming said that they misunderstood they are not actually close and Siwan is a stalker. Just at this moment, the blonde walked into the office and looked at a satisfied Yoon Tae-ming. Tout was glowing with his little revenge and thought that Min Wu Jin himself wanted to glow as soon as possible. This guy's statement and Siwon's sudden appearance in the office made everyone fidget. Min Wu Jin slowly approached Yoon Tae-min's desk and agreed with what the guy said. Their classmates began to disperse to let Min Wu Jin pass. He said he was following Siwan everywhere. He stopped right in front of Yoon Tae-min's desk. He said it was because Siwan was too shy to approach him first. Yoon Tae-ming didn't expect such a turn and was surprised and speechless. It was not difficult to stay close to the blonde man. He was already there when Min Wu Jin injured his arm. Choi Min-jun kept pawing at the guy, but he was restrained by Lee Hong. But he was no longer treated like a slave, and it was easy to tolerate Wu Jin's presence. There were also some changes. First, Yoon Tae-min's reputation in school had improved greatly. Min Wu Jin covered Yoon Tae-min's hand with his palm and pressed him against the desk with his body. Secondly, Min Wu Jin had become even more bloated. He was able to make out with him in the middle of the office, and despite the outrage from Yoon Tae-ming, he continued to do so. Min Wu Jin calmly kissed the guy and held his face with his hand. Yoon Tae-ming's entire body trembled as the blonde man kissed him. Although he was a bit annoyed that he wasn't listened to, while he was being kissed, Yoon Tae-ming was trying to figure out why Wu Jin was so awesome at it. Yoon Tae-ming scolded himself for such thoughts and ordered himself to pull himself together. Therefore, gathering his strength, Yoon Tae-ming was able to push Min Wu Jin away from him. After he managed to free himself from Min Wu Jin, he wiped his lips after the kiss. He glared angrily at the blonde man and wondered if he was deaf, and who was even letting him. Min Wu Jin leaned on a neighboring desk and asked Tae-ming not to be nervous. He said he heard him perfectly well. Yoon Tae-ming had no words for this. He didn't even know what to reply. The guy was trying to understand why the blonde was ignoring his words. So the guy decided to ask why Wu Jin was doing this and if nothing embarrassed him. Min Wu Jin looked at Yoon Tae-min in surprise and asked what was the big deal to be embarrassed about. Yoon Tae-min said that such things should be done by the sex of love, and asked if Wu Jin liked him. Min Wu Jin thought for a moment and then said that he understood the guy's confusion. His hands were in his pants pockets and he was leaning on the desk as he began to explain. Min Wu Jin confesses that the closer they get, the more he wants to occupy all of Tae-min's thoughts. He looked condescendingly at the guy in front of him and repeated after him the word like. Then Min Wu Jin said that his feeling for Yoon Tae-min couldn't be expressed in such simple words. Yoon Tae-ming looked at the blonde man with wide-open eyes. He most definitely didn't think it was that serious. Min Wu Jin noticed the guy's confusion and asked what he himself thought about it. He tilted his head slightly and asked if the guy thought his behavior was dirty and disgusting. Yoon Tae-ming just stared at Min Wu Jin in response and couldn't say anything back. It was a small high school boys' restroom. It was almost empty. At that point, there was only one really annoyed guy in it. He pounded the sink with his fist. The guy was very angry because Siwon's position in the school had changed a lot. Ji-wook looked at his reflection in the mirror and thought his brother wanted to piss him off. He felt terrible when all his efforts went to waste. He was filled with anger. because even the main bully of their school suddenly started ingratiating himself to Siwan. He stood over the sink in this men's room and couldn't face it. Ji-wook felt that this should never have happened. A dark feeling filled everything around the guy. He truly believed that Siwan should have always lived in the shadows. Ji-wook didn't think it wasn't fair because he had put so much effort into the position. He regarded his reflection and realized that if this continued, then that creepy Siwan will easily topple Ji-wook from his rightful place again. Ji-wook couldn't let this happen under any circumstances. He promised himself that he wouldn't tolerate it anymore. He promised he would never let Siwan taunt him again. In these thoughts, Ji-wook spent quite a long time in front of the school restroom sink. After all, the guy needed to pull himself together and come up with a further plan of action. Ji-wook smiled lightly and reminded himself that his nasty brother had only risen thanks to Siwon, which meant that not all was lost yet. Yoon Tae-ming was quietly walking back home from school. He walked among the people immersed in his thoughts. The guy really tried to push the unnecessary thoughts out of his head, but he wasn't having any luck. The image of Min Wu Jin asking if he thought his behavior was dirty and disgusting kept rolling around in his thoughts. Yoon Tae-ming covered his mouth with his hand and plunged back into his musings. Yoon Tae-ming was confused and completely didn't know what to say to that question, and the memories of Min Wu Jin kissing him only made the situation more difficult, because Yoon Tae-ming didn't feel disgusted. On the contrary, he liked being kissed and it made him blush. Yoon Tae-ming stopped and thought he had lost his mind. Apparently he was infected by Min Wu Jin. While the guy was standing in the middle of the road, a man approached him. He asked him who he was waiting for. The guy leaned closer to Yoon Tae-ming and noticed that he was very red. Yoon Tae-ming wanted to reply, but the guy smiled in a friendly manner and asked if it was not Han Siwan in front of him. The guy leaned closer to Yoon Tae-min and said he couldn't believe it was actually Han Siwan. Yoon Tae-ming looked at the unfamiliar guy across the room and asked him who he was. The guy was really surprised when he realized that Siwan really didn't recognize him. He leaned closer to Yoon Tae-min's face and told him that pretending to be a fool wasn't fun. Yoon Tae-ming was angry and told the guy to back off and let him pass, then added that he had amnesia. The guy was surprised when he heard about the amnesia and looked at Yoon Tae-ming more closely. After gaining this knowledge, the guy seriously pondered and continued to stand in front of Yoon Tae-ming, and then he remembered that Siwan had been run over by a truck, even though he thought he had jumped under it himself. The guy was sure Han Siwan was dead, but the one standing in front of him now was alive but slightly oblivious. The guy said he couldn't even believe the guy didn't remember him. But he concluded that Siwan wasn't lying, since his face hadn't changed at all when he saw him. The guy laughed and said that Siwan was lucky to be born with his shirt on, but his whole body exuded menace. Yoon Tae-ming felt this aura of danger coming from the guy, and his heart began to pound faster. He felt with all his body that the guy in front of him was dangerous, and he wanted to leave as soon as possible, because the sense of danger that gripped him made his body tremble. Although Yoon Tae-ming absolutely didn't know what it was that this guy had in common with Han Siwan, he felt on a subconscious level that this guy was worth staying away from. Yoon Tae-ming was going to bypass the guy and continue on his way home, but the guy wasn't going to let him go so quickly. So when he saw that Han Siwan was almost gone, he decided to stop him. The guy grabbed Han Siwan's hand and said that their conversation wasn't over and no one was letting him go. At this moment, it was as if an electric charge had passed through Yoon Tae-ming's entire body. A sticky feeling of horror and disgust ran very vividly through his entire body. A horrible flashback in which Han Siwan resists with all his might and begs to be let go. Disgusting guys who keep prying and telling him not to ruin the shot despite all requests. The guy who sits in the corner of the visitation and quietly watches it all, and afterward asks you to hurry up. A feeling of hopelessness and animal terror fluttered in Siwan's chest, and tears flowed from his eyes. A guy who indifferently orders a proper beating and gets down to business sooner rather than later. He had a smile on his face and said they would regret it if they made him miss them. Yoon Tae-min makes a lot of effort to escape from those horrible memories of Siwan, and, putting all the power that's in that body, punched the guy in front of him in the face, but his fist unfortunately misses the target because the guy dodges the punch. Yoon Tae-ming breathed heavily. These memories were too vivid and real for him. The guy in front of him smiles smugly. He's very happy that Han Siwan remembered him, so he leans closer to the guy, continuing to hold him in place, and asks if he remembers everything. Yoon Tae-ming completely did not expect that he could see and feel something like this. His body trembles with intense fear, and he can't do anything about it. Yoon Tae-min guesses that these were the memories of the real Han Siwan who had to live through this. All of those events very clearly echoed everything he had seen that day. When someone slipped that disc into his locker and Yoon Tae-min decided to watch the tape, what he felt now was an absolute replica of what he had seen then. The memories were repeating what he had seen on the tape. There could be no doubt about that. Other people's hands on Han Siwan's body, and promises that everything would be at its best. The way Han Siwan was being examined from all sides as if he were a gutless amusement doll. The laughter of the disgusted guys who were enjoying his fear, and he remembered how they'd addressed the guy behind the camera. Joo-hoon was the one those guys were talking about, and it was that person who was standing right in front of Yoon Tae-min right now. Joo-hoon looked very satisfied when Yoon Tae-min remembered and called him by name. Yoon Tae-min still felt scared and couldn't fully control his body. That memory caused his body to stiffen and tremble violently in Joo-hoon's hands. Yoon Tae-min tried to remind himself that none of this actually happened to him. He ordered himself to stop shaking and pull himself together to fight back against this guy. And when Joo-hoon did not hear, I about told him. Yoon Tae-min was about to and repeated louder that it meant nothing. He looked at Joo-hoon and said that just because he remembered everything, he wasn't going to throw himself at the guy's feet. Yoon Tae-min said that he didn't know what purpose Joo-hoon had in pestering him. He said that from what he remembered, it didn't sound like they were best friends. Therefore, Yoon Tae-min used his free hand to help himself break free, and boldly looking straight into Joo-hoon's eyes told him to get out of here if he was done. Joo-hoon was at a loss for words and began to scrutinize Han Siwan from all sides. Yoon Tae-min didn't understand why the latter reacted to his words like that, but he waited silently. And then Joo-hoon asked if the person in front of him was a disguised Ji-wook pretending to be Han Siwan. Yoon Tae-min shouted, and Joo-hoon said that they actually looked alike in some ways. Ji-wook had always been the same hound, but since Joo-hoon saw the guy's reaction, he realized that Han Siwan was in front of him after all. He leaned closer to the guy and asked how he had changed so much when he was a complete wuss before. Joo-hoon was dangerously close to Yoon Tae-min, and was telling him that he was getting very interesting now. Yoon Tae-min didn't understand what the man meant by calling him interesting. But Joo-hoon laughed and told the guy to relax and they would limit their greeting for today. Yoon Tae-min looked at Joo-hong and tried to guess for himself what the guy meant. Joo-hoon admitted that he actually had a conversation to have with Siwan, but he was already in a hurry. So Joo-hoon patted the guy on the shoulder and promised that they would meet soon. Yoon Tae-min remained silent, and then the meaning of what the guy said came to him. He got angry and wanted to stop the guy to tell him he wasn't going to go out with him. But he was already quietly hiding in the crowd, not reacting to the shouts. Yoon Tae-min felt strange about this situation. He wasn't even heard through. And then Yoon Tae-min realized that this guy was familiar with his brother. He wondered what they had in common. Yoon Tae-min finally successfully made it home and collapsed onto his bed. He had managed to be very exhausted all day today and was glad to be home. He remembered his meeting with Joo-hoon. If the video was shot at his behest, no wonder his body shook. Yoon Tae-min closed his eyes and remembered how much the mere sight of Joo-hong suppressed him. From that guy, it was as if there was a strong aura of suppression coming from him, and it made Yoon Tae-min tense. He remembered very well how much he had been frightened by the sudden memory. But that was a weak excuse for the boy. One thing was certain. If Joo-hoon said they would meet soon, they would. The sound of the doors opening interrupted his musings, and then Ji-wook's voice, asking what Siwan was like under Siwon's wing. Yoon Tae-min looked at the doorway in surprise, and there was indeed his brother standing there. Yoon Tae-min said that he was doing just fine and asked if the guy was really that envious. He told Ji-wook that he could put in a good word for him, but he couldn't guarantee anything. Ji-wook walked into his room and said that Han Siwan only knows how to talk. Yoon Tae-min sat down on his bed and only laughed at such a statement from his brother. Ji-wook frowned at his brother and said with anger in his voice that he didn't like him. Yoon Tae-min was amused by the whole situation and told his brother with a smile on his face that it was mutual. Ji-wook calmed down a bit and said that he didn't come just to chat, but to learn something. He was very curious about Siwon and Han Siwon's relationship. Yoon Tae-min awkwardly touched the back of his head and thought about what to say to that. It was an interesting question as to what kind of relationship they have with each other. Yoon Tae-min actually wanted to know the answer to this question as well. If Yoon Tae-min knew anything about it, it was that their relationship had changed a lot. Now it certainly wasn't what had bonded them to each other as children. Now they were no longer as desperate for each other as they had been before, because Yoon Tae-min and Min Wu Jin were now complete strangers. But actually, to be completely objective, it's worth making a correction. It was Min Wu Jin who no longer needed Yoon Tae-min, but that's what he wanted from the guy back then. Yoon Tae-min had been thinking about it for too long, and Ji-wook had to get his attention again. Yoon Tae-min had no control over it. Every time he should have remembered Wu Jin, he would fall out of reality. Ji-wook wanted to know how the guy attracted Siwon, so Tae-min told him that he had gotten attached to him from himself. This made Ji-wook laugh, and he couldn't believe that a guy like Siwon could stick it to his brother. Ji-wook looked down at him and wondered who Siwan thought he was, that he thought as if something about him might have attracted Siwan. Yoon Tae-min was not hurt by these words, and he asked his brother not to throw a tantrum. Ji-wook got angry and abruptly grabbed the guy by his shirt. He asked Siwan why he was holding him for a clown. This kind of behavior didn't please Yoon Tae-min, and he recalled that it was the guy who had come to see him, and then added that if he didn't believe him so much, he could always go and ask Siwon himself. But then, Yoon Tae-min, as if by chance, remembered that Ji-wook didn't have the guts to ask Siwon. However, the guy still held Han Siwan by his shirt collar and pulled him closer. Ji-wook hovered over his brother and said that he didn't really own anything. Ji-wook threatened that the guy shouldn't even dream about it, or else he'd go back to his nightmare. But Yoon Tae-min had nothing. Therefore, he calmly thanked Ji-wook for giving him such useful advice. After that, he slowly got up from his bed and asked Ji-wook if he was done. Yoon Tae-min firmly grasped the hand that held his shirt and ordered, "Now listen to what he had to say." He took the other man's hand off his shirt and said he had been thinking recently and realized something. Yoon Tae-min spoke very confidently, now that it was his turn to step forward. He approached Ji-wook and said that he understood why he was always glaring at him. He held Ji-wook's hand tightly and said that he felt a special dislike, and it wasn't the usual brotherly differences. Ji-wook abruptly took his hand away and started yelling, but Tae-min asked him not to get nervous before his time. He looked directly into Ji-wook's eyes and asked if he wanted to hear his conclusions. At this moment, that very frightening aura began to emanate from Yoon Tae-min. A smile appeared on his face, and he said that Ji-wook was actually afraid of him. Ji-wook couldn't believe that he was actually hearing this from Han Siwan. It was as if Yoon Tae-min now towered over GMC and repeated that the latter was terrified of him. Yoon Tae-min said that Ji-wook couldn't accept the idea that Han Siwan could surpass him. It was clear from Ji-wook's face that Tae-min was right, but the guy did his best to refute it. Ji-wook asked the guy not to make him laugh and that he had no reason to fear such a thing. Yoon Tae-min bowed his head slightly and said that he too was wondering why the guy was so bothered by this. After Yoon Tae-min said those words, the room was quiet. Both of them were silent, each for their own reason. It was then that Yoon Tae-min noticed that he had succeeded in discouraging Ji-wook, and he realized that now was the best time to question the guy about everything. So Yoon Tae-min became even more threatening and asked if Ji-wook knew Ju-hoon. Yoon Tae-min looked at his brother waiting for an answer and was sure he would get one. After Yoon Tae-min asked the question, he carefully watched Ji-wook's emotions. And Yoon Tae-min was sure that for just a second, the expression on his brother's face read very clearly. And there was intense fear on him even at the mere name of Ju-hoon. In fact, Yoon Tae-min thought that they weren't just acquaintances, but were connected by that case. But Ji-wook's reaction to Im Ju-hoon made Yoon Tae-min question this. It was unclear what really connected the two of them. Ji-wook might have been a victim too. Yoon Tae-min was so immersed in these thoughts that he was greatly startled when he heard Min Wu Jin's voice. The guy looked at the blonde and decided to pretend he was just thinking about the task at hand. But Min Wu Jin figured him out and asked him how he had the nerve to be so distracted when he was sitting in front of a guy. Yoon Tae-min tried to think of a way to get out of this situation, but the blonde man told him to tell him everything. The guy didn't understand what Wu Jin was saying, but he said he had it all written on his face and would help the guy. Min Wu Jin was completely serious and said he would tell the guy everything he knew. Yoon Tae-min wondered if he should ask Wu Jin about it. He was probably aware of it, but if she asked, he'd have to tell her about Ju-hoon, and he had a feeling that wouldn't end well. In the end, Yoon Tae-min decided to keep it simple and said that the blonde man didn't need it. Min Wu Jin stared at Yoon Tae-min with interest and tried to figure out what he was hiding from him. Yoon Tae-min's heart hammered harder under such an attentive gaze of blue eyes. He felt awkward and asked the blonde to stop looking at him like that. Min Wu Jin closed his eyes and agreed to fulfill Yoon Tae-min's request. The guy was preparing for strange questions, but Wu Jin asked if the guy had thought about what he said, and when the guy didn't understand what he meant, Wu Jin reminded him that he'd suggested that he shouldn't fill his head with bullshit, but make up his mind about him. Yoon Tae-min stared wide-eyed at the guy who was sitting in front of him. Yoon Tae-min tried his best to gather all his thoughts in one place. but only succeeded in going back to what had happened between them yesterday after the kiss. And then to remember how he blushed, and what caused him to have to stop right in the middle of the road yesterday. Yun Tae-ming really wanted to reply something, but it was as if he had forgotten all the words he knew. Min Wu Jin moved closer to the guy, and it was as if Yun Tae-ming was blushing completely. That made a smile appear on the blonde man's face, and he said that it looked like the guy had thought about it a lot. Yun Tae-ming was very embarrassed. He jumped up from his seat and shouted that it was just physiology. Min Wu Jin noticed that the guy was about to have smoke coming out of his ears, as if he was an inexperienced high school student. Yun Tae-ming became very nervous and said that it wasn't actually his fault. And then he shouted out that it was actually Min Wu Jin who was too good at kissing. Yun Tae-ming said this and couldn't believe that he had actually said such a thing to Min Wu Jin. The blonde man smiled when he heard such a compliment from Yun Tae-ming and saw his reaction. After saying that, Min Wu Jin got up from the chair he was sitting on and reached out to the guy. He grabbed Yun Tae-ming's cheeks with one hand and started pulling him towards him. Min Wu Jin pulled the guy close enough to him to clearly see his reaction to his words, and keeping a completely serious expression on his face, asked the guy if kissing made him get a hard-on. Yun Tae-ming was trapped and couldn't even look away. He only had to blush in response. He tried to gather his thoughts and jerked his head slightly in Min Wu Jin's hand. Then he returned his gaze to Wu Jin again. His face was completely red, and he said that it was physiology. Just at that moment, the door to the office opened and Choi Min-jun asked if they were done. Choi Min-jun smiled brightly and said that he was already tired of waiting for them. And then suddenly I noticed that I had accidentally interrupted clearly not solving problems. Yun Tae-ming pushed the blonde man away from him and told Choi Min-jun that they weren't bothering them at all. Yun Tae-ming tried to convince them that they were just solving problems, but Min-jun saw that he hadn't solved any. The guy was embarrassed, and Lee Hong hurriedly diverted Min-jun's attention away from the guy. But Choi Min-jun reminded the guys that they were going to take a walk together, and they owe it to them today. Then he turned to Siwan and reminded him that he needed to look in the teacher's lounge. Yun Tae-ming agreed to go with them, but decided that he would wait for everyone at the school gate. He refused Choi Min-jun's company and headed for the school's exit on his own. Yun Tae-ming reached the gate, leaned on it, and waited for the guys. He felt very uncomfortable after what had happened in the office, so he exhaled and felt despair. He was acting like a retard. Yun Tae-ming blamed everything on Min Wu Jin's face and tried to pull himself together. Then he suddenly heard Ju Hong's voice. He was saying that Yun Tae-min was late today, and he was even waiting. Ju-hoon said he even started to worry that the guy had spotted him from afar and ran out the back door. Ju Hong came very close to Yun Tae-ming and said that he had promised him a quick meeting, and here he was. Yun Tae-ming decided to take advantage of this meeting and ask his questions to Ju Hong. The guy smiled at Yun Tae-ming and said that he was glad to hear that the guy was happy to hear that the guy was happy to see him. The boys were walking down the school corridor towards the school's exit when Min Wu Jin received a notification. Choi Min-jun was very curious about who had texted and tried to look into the guy's phone. Min Wu Jin silently stared at the screen of his phone. There was a message from Yun Tae-min. He texted him that he had an urgent matter come up and he left without them. They were near the building that housed the karaoke and were getting closer and closer. Yun Tae-ming couldn't even believe it himself that he had gone along with this guy after all. He looked at Ju-hoon, who was walking ahead, and he wondered where he was taking him. Yun Tae-ming's phone had been ringing continuously ever since he sent Wu Jin a message. The guy took his phone out of his pocket and decided that it was definitely Min Wu Jin calling. He looked at the screen and saw that he already had 9 missed calls. Wu Jin was very stubborn, he thought. Yun Tae-ming already realized that he wouldn't get off so easily after this. But since the guy had already made the decision to go after Ju-hoon, it was decided to go all the way. Therefore, Yun Tae-ming turned off his phone and decided that he would deal with the consequences later. He mentally apologized to Min Wu Jin and followed Ju-hoon to the karaoke bar. They walked into a room that Ju-hoon navigated very well. He walked past the man at the front desk and went straight to the room when he confirmed that an hour was enough for them. Yun Tae-ming looked at the man and he had a bad feeling. The man muttered to himself that this guy was up to something again. Ju-hoon went into the room that was theirs for the next hour and sat down on the couch. He reached for a cigarette from the pack using his mouth and said he loved quiet places. When he took out a cigarette, he looked at the guy and saw that he was in no hurry to sit down next to him. Ju-hoon told the guy that he could not be afraid, and he wouldn't do anything to him. He patted the man next to him and asked Siwan to sit next to him to talk. But Yun Tae-ming said that he wasn't going to stay with him in this place for long. Ju-hoon lit a cigarette and admitted that he hadn't expected the guy to go with him at all. Ju-hoon was sure the guy would start to recoil. Tae-min asked if he had disappointed the guy, but the one on the contrary was delighted and said that Han Siwan used to be very dull. I didn't even want to look at that Siwan, but Han Ji-wook was much more interesting. Yoon Tae-ming got really angry when he heard that it was all about interest. He thought the guy was killing for interest. But Ju-hoon smoked quietly and was very surprised to be called a murderer. Ju-hoon said he doesn't consider himself a murderer if Han Siwan is still standing in front of him. Yoon Tae-ming moved closer to the guy, and now only a small table separated them. He said he still thought the guy was a murderer. And there was a heavy tension in the room. In this tension, Yoon Tae-ming with ease endured Ju-hong's gaze on him. And then the guy abruptly started laughing and even forgot about his cigarette and stopped smoking. Ju-hoon laughed so hard that he even coughed a little. But Yoon Tae-ming remained serious. Ju-hoon said he thought it was nonsense, but so be it if Siwan likes it. He looked at the guy and asked him what he expected him to do, really to repent and weep. But Yoon Tae-ming said he didn't come for that, he just needed to clarify something. Ju-hoon continued to smoke and asked what was so important he wanted to know from him. Yoon Tae-min asked a question that bothered him a lot. He asked what the relationship between Ju-hoon and Han Ji-wook was. Ju-hoon listened to the boy and agreed that he and his brother were not ordinary acquaintances. He had an arrogant and nasty smile on his face when he said that there was a deeper and closer bond between them. Yoon Tae-ming didn't think it was a funny joke and told the guy about it. Ju-hoon said he would not hide anything if they did favors for each other. Ju-hoon admitted that he liked Han Siwan now and he was interested in him, so he said he would ask only the smallest of things from the guy. And if Han Siwan wants answers, he'll have to satisfy Ju-hoon's interest and stick around. Yoon Tae-ming decided that the guy wasn't normal and asked why he would do something like this. Ju-hoon replied that it was simple. Since he followed him so easily, he had plenty of questions. Yoon Tae-min realized that the guy was right, and he would be able to find out from him why Ji-wook was so angry with him. But he couldn't understand why the only thing he could think about right now was Min Wu Jin. That was why Yoon Tae-ming decided that he had done something stupid and was about to leave. Ju-hoon slowly put out his cigarette and said that the boy had misunderstood him, and right after saying that, quickly got up from his seat on the couch. Ju-hong's hand quickly reached for the back of Yoon Tae-ming's head, and the guy couldn't do anything. The guy was able to grab Yoon Tae-ming by the hair on the back of his head and pull him to him. Ju-hoon towered over the guy and said he was giving him a choice but not a chance. And since the guy originally went after him, now he had to take what they give him and be grateful. Ju-hoon's voice got lower and his eyes narrowed, and he said the boy would regret it if he rejected him. Yoon Tae-ming looked down at the guy and realized that he was in trouble. He realized that from this position it would be very difficult for him to fight back effectively. But Yoon Tae-ming still decided to try to strike to free himself. He clenched his fist, but Ju-hoon spotted him and slammed his head against the table with a loud thud. Yoon Tae-ming continued his attempts to resist. He tried to help himself with his arms, but those were useless. Ju-hong just continued to press Yoon Tae-ming's head into the table even harder. He towered over Han Siwan's body and told him to tell the guy not to do anything stupid again. Ju-hoon smiled and said he didn't want to ruin their relationship and Han Siwan had better appreciate his kindness. He pressed Yoon Tae-ming's head down harder again and ordered him not to pounce. Ju-hoon looked into his face and added that if he resisted, he wouldn't get off with one beating. Yoon Tae-ming couldn't believe that this guy was so headstrong. Yoon Tae-min was able to look at Ju-hong and told him that he didn't even know what kindness was. Ju-hoon liked that reaction. He confessed that he liked Han Siwan more and more. Ju-hoon was very fond of such bold ones, when you dunk their face in the mud and they don't lose their pride. He lifted Yoon Tae-min's head and said that they would now test how much pride the guy had, and Yoon Tae-ming's head once again went to meet the only table in this room. Yoon Tae-ming looked straight ahead with wide-open eyes and tried to think of a way out of this situation. He was breathing hard. The small table was right in front of his nose, and there was a good chance he'd be hit again. It was at this moment that he heard Min Wu Jin's voice asking what was going on here. Ju-hoon and Yoon Tae-min turned at the sound of the voice and saw Min Wu Jin himself. Yoon Tae-ming didn't expect to see him here, so he was surprised to call him Ming Si-woon. Ju-hoon continued to hold the guy's head and tried to remember where he had heard that name before. Yoon Tae-ming tried harder to turn his head to get a better look at Min Wu Jin. Ju-hoon recognized the blonde man as the heir to the Hansen Company and tried to find out what he wanted from him. But he noticed with surprise that the guy was only looking at Han Siwan in his hands. So Ju-hoon jerked the guy up and asked the blonde man if he was here for him. Min Wu Jin didn't reply anything to this, but began to approach them with quick steps. Ju Hong didn't have time to fully realize what was happening, but Min Wu Jin's hand was already in front of his face. Ju Hoon felt a strong grip on his shoulder. He realized that he had been grabbed by the hand in which he was holding Siwan. Min Wu Jin released Yun Tae-ming at this time and pushed him farther away. Ju Hoon saw that Min Se-won was distracted and decided that this was the perfect opportunity to strike. Therefore, Ju Hoon hurriedly seized this opportunity and punched Min Wu Jin in the side with all his might. Yun Tae-ming watched in horror as the blonde man missed such a strong punch. Yun Tae-ming was very worried and called out to the guy in dismay. He realized that this was because of him. Ju Hoon didn't see any reaction to his blow. He asked the blonde man if he was in any pain. Min Wu Jin stepped back a little, and Ju Hoon said that he could have wrinkled his nose for decency. Min Wu Jin didn't reply anything to these words. He only looked at Ju Hong coldly. And right after that, Min Wu Jin punched the guy right in the face. Ju Hoon flew backwards from this blow and fell to the floor with a clatter. He landed right next to the couch. Ju Hoon touched the point of impact and suddenly started laughing loudly. The guy said it was a very good shot. He raised his head to say something else, but he never said anything because Min Wu Jin continued to kick him with his foot. Ju Hoon covered himself with his hands and said with a wry smile that he hadn't expected this from the pampered princess. Yun Tae-ming silently watched what was happening. He wondered how the guy had found him and how to stop him now. An idea came to him, and he said that he had made up his mind about the blonde man. These words made Min Wu Jin freeze. Yun Tae-ming noticed this and got excited. He told Min Wu Jin to stop if he was interested. Min Wu Jin pondered over Yun Tae-ming's words. He looked at Ju Hong, who was lying in front of him, and then turned to Yun Tae-ming and demanded that he first explain what was going on here. The guy agreed to explain everything to him, but only after Ju Hoon left. Suddenly, Ju Hoon laughed again and said that Han Siwan should have said right away that there was such a person behind him. He got up off the floor. He said he didn't mess with the majors unless absolutely necessary, so he was ready to leave. And as Min Wu Jin passed by, he whispered to him that the most interesting things should be left for later. Ju Hoon then headed for the door, and the boys heard a slam as the door closed behind him. Min Wu Jin turned to Yun Tae-min and ordered him to tell everything as promised. The boy did his best to delay. He felt awkward and reminded Min Wu Jin that he had received a strong blow. However, the blonde man had no intention of putting off this conversation and continued to stare at Yun Tae-ming intently. The guy realized there was no way out of it and apologized for just disappearing. He asked why the blonde was so angry. He reminded that he is not a weakling and can deal with problems himself, so he asked not to humiliate him with such behavior. But Min Wu Jin calmed the guy down and admitted that he never thought he was weak, and the only weakling was him. Yun Tae-ming didn't understand what the kid meant, and Min Wu Jin asked how a child who is brought into the world for the first time feels. The blonde man walked over to Yun Tae-ming and said that this child would feel joy and happiness just like him back then. Yun Tae-ming looked at Min Wu Jin and didn't understand what the guy was talking about, so he asked him about it. But Min Wu Jin admitted that despite the joy and happiness, there is still anxiety and fear. The blonde man took Yun Tae-ming's hand and confessed that if the guy ever let go of his hand, that Min Wu Jin would once again become an abandoned child in pitch-black darkness. Yun Tae-ming silently looked at him, and the blonde went on to say that this was why he always pressed him for pity as a kid, so the guy wouldn't leave him. Min Wu Jin held the guy's hand tightly and began to gently climb up to his wrist. He admitted that he wanted to be there for her until he let go of her hand himself, and he really wanted to always be together. Min Wu Jin recalled the moment when Yun Tae-ming had protected him from his mother, and he said his thoughts were very childish because the relationship could fall apart at any moment, and went on to say that it can happen a lot easier if there is no strength to protect that relationship. Min Wu Jin remembered all of his emotions perfectly at that moment when there was nothing he could do for Yun Tae-min, and that's why he was now clinging to the guy and saying that he had an obligation to destroy anything that could take the guy away. After such a sincere speech, Min Wu Jin looked at the guy carefully and added that the weakling here was only him. Yun Tae-ming looked at Min Wu Jin and couldn't believe that he was hearing all of this. But Min Wu Jin didn't stop at what he said. He added that he couldn't bear to lose a boyfriend again. Yun Tae-ming was stunned by these words. He tried to reply something, but he couldn't. He felt Min Wu Jin's hand gently hold his wrist, and suddenly he began to realize. Yun Tae-ming continued to stare at Min Wu Jin with wide-eyed eyes. And it was then that he finally realized that he was holding himself back from throwing his arms around the guy. With his free hand, Yun Tae-ming covered his face and tried to get used to the new feeling. Min Wu Jin, who was currently standing in front of him, had changed his life very abruptly and even changed his name. He was no longer the boy who struggled to please him. But despite all this, Yun Tae-ming even now thought the guy was very cute. Yun Tae-ming was very confused about his feelings because he was sure that it wasn't normal to feel this way about a guy. He stood in front of Min Wu Jin completely red, and this caused the guy to smile. So the blonde moved even closer and asked what Tae-ming had in mind. This caused Yun Tae-ming to be distracted from his thoughts, and he noticed that they were too close. Thus, Yun Tae-ming fell onto the sofa and Min Wu Jin towered over him. Then the blonde started moving closer to the guy to loom right over him. These actions of Min Wu Jin made him nervous, and he questioned why the guy was doing this. But Min Wu Jin reminded him that he himself wanted to discuss their relationship, and now he was avoiding the topic. Min Wu Jin looked at the guy carefully and told him that there was nothing complicated about it. He began to gently guide down Yun Tae-ming's chest with his hand, and then he pressed on his stomach and asked him to be honest about how he felt. Yun Tae-ming flinched at those touches and blushed even more. Then he focused on his feelings. He looked at Min Wu Jin, smiled slightly at him, and said that he was annoyed with him. He scooted closer to the stranger's face to tell how much the blonde was making him nervous. Tae-ming spoke as he was sick of constantly thinking about the blonde man and feeling strange emotions, and that he was annoyed because he liked kissing. It was then that Wu Jin started to approach him. He kissed Yun Tae-ming even though the guy hadn't finished speaking yet. The guy wasn't very pleased at first, but it wasn't long before he completely dissolved into the kiss. And in the way, Min Wu Jin clutched his wrist tightly. His body was trembling with an overabundance of emotion, and Min Wu Jin continued to kiss vigorously, completely embarrassed by Yun Tae-min. The blonde licked the guy's upper lip gently before breaking the kiss and asking him to continue. Yun Tae-ming covered his mouth with his hand and tried to figure out how he should continue after something like this. Therefore, he gathered his strength and pushed Min Wu Jin away from him. Yun Tae-ming tried to look angry and annoyed, and asked why the guy kissed him so unexpectedly. Min Wu Jin remained calm and reminded him that the guy himself had said he was fine with it. Yun Tae-min's hand was still on Min Wu Jin's body, and the guy himself thought that this was the problem. Yun Tae-ming smiled nervously and realized that he himself was having a very hard time keeping his cool. Because of these feelings, he himself felt a strong attraction towards Min Wu Jin. But out loud, Tae-min said he never said he was okay with harassment, and reminded him of their bet. Min Wu Jin remained standing still and scrutinized the guy. Yun Tae-ming got nervous under such a stare and said that it wasn't the first time for a guy to wait. Wu Jin agreed. He moved back to the guy's face and said that he was making things worse for himself by ignoring him. Meanwhile, only Ji-wook was in the Han family's big house. He couldn't find a place for himself in his room. The only source of light was the sunlight. Ji-wook walked around the room in his house slippers first to one side, and then he'd turn around and start walking nervously in the other direction. This had been going on for a long time. Ji-wook himself was only getting more nervous. He was very worried and was trying to figure out how Han Siwan knew about Ju-hoon. He thought back to his brother and didn't understand how he and Ju-hoon had managed to meet each other. Since Siwan wouldn't look for Ju-hoon himself, then it was an accident. But the most frightening thing was that Ju-hoon had mentioned him. Ji-wook flinched when he heard the notice. He slowly shifted his gaze to the phone. His whole body stiffened with fear, but he tried to calm down. Ji-wook's phone was lying on the bed and hadn't made any sound since that message. A sense of dread that it could have been Ju-hoon kept the boy from moving. The guy tried his best to convince himself that it was impossible and Ju-hoon wasn't looking for him. He started to reach for the phone and reminded himself that Siwan hadn't said anything about this, and Ji-hoon didn't have his number. Ji-wook carefully picked up his phone in his hands and continued to mentally reassure himself. He'd almost convinced himself by now that Ju-hoon wouldn't have made the effort to find him. But he got a text message on his phone from an unknown number, and it was Ju-hoon who texted him. Ji-wook continued to stare at the screen of his phone as if in a trance. He stood there trying to figure out why Ju-hoon had decided to reappear in his life. The next moment, Ji-wook was horrified to realize that someone was calling his cell phone. He froze with the phone in his hands and couldn't believe this was happening to him again. The screen of his phone displayed a call from Lee Ju-hong, and the boy was deciding what to do. Ji-wook realized that if he ignored it, Ju-hoon would just come to his house. So the guy plucked up his courage and accepted the challenge, but he still couldn't say anything. He hunched over and stopped in the middle of his room. All he could do was wait. Finally, Lee Ju-hong spoke to him. He asked how Ji-wook was doing without him. Ji-wook heard the guy call him Foxy Han. He felt even more tense than before. Lee Ju-hoo was silent on the phone and hoped to hear at least a word from his interlocutor, but the man remained stubbornly silent, so Ju-hoon had to speak again himself. He asked if Han the fox cub was so happy to hear him that he lost his voice with happiness. It was only after that Ji-wook was able to answer. He asked not to call himself that because he wasn't a toy anymore, but Ju-hoon only laughed at that. He reminded Ji-wook that he had always treated him kindly. A satisfied smile was on Ju-hong's face as he remembered Ji-wook's contentment from his situation. Afterward, Lee Ju-hoon asked the guy if he thought Ju-hoon had forgotten how he stabbed him in the back and disappeared. The guy got angry and yelled that messing with Ju-hoon was a mistake, and he almost lost his brother because of him. But Ju-hoon wasn't moved by his cries, and he reminded the guy that Siwan was hurt because of his brother. Ju-hoon reminded the guy of how he'd set Han Siwan up for a punch to save himself. When Ji-wook didn't answer him anything again, Lee Ju-hoon got tired of this conversation and decided to get to the main point. He said it's not good to pretend like they don't share a secret with each other. Ji-wook thought the guy was threatening him, but the guy said he was just trying to remind him of that. And Ju-hoon said he'd need the guy's help on a small case. And when Ji-wook asked what the case was about, he was told that it wasn't a phone call, but the case had to do with Siwan. He was told to decide his course of action and hung up the phone. Ji-wook was alone in his room again. The guy clenched his fists and mentally tried to calm himself down and force himself to gather his thoughts. He felt trapped because the guy had only recently found his place. Ji-wook turned around to look at who was now behind him, and Han Ji-wook thought that now no one would finally dare to neglect him. The boy turned around fully to meet the gaze of the man he once was. There he was looking at him, only younger, and Ji-wook realized that he wasn't that person anymore. The guy never wanted to be that loser from the past again, the brother who was worse at everything. Ji-wook remembers hoping that because of their similarities to Siwan, he too would be noticed and praised. But that never happened, and only Han Siwan was always praised. They were in a beautiful banquet hall. There were a lot of adults there, and they were all talking amongst themselves. The Han family's twins stood quietly in front of the guests as they admired them. The women called them charmers, and then began to intensely praise Siwan specifically. They said they wished their children were like Siwan, and Ji-wook felt strange. And while the adults smiled at Han Siwan and asked him to meet their children, Ji-wook felt like a nobody. He just stood beside Han Siwan and silently watched him. And now the adults have finally turned their attention to Han Ji-wook as well. They started comparing him to his brother and thought that since he and Siwan were twins, he was doing well. It was then that Ji-wook felt again that he didn't like being treated like this. The boy couldn't understand why the adults' attitudes toward him were so different. Suddenly he felt the touch of another man's hand on the top of his head, and he heard his name being called. Ji-wook turned around and saw his brother in front of him, asking if he was okay. Siwan looked at him worriedly and suggested that he move farther away to get a break from the crowd. Ji-wook could feel the anger building up inside him, and he wished he could get rid of it. But he could only smile at Siwan and assure him that he was fine. Ji-wook was very angry because of their unequal position in society, and he blamed his brother for everything. And these feelings were so strong that they were getting harder to contain with each passing second. So Ji-wook angrily brushed his brother's hand off his head because he didn't want to be touched. Siwan looked at Ji-wook in surprise and didn't understand what had happened or why the guy was acting like this. Ji-wook realized that he should be happy for his brother, but he was somehow overwhelmed with a feeling of anger towards him. The guy's hands were still lightly touching after what had happened between them. Han Siwan stood in front of his brother and looked at him in surprise. He did not understand why he had done that. Ji-wook stared back at him and didn't even know what to say about this act of his. He turned his head toward the adults and realized with horror that he had done it in front of everyone. From all sides, Ji-wook could hear the whispers of the adults judging him. He could feel their gazes on him. Ji-wook was angry at himself for having to be the center of attention now, but not in the way he wanted. His hands clenched into fists, and he couldn't believe he'd actually done something like that. Ji-wook started to run. On the way, he told his brother that he was going to rest for a while. Han Siwan turned around and watched Ji-wook run away and didn't hear him call out to him. Ji-wook quickly ran away from all those people and tried to figure out what it was. When he was finally able to stop, he was all sweaty and a horrible feeling was eating him from the inside out. Ji-wook put his hands to his mouth in horror and realized he was going to throw up. He used to think that he felt like this because he was in a bad mood. He thought his dislike for Siwan would pass with time, but it only grew stronger. Each time, Ji-wook's cup of patience gradually overflowed, every time Siwan was praised. But very soon, the perception of the situation between them changed in Ji-wook's eyes. He began to think he was weird, and it wasn't normal to feel this way about his brother. He was at school when Ji-wook was called by the guys. They were happy that he was free. The guy looked at them in surprise and asked why they hadn't left yet if he'd told them not to wait. The guys said they didn't expect to have to reap for so long, so they demanded a treat. They suggested that Ji-wook go get something to eat and then check out karaoke afterward. Ji-wook had already slung the bag onto his shoulder and agreed to give the guys a treat for waiting for him. But suddenly the guys asked Ji-wook where Han Siwan is and why they're not together this time. Ji-wook smiled nervously and answered them that Siwan had left early today. But he didn't understand what that had to do with it. And then it all became clear. The boys were upset that they had waited so long for nothing. They discussed that they wanted to get to know Han Siwan better through Ji-wook. And when Ji-wook heard all this from those he considered friends, he felt hatred for his brother again. The guys heard Han Ji-cc say something and turned their attention to him. They were surprised when they noticed the state the guy was in after their words. Han Ji-wook felt devastated and betrayed. His eyes were wide open with the realization that he was going to be used. The guy continued to stare in front of him for a while longer, as if he were in a trance. And then he shook his head and covered his face with his hand in an attempt to ward off the anger. Ji-wook took his hand away from his face and realized that he wanted to leave this place immediately. So he called the guys, who were scared because they didn't expect the guy to suddenly talk. Ji-wook smiled at them and told them to voice their displeasure to Han Siwan. And then he walked past the boys to finally leave their company. The guys stayed in the office, watching in amazement as Ji-wook walked away from them. Ji-wook took quick steps towards the exit of the school. This whole situation was very unpleasant for him. He was running away from himself and trying to figure out why this always happened to him. When Ji-wook found himself in the crowd of other people, he slowed down a bit. But the strange feeling didn't leave him. He put a hand to his mouth and felt himself start to feel nauseous. It was the same feeling he had felt as a child after the incident at the restaurant. Ji-wook couldn't understand why everyone around him only saw him as Han Siwan. Why are there so many people around and absolutely none of them see Ji-wook? Could all this have happened because they were twins? But Ji-wook was sure that even if he had a different appearance and character, he would still get the suffering. Ji-wook thought that his resemblance to Siwan was his curse. He walked out of his room. Han Siwan came out to meet him and called out to him. Ji-wook noticed him but didn't want to talk. So the guy just looked at Siwan and was about to go about his business. But Han Siwan stood in the doorway and said that he had a conversation with Ji-wook. Siwan asked why his brother had been acting like this lately, but Ji-wook didn't stop. Then Han Siwan grabbed his brother by the arm and shouted, asking what was happening to him. Ji-wook stared blankly at his brother as he asked why he had changed. Han Siwan requested that the boy share with him what was troubling him. He asked Ji-wook not to suffer alone and promised that they would make it together. Ji-wook looked at Han Siwan and couldn't understand why he was saying such things to him. He was very angry at his brother for pretending not to understand, so he ripped his hand out. Ji-wook muttered to himself that Han Siwan had decided to make fun of him. He lowered his eyes to the floor and asked Han Siwan if he was having fun mocking him. Han Siwan himself didn't understand what his brother was talking about and why he suddenly had to bully him. But Ji-wook was angered by this reaction from Siwan and he grabbed him by the collar of his sweater. He yelled loudly at his brother if it was fun to take everything away from him and taunted him afterward. Han Siwan tried to remove Ji-wook's hand. He asked him to try to calm down. Siwan said he hadn't taken anything from Ji-wook, but that only made his brother more angry. Ji-wook says Han Siwan is right, but he just turns out to be a fool. He kept holding Siwan by his clothes and said he wished the guy was in his place. He confessed that all his life he had only looked and seen Han Siwan, and he wasn't like that at all. Han Siwan couldn't believe his ears, and the boy went on to say that he had always been only his brother's shadow. Ji-wook squeezed the cloth in his hands tighter and said that if the guy had thought about him even a little bit. Tears streamed down Ji-wook's face and he continued that the guy wouldn't dare open his mouth. Ji-wook pushed Siwan away from him and wanted him to disappear. Afterward, he said that Siwan was no longer his brother. Immediately after saying those words, Han Ji-wook's hand let go of the guy's sweater. Ji-wook was still crying, but he gathered his strength and looked up at Han Siwan in front of him. Siwan stood, and the confusion was well read on his face, and he could only call his brother by his first name. Han Ji-wook felt disgustingly vulnerable at that moment, but Siwan's gaze was worth it. He looked at Siwan and was glad that now his brother would feel just as bad. After that incident between the brothers, Han Ji-wook went on a killing spree. He messed with bad people, and Siwan's humiliation was his delight. And that's when they met. He walked into one of the rooms of the karaoke bar where Lee Ju-hong was sitting at the time. One of his recent acquaintances introduced him. They called him a handsome man with money. After that, a brief joking altercation ensued between that guy and Lee Ju-hong. Ji-wook was standing next to the guy and didn't feel very confident since he happened to be there. The guy was looking around the karaoke bar room and saw a large number of bottles of alcohol on the table. And on a small sofa, some couple he didn't know were actively kissing and didn't notice anything around them. Ji-wook realized that he didn't like being in a place like this and wanted to blend in with the crowd to leave unnoticed. The place was always crowded, and because of that it was quite noisy. Han Ji-wook always kept a small distance from the other people in the room, but the boy couldn't tear his gaze away from the only person of interest to him. When Ji-wook first saw him, he was highly impressed by this guy. Although Lee Ju-hong wasn't really doing anything special, just looking at him with a small smile and smoking, the guy was letting out smoke from his cigarette and looked completely relaxed in such a noisy room. Ji-wook looked at him and realized that he had hit it. After that, he came to that place a few more times. The people in that room changed every time he came in, but the center was always Ju-hun. When he came, he was quiet, and Ji-wook didn't understand why everyone was trying so hard to please him. But after the guy listened to those who had pissed off Ju-hun, he did realize. Ji-wook stood in the empty alley. He leaned against the wall and thought Ju-hun was a total nutcase, and he felt funny with himself because he couldn't stand the place, but he kept coming. Although if you look at it that way, he didn't have much of a choice. It was because Lee Ju-hong wouldn't let him go. The guy kept coming to see him over and over again. The image of Lee Ju-hong standing calmly in front of him surfaced in his mind. Ji-wook pulled out a pack of cigarettes from the pocket of his jeans and pulled one from there. He thought Ju-hun was strong and his gaze was mesmerizing. Therefore, Ji-wook lit a cigarette. He wanted to be like Lee Ju-hong to some extent. That was why he was now trying to smoke. Ji-wook remembered what Ju-hun looked like when he smoked and mentally compared the two. But after the first puff, he started coughing violently and mentally berating himself. Ji-wook realized that he couldn't get used to cigarettes and decided that he wouldn't smoke anymore. And it was at that moment that he heard Ju-hun say that it hurt to look at him. The guy turned around because he couldn't believe that Lee Ju-hong was really behind him right now. But this guy was really there, and asking if the major was trying to emulate someone. Han Ji-wook blushed profusely. He had never felt so embarrassed in his life. Ju-hun confessed to the guy that he made him laugh, and Ji-wook didn't know how he should act. So he decided to run away from the guy and thought it was even better, because after that, he would definitely not come back. But Lee Ju-hun shifted a little and made the guy crash into him. He asked Ji-wook if he was bored here, and then he added that Ji-wook has it written all over his face that he's just dead bored here. Ju-hun looked Parui in the eyes as he said that he was even smiling through the force, and his eyes were giving him away. Ji-wook tried to justify himself, but Ju-hun asked him if the guy knew why he left him. And then he admitted that he was just wondering how long Ji-wook would last in that place. Ji-wook thought he had already failed since he wanted to leave now, but Ju-hun asked why he kept coming. Han Ji-wook looked up at him and began to think about what to say to him. And then he lowered his head again and admitted that he was bored here, but that's because he's the most boring one here. Ju-hun threw his arm around the boy's shoulders and lit a cigarette. He said, sounding unconvinced. But he wasn't going to pressure Ji-wook, so he agreed with that answer. After Ju-hun took a drag himself, he held out his cigarette to Ji-wook. The boy frowned and asked why Ju-hun was giving it to him, and Ju-hun told him to take a drag. He promised that it would be bitter at first, but then the guy would get used to it. Ji-wook looked at the cigarette in front of his face. Ji-wook already knew that he wouldn't be able to get used to this feeling, but the temptation was too great. Lee Ju-hong's words made the guy hesitate again, and he took a drag on the cigarette in the stranger's hands. But just as Han Ji-wook had expected, he couldn't get used to the bitter taste. So the guy coughed hard and thought the sensation was even worse than the first time. While Ji-wook coughed, Ju-hun beside him was surprised that the guy really wasn't getting used to it. Lee Ju-hong brought the cigarette to his lips and took a puff on his own while the guy continued to cough. He took Ji-wook's face with his hand and began to turn it in his direction, after which he kissed the surprised Ji-wook and passed him cigarette smoke right through the kiss. In front of the alley in which the boys were hiding, the usual quiet life went on, and in this very alley, Lee Ju-hong kept passing cigarette smoke directly into the guy's mouth. Ji-wook couldn't believe that this was actually happening to him right now. He tried to push Ju-hoon away from him, but all his efforts were futile. Lee Ju-hoon continued to hold it in his hands, and Ji-wook could no longer hold back his coughing. So he pushed Ju-hoon away from him with all his might and began to cough out smoke. Han Ji-wook's whole body was shaking due to a coughing fit, and he tried to swear at the guy in front of him. Tears came to Ji-wook's eyes, and he irritably asked what the guy was allowing himself to do. Lee Ju-hong remained calm and pretended as if he didn't understand what Ji-wook was talking about. Ji-wook yelled at the guy that you don't have to make fun of him like that and it's not funny. But Ju-hoon continued to pretend he didn't understand exactly what he had done wrong. Ji-wook couldn't believe he was making him say that, but decided to say it after all. The guy kissed him. Lee Ju-hong just laughed at his words and asked if the guy thought it was a kiss. Ji-wook felt very silly and embarrassed, and Ju-hoon said he looked really cute. Ji-wook realized that the guy was just having fun because their lips made contact and they were definitely kissing. The boy was so absorbed in these thoughts that he didn't notice Ju-hoon, who moved too close to him. The one would hover over him and ask if the guy wanted to be taught a masterclass. This sentence made Han Ji-wook even more embarrassed than before. He started to get really nervous and yelled at the guy to stop pushing him around. And then Ji-wook yelled that he's actually a guy, hoping that would stop Ju-hoon. Lee Ju-hong actually stopped approaching him and looked at the guy in surprise. Under Lee Ju-hong's gaze like this, the guy felt as if he had said something stupid. But then Ju-hoon laughed out loud and said that there was nothing wrong with his eyesight and he could see it for himself. When asked by Ji-wook why he was hitting on him then, Ju-hoon easily replied that he was doing it because he wanted to. Lee Ju-hong laughed a little more at the guy's words and then admitted that he couldn't be bored with him. He looked at Ji-wook carefully. He added that it wasn't fun to have fun alone. Ju-hoon touched the boy's shoulder lightly and said he wouldn't hurt him and he could come back tomorrow. Ju-hoon whispered right in Ji-wook's ear that he promised him if he came, there would be no boredom. Han Ji-wook froze in front of the door when his hand was almost on the doorknob. He reflected on what had happened then in the alley and decided it was the ravings of a madman. Ji-wook exhaled heavily and realized that he himself was no better since he had come here again. But since the guy was already standing in front of the door, he decided it was too late to retreat. Inside the room, it was business as usual, full of new people and all of them talking about something. Ji-wook was upset because everything was as it always was, and it was boring here again. He looked at Ju-hoon, who was sitting in his seat. He felt like a fool. Lee Ju-hong was acting as usual and talking quietly with some of the guys. Ji-wook looked around the room once more and realized that he had fallen for the deception like a fool. It was clear that Ju-hoon just decided to mess with him, so the boy wanted to leave without being seen. But as he was contemplating the plan, he heard Ju-hoon calling his name. When Ji-wook looked at him, he saw Ju-hoon asking him to come over and clapping his hand beside him. The people around them suddenly focused on them and asked each other why exactly Ji-wook. Han Ji-wook himself was also shocked and didn't understand why he would sit next to a guy. When the guy didn't approach, Ju-hoon asked if he liked to sit in the corner and if he should go over himself. Ji-wook was nervous because he didn't understand what Lee Ju-hong was up to, but there was something that made Ji-wook want to obey and go sit next to Ju-hoon. He remembered the guy whispering a promise right in his ear that he wouldn't be bored, and remembered how the guy had asked Ji-wook not to act like a hysterical girl, but to be the same old vixen. It was the memory of those words of Ju-hoon's that made the boy get up from his seat after all. And Ji-wook started walking across the room to come over and sit in the seat next to Ju-hoon. As the boy walked, he could feel the stares of everyone in the room. And Ji-wook could afford to look down on all these people. The whole company was actively discussing why exactly Ji-wook would be the one sitting next to Ju-hoon. They told each other that he was handsome and that's why Lee Ju-hong liked him. And as Ji-wook walked, he saw and heard it all. He could feel people envying him. All these people were jealous of Han Ji-wook's position. He was the one who was the center of attention, not Han Siwan. Ji-wook felt a strange feeling fill him from within and covered his face. He felt like he suddenly felt really good and that feeling made the guy blush. Yoon Tae-ming was walking down the street and couldn't understand why he was here or how he even ended up here. He walked with Wu Jin, Lee Hoon, and Choi Min-jung, who persuaded him to go to a cafe for a parfait. Yoon Tae-ming was refusing the idea, and the guy poked him in the cheek because he wanted to eat him together. For a second, Yoon Tae-ming wondered why he didn't want to go to the cafe together. And when presented with the gloomy atmosphere at their table, the question fell away by itself. But he wouldn't tell Choi Min-jun about it. He said he just didn't want to and pushed the guy away from him. Choi Min-jun reminded the guy how he had run away from their planned outing, but decided to back out. He asked what they would do then, and Yun Tae-ming froze in an attempt to think of something. They eventually came to one of the slot machines in one of the supermarkets. Yun Tae-ming suggested playing once, and whoever scores the highest comes up with the rest of the punishment. Everyone agreed, and Yun Tae-ming couldn't wait to beat them. Choi Min-jun was confident that Hoon would win, and all the credit went to Jun. Min Wu Jin Lee Hong absolutely didn't care who would win in this small competition. And then it was decided that the winner could make a wish for all the losers. Their competition began, and Choi Min-jun was the first to bat. He scored 769 points. After him, it was Yun Tae-ming, who scored 788 points. Only then did he remember about the body. The third participant was Lee Hong. He had scored 882 points, and Jun noticed that he was the weakest. The last one to hit was Min Wu Jin, who kicked because no one said it couldn't be done that way. Therefore, the blonde man scored the most points and won. Yun Tae-min wondered what he was up to, because the guy sent the others away and left him behind. Min Wu Jin led him to a counter with headbands that had ears on them. He put one on the boy. Yun Tae-ming looked at Min Wu Jin in surprise and didn't understand why he did this. Afterward, Min Wu Jin said that the punishment for the guy would be the task of doing something really cute. Yun Tae-ming didn't expect this from the blonde man. He was trying to figure out what he should do now. He then yelled at Min Wu Jin to watch out for losing his eyesight after that. Min Wu Jin reassured the guy and said that he was willing to look at Yun Tae-min forever, and then reminded him that this bet was Yun Tae-min's own idea. That's when the guy realized he'd dug his own grave, and agreed to do something nice once. This whole situation was very embarrassing to Yun Tae-ming, so he was all red and meowed in front of the blonde man. Ji-wook looked at Joo-hoon, who was waiting for him, and thought that he didn't want to miss such a chance. He came closer and closer and enjoyed his position in the place. Ji-wook knew he was just being played with, but for some reason he couldn't say no, so he continued to indulge Joo-hyun. Joo-hyun said the guy wasn't stupid, and he liked it. Ji-wook didn't quite understand what the guy meant, so Joo-hyun explained to him that he didn't like intrusive people around him, and Ji-wook, unlike the others, was also quick to grasp new information. Joo-hyun started to approach Ji-wook, and it confused the guy because he didn't fully understand how to act. Ji-wook watched Joo-hong's actions carefully and was a little surprised by his words. He looked away from the guy and chuckled awkwardly so he wouldn't have to answer anything. He thought sadly that Yoo-hyun liked him, that he just stayed close to him and stayed out of his way. Ji-wook has spent his whole life wanting people to like him, so he's pushed himself within their expectations. And as time went on, he just got bogged down in that state and couldn't do anything about it. Right now, he clearly realized that nothing had ever changed. Ji-wook was still trapped in the frame. Joo-hoon moved close to his ear and asked, not thinking about other things when talking to him. Immediately after saying that, Joo-hoon lightly bit Ji-wook's ear. Han Ji-wook was shocked by this guy's actions. He was surprised and a little indignant. Therefore, Ji-wook shouted loudly and hurriedly moved his ear away from the guy. He covered it with his hands and shouted embarrassedly at Joo-hoon. He asked why he had bitten him. Joo-hoon said that usually the guy acts like a fox, but in such cases like an innocent lamb. He smiled cheekily at Ji-wook and said that the latter should get used to it by now or he would corrupt him. Ji-wook was even more embarrassed by those words. He started asking why he had to do such a thing. But by the end of his sentence, he had calmed down and was looking at Joo-hoon a little apprehensively. The one sat next to him and listened to him shout. Then he repeated the question Ji-wook had asked him, and afterward replied that he just really enjoyed watching a guy like that. Ji-wook could just sit silently and stare at Joo-hoon with his wide-open eyes. He was still holding onto the ear that Joo-hoon had recently bitten, and tried to pull himself together. However, he wasn't handling it very well, especially when Joo-hoon was sitting in front of him. So the guy said he had to go get some air and jumped up from his seat. Han Ji-wook took a quick step toward the exit of the room to get out of sight as soon as possible. And Lee Joo-hong watched such an interesting reaction from the fox Han with a smile. Ji-wook walked down the hallway, trying to figure out what had just happened in the first place. His entire face continued to burn, and the bite site reminded him of itself with a strange sensation. Ji-wook couldn't find a place to sit. He realized that it was just a joke on Joo-hoon's part. He remembered the look on Joo-hoon's face when he said that he enjoyed watching Ji-wook, and he finally stopped to bang his head against the wall, in an attempt to gather his thoughts. Although it was a joke, but such a smile on Lee Joo-hong's face, he had seen it for the first time, and for some reason it made his thoughts confused and disobeyed him again. Suddenly, he heard some noise and stomping of feet. It distracted Ji-wook from his thoughts. He turned toward the door and heard voices behind it. He was curious, and the boy decided to listen. Ji-wook carefully opened the doors and, trying not to make any noise, went outside. He could hear the voices of the guys discussing him sticking it to Joo-hoon. The guys were sure that Joo-hoon would play around a bit and dump Ji-wook, but one guy said it's different for them. The others told him that Joo-hoon already had a loved one, so it wasn't serious anyway. The boys became animated and began to discuss among themselves what kind of person this was. But it turned out that no one really knew anything about him, because Joo-hoon didn't share it with anyone. The other guy asked how they knew he had someone then, and it turns out the answer was kept in his wallet. However, the last guy who was able to look at the picture in it was badly beaten. And that could only mean one thing, that Joo-hoon cared too much about the man in the photo. The boys agreed that soon Joo-hoon would finally rid them of Ji-wook's company. The guys had finished smoking and were agreeing that the guy was pissing them off big time. And then we came to the conclusion that this time too it would be business as usual. Ji-wook heard every word they said, even though he knew he was only there because of Joo-hoon. Realized that once he got bored of the guy and cut ties with him, it would be back to his normal life. But despite realizing this, Ji-wook felt a very strong heaviness within himself. After the guys finished their smoke break, Ji-wook had no desire to go back, so he left the building behind and hurried away. He wanted to get away from this place and his feelings. He walked completely immersed in his thoughts and did not notice anything or anyone around him. He seemed to leave behind him only the impenetrable darkness that lurked within him. Ji-wook was very much bothered by his feelings. He didn't know what he should do now. In these reflections, the guy accidentally hit a passerby with his shoulder. The blow was quite strong. The man was angry and yelled at the guy to watch where he was going. But Ji-wook didn't say anything. This made the man even angrier, and he yelled louder. He wondered if he hadn't been taught to apologize. To Ji-wook, all of the man's shouts sounded like white noise in the background. And then he remembered that he'd left so abruptly that he'd forgotten his phone at Junhoon's. The man grabbed the guy by the collar of his clothes and started demanding attention from him. Ji-wook was too tired from today, so he ordered the man to shut up. He glared defiantly at the man and said he wasn't going to listen to every mutt. Of course, such treatment enraged the already inadequate man, so he tackled Ji-wook harder and was going to teach the guy a lesson properly. At this moment, someone was quickly approaching them to prevent the situation from getting more complicated. Ji-wook was pushed farther away from the man and blocked the guy with himself. The man was Siwan. He ordered the man to stop immediately. He stood in front of his brother, completely serious and ready to defend him. Ji-wook looked at the Stwan in front of him in surprise and couldn't believe his eyes. Siwan bowed to the man and apologized for his brother. But then he straightened up and said that stirring up such a conflict over a confrontation is not normal either. The man felt uncomfortable and then noticed that people were starting to gather around them. So he looked around and tried with his menacing voice to disperse everyone gathered. And after that, the man tisked irritably and hurried away further on his business. Siwan's hand was still on his brother's shoulder, and he said he was lucky to get there in time. Ji-wook started to get angry, but Siwan said he just happened to see him and decided to help. Siwan was very happy that they were able to meet normally after so long. He confessed to Ji-wook that he was very confused that time and couldn't have a proper conversation. And after that incident, Ji-wook kept disappearing somewhere and he couldn't meet him. Siwan said that he really wished they could discuss things normally. Ji-wook looked at him seriously. He sincerely didn't understand what else they had to discuss. And then he told his brother that Siwan seems to be smart, but seems to be deaf. Ji-wook moved closer to the guy and reminded him that he told him last time that they weren't brothers anymore. Siwan stared at him silently, trying to figure out what was on his brother's mind. And Ji-wook was angry and asked if the guy was tired of acting like a brother. Ji-wook thought that he was just dicking around with idleness and should switch to something else. After that, Ji-wook was about to leave, but Siwan prevented him from doing so. He held Ji-wook's hand and said that this wasn't a game to him. Siwan was very concerned and told the guy that he might have been acting tactless. Siwan took his eyes off his brother and continued that if the guy didn't tell him, he wouldn't know what was wrong. He looked at Ji-wook again and admitted that he didn't know what he was going through, but they could fix it. Siwan desperately held his brother and promised that he would help him deal with everything. And so Siwan asked for his brother to talk to him because they were connected. Ji-wook got angry when he heard that they were allegedly related to each other. He moved to the guy's face and ordered the guy to make Siwan stop his taunting of him. Ji-wook asks why the guy looks down on him and he has to accept it. Then Ji-wook confessed that he couldn't tell his brother everything he had experienced. But Ji-wook was sure Siwan should hit bottom and realize things for himself, and then he would be forgiven. Ji-wook said hurtful things just to see Siwan's grimacing face. However, at the same time, he himself was covered in deep wounds. Ji-wook didn't know if, in fact, he really didn't want to socialize with his brother that much. Suddenly, Ji-wook felt a touch on his arm. He heard Joo-hoon calling his name. The guy gave Ji-wook his cell phone and asked him not to lose such valuable items again. Ji-wook excitedly turned around and asked what the guy was doing here. Joo-hoon replied that he was worried about him. The guy was about to ask Ji-wook what he was doing here when Han Siwan caught his attention. Suddenly, Ji-wook realized that Joo-hoon was looking at his brother, and he felt horrified. Ji-wook didn't want Joo-hoon to look at Han Siwan so much. Ji-wook didn't want to show it, but Joo-hoon was already looking at Siwan and asking what was going on here. Han Siwan watched Joo-hoon, who had appeared so unexpectedly beside his brother. And all of Ji-wook's attention was on Joo-hoon too. He saw that he was looking at Siwan. He wanted very badly for it to stop. Ji-wook didn't want to show his brother. Therefore, he abruptly swung his hand and grabbed Han Siwan's shoulder. Siwan even recoiled back a little from the force with which his brother had grabbed him, and Han Siwan looked at Ji-wook with astonishment as he ordered him to leave this place immediately. Ji-wook was very serious and kept telling Siwan to leave quickly, and when the guy raised his gaze to Siwan, you could read the intense anger in it. Han Siwan glanced worriedly at Ji-wook's hand that was trembling with anger on his shoulder. But Siwan was not about to leave and only asked what had come over his brother so suddenly. Ji-wook felt Joo-hoon come up behind him and asked who it was here. Joo-hoon reached out to Han Siwan and began to examine him, noticing that they looked alike. Joo-hoon moved his hair away from Han Siwan's face to get a better look at his features, and then realized with interest that the guy in front of him is Han Ji-wook's twin. Han Siwan took the other man's hand away from him and asked what this man was allowing himself. Joo-hoon asked why the guy didn't tell him about the twin. Ji-wook said that somehow there was no reason to. Joo-hoon watched Ji-wook with interest, who was sure the guy had no business being here. Han Siwan watched the relationship between his brother and this strange Joo-hoon with tension. Ji-wook did his best to get Lee Joo-hoon away from his brother so that he could be the sole object of his interest again. But Joo-hoon didn't seem interested in missing out on such a fun situation. And so the guy didn't even budge. That really surprised Ji-wook. As Joo-hoon continued to look at Siwan and said that this guy obviously really wants to talk to Ji-wook. Ji-wook held Joo-hoon's hand, but he already realized that he was unlikely to be able to lead him away. Ji-wook made one last attempt and tried to convince Joo-hoon to ignore Han Siwan. However, it didn't work, and Joo-hoon called Han Ji-wook by name in a serious voice, and then looked down at the guy and asked him, behaving as befitting a fox. Han Ji-wook's entire body trembled and he realized that he was now definitely hit and a crappy case. He let go of Joo-hoon's hand. There was no way he was going to get him out of here because this situation amused him. Joo-hoon put his hand on Ji-wook's shoulders and praised him, and the guy had to obey his wish. Joo-hoon then returned his attention to Siwan and ordered him to say what he wanted. Han Siwan flinched when Lee Jo-hong addressed him, but he didn't plan to retreat. So he asked if the bad rumors that started about Ji-wook were related to Joo-hoon. Ji-wook felt very uncomfortable with the situation, and Joo-hoon asked what if that was the case. Han Siwan ordered him to leave his brother in that case, but Joo-hoon said that Siwan had misunderstood. He added that no one is holding Ji-wook, although they wouldn't want to let him go. Joo-hoon turned Ji-wook's face toward him and held it. He said it was easy on the boy. After that, Joo-hoon lightly ran his fingers over Han Ji-wook's lips, and then he shifted his gaze to Siwan and said that Ji-wook also reacts really cute when he gets teased. Han Siwan listened to Joo-hoon talk about how much fun it was to play with his brother and got angry. Siwan frowned and said that Ji-wook isn't a toy to play with and his brother just can't leave. Joo-hoon laughed at that and said he knew better how things were between them. And then Joo-hoon reminded Siwan that when he asks for something, it pays to be polite. And then he added that if he felt strongly about it, he could easily replace his brother. Han Siwan stood in front of Joo-hong and boldly looked him in the eye, going to protect Ji-wook. Joo-hoon watched this picture happily and covered his smirk with his hand. Ji-wook noticed this, and he got a bad feeling and such a familiar shiver. So he stepped away from Joo-hoon and abruptly grabbed Han Siwan's arm to lead him away from here. Han Ji-wook had felt this way too many times in the past to just ignore it. He turned to Joo-hoon and tossed him that they had some urgent business to attend to, so they were leaving. And after that, he began to quickly lead Han Siwan away from Joo-hoon despite his brother's protests. Ji-wook would leave Joo-hoon standing alone in the middle of the street and hope that he would forget about Siwan, because he once again felt that Han Siwan was going to take away the place he had struggled so hard to find. Ji-wook continued to drag his brother behind him for a long time, and Han Siwan asked him to stop. And after a long time, Ji-wook led them into a small alley and shoved his brother away from him. Han Siwan flew forward and still didn't understand what had happened or why they were running away. Han Siwan turned to ask his brother what they were doing here, but he couldn't finish speaking. What the guy saw made him really excited for Han Ji-wook. Ji-wook stood still and his gaze was lost. He was breathing heavily and looked like he was having a panic attack. And Ji-wook himself couldn't believe it had happened. He saw that Ju-hoon had switched to Han Siwan. His brother would take his place again. Ji-wook didn't know what to do or what to do now. The guy didn't want to go back to the past where he was always in Han Siwan's shadow. He was lost in his panic as Siwan grabbed him by the shoulders and tried to draw his attention to himself. Han Siwan called his brother's name loudly, right in front of his face, but Ji-wook was too consumed with panic. Han Siwan was very worried and asked the guy what had happened to him and why he looked so bad. Ji-wook was still not himself, and Siwan said that after meeting that man, his brother was acting even stranger. Han Ji-wook finally looked up at his brother when he asked if Ju-hoon was threatening him. However, to Ji-wook, all of the guy's words were just white noise in the background. He couldn't make out a single word. He remembered standing at the door of the building and listening to the guys talk on their smoke break. Like they said, Ju-hoon already has a loved one, so it's not serious with Ji-wook anyway. As it turned out, no one really knew anything about him, because Ju-hoon didn't share it with anyone. And the way the other guy asked how they knew he had someone, and it turns out the answer was in his wallet. He recalled the guy's words that the last guy who could look at the picture in it was badly beaten. Immediately afterward, an image of Lee Ju-hong himself appeared in Ji-wook's mind as he addressed him. He remembered well the moment he had been ordered to behave in a manner befitting a fox like him. And then he heard Han Siwan, who promised to do anything if he said anything. Only then did Han Ji-wook finally turn his attention to his brother. He asked if he was sure he'd do everything. Ji-wook looked at him with crazy eyes. He asked Siwan if he could help him. After saying those words to Han Ji-wook, Siwan clenched his hands tighter on his brother's shoulders. He looked into Ji-wook's eyes and promised that he would do anything for him just to help him. There was a small distance between them as one brother told the other that he would do anything for him. And after all this time, Han Ji-wook opens the doors of this horrible place again. But this time, only Lee Ju-hoon and no one else was waiting for him inside. Ji-wook slowly walked into the room, and when he reached the center of the room, he stopped and stared at Ju-hoon in silence. The guy, on the other hand, sat in his usual seat and greeted Ji-wook with a slight smirk on his face. And then he smiled wider and said that Ji-wook could at least say hello, unless of course he was still afraid of him. Lee Ju-hoon told the guy that if he was afraid of him, he wouldn't have used it back then. Ji-wook was silent, and Lee Ju-hoon asked if the guy was afraid of repeating Han Siwan's fate. Ji-wook didn't understand what the guy was talking about, but Ju-hoon asked him not to pretend like he didn't know anything. After all, that's why Ji-wook hasn't shown up all this time. However, Ju-hoon said that it's all in the past. Ji-wook was surprised, and Ju-hoon continued that he couldn't imagine that a coward like Ji-wook would go against him. And Ju-hoon was enjoying watching Han Ji-wook's reaction from his seat. Han Yi-won came to the storeroom where a bunch of guys led by Lee Ju-hong were waiting for him. Lee Ju-hoon approached Siwan and asked why he came instead of Han Ji-wook. Han Siwan said he heard Ju-hoon threatening his brother and asked that the guy stop doing it. The guys who came along with Lee Ju-hong only laughed at such bold words from Han Siwan. Ju-hoon grabbed Han Siwan's face with anger and covered his mouth with his hand. Han Siwan tried to resist, but it was no good. Ju-hoon told him to shut up. Ju-hoon kept pressing the guy and said that GMC dared to touch his prized possession, and he was thinking about how to punish the guy for it, and then he got lucky. Han Siwan himself came to Ju-hoon's hands. And that's when Ju-hoon decided that he would infringe on what Ji-wook holds dear in return, and it would serve as his punishment. Thus, Han Siwan found himself slumped on the floor and tied up. He was surrounded by a group of guys and had no chance of freedom, even though Han Siwan cried, begged, and tried to fight back. No one was going to take pity on him. The guys only pawed his arms harder and threatened to hit him harder if he continued. Meanwhile, Lee Ju-hong was quietly sitting on the boxes in the corner of the room and watching. He was the one who gave the goodies and instilled confidence in the guys that they were doing the right thing. Han Siwan's mouth was clamped shut with his hand, and he heard Ju-hoon order the boys to keep going. And then he added that he liked watching better and that they didn't make him bored. Ji-wook interrupted Ju-hoon and said that if he called him to blackmail him, he was leaving. But at the same time, Ji-wook reminded him that Ju-hoon himself will also be under the crush, so he can scare him all he wants. Lee Ju-hong listened to the guy tell him that he himself was just as much to blame, and asked if he was being threatened. However, Ju-hoon noticed that in this whole situation, Ji-wook was forgetting one important thing. He leaned forward and said the point is not who nails who, but who has the most to lose. Lee Ju-hong watched Han Ji-wook's reaction to his words carefully. Ji-wook frowned at the guy, and the man added that Ji-wook was the one who had things he would lose. Still, Ju-hoon had called him out, so he leaned back and decided to get to the main topic. Ju-hoon took a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket and admitted that he needed some help from Ji-wook. Ji-wook watched Lee Ju-hong's movements and didn't realize how he could help this guy, and asked what he could do if Ju-hoon himself couldn't do it. The boy said that only Ji-wook could do it. After that, Han Ji-wook frowned and asked if Ju-hoon had gotten attached to Siwan again. Ju-hoon smiled widely at the guy and admitted that he really liked Han Siwan. Ji-wook didn't understand what he was for if he could act as usual, but the guy said there was a guy in his way. It turned out that a certain Min Wu was following his brother around like a glued man. Ji-wook got angry when he heard that. He pounded his hands on the table and shouted that Siwon wouldn't get involved with a man like his brother. Ju-hoon remarked that the rumors weren't lying, and Ji-wook was really obsessed with Siwon since he was so angry. But it was even better for them. So Ju-hoon offered the boy to take his brother's place while he took care of Siwan. Han Ji-wook looked at the guy silently, pondering the proposal and deciding that it was impossible. He awkwardly turned away and confessed that he and Siwon were only in contact because of his family. Ju-hoon put out his cigarette on the ashtray and assured the boy that he didn't have to worry about it. All because if they go through with his plan, Ju-hoon will share some very important information. This information was so useful that Min Wu simply won't be able to ignore Han Ji-wook. Yoon Tae-ming sat in the office and looked at the blonde man in front of him with boredom. Thoth was sitting across from him as usual, but this time it looked like the guy had fallen asleep. Yoon Tae-ming continued to look at the guy, trying to figure out if he had really fallen asleep. He was only slightly angry that Min Wu Jin was forcing him to study while he himself was sleeping peacefully in front of him. On the desk in front of Yoon Tae-ming lay his assignments, which the guy had already handled. His free hand came off the desk and seemed to reach for the blonde man. Yoon Tae-ming watched Min Wu Jin's calm face and couldn't understand why he was attracted to the guy. He really wanted to touch Min Wu Jin's face or move the hair away from his calm face, because the sight of such a vulnerable and peaceful Min Wu Jin simply mesmerized Yoon Tae-min. It was at that moment when his hand barely touched the guy's skin. Min Wu Jin opened his eyes. Yoon Tae-ming was startled and pretended as if he was just warming up out of boredom and wasn't going to touch him at all. He told the blonde man that he solved everything easily. And Min Wu Jin took the sheet to check the assignments. Yoon Tae-ming's mood worsened every time he heard the blonde man cross out something. Therefore, he tensely watched as Min Wu Jin checked his work. Yoon Tae-ming's eyes almost fell out onto the desk when he saw the sheer number of his mistakes. He couldn't believe he'd only gotten 30 points. He asked if the blonde had checked everything correctly. Yoon Tae-ming shook the sheet in his hands and lamented that he had solved everything the way the guy had taught him. He was very frustrated that he had put in a lot of effort, and it turned out to be all for nothing. He didn't think it was fair that he and Siwan had one brain for two, and the abilities were so different. He was distracted from these thoughts by Min Wu Jin, who slammed the table and ordered him to pack up and leave. Yoon Tae-ming looked at him and didn't understand what was going on, so the guy reminded him of their agreement. To Yoon Tae-min, this reminder helped him understand what Min Wu Jin was talking about. And that was why Min Wu Jin had to turn to the guy and tell him about their argument in detail. And Yoon Tae-ming looked at him carefully and prepared to listen to what he had managed to forget. When they first came into the empty classroom to study after school, as they usually did, Min Wu Jin gave the kid a sheet of test paper and said he didn't expect much from the kid. Yoon Tae-ming said that they had already sorted it out 100 times, so he would easily solve it. Min Wu Jin wasn't so sure about it, so he told the guy that he could only just talk. Such words made Yoon Tae-ming angry, and he said that if he didn't solve these tasks, he would be a dog. Min Wu Jin advised the guy not to pounce. But Yoon Tae-min was already yelling that if he didn't make up his mind, he would become the guy's dog for a day. Yoon Tae-ming was 100% confident in his strength, so he didn't even remember this promise. The test result proved that it was done for nothing, because he was now a blonde dog. Yoon Tae-ming was embarrassed and muttered to himself that he had indeed overreacted a bit. Min Wu Jin said that for a dog, the guy is too talkative and needs to obediently run after his master and wag his tail. Yun Tae-ming said that he was a vicious dog and could bite his master too, but the blonde realized that the guy was embarrassed. He turned to him and said that he actually really wanted to caress the sleepy Yun Tae-ming. The guy didn't understand at first, then blushed and shouted at the satisfied Min Wu Jin. Yun Tae-ming looked at himself and couldn't understand how he ended up here in the end. He was wearing a beautiful blue sweater, and the store employee assured him that it fit just fine. She said anything would look good on such a handsome man, and she asked if the guy was buying this sweater. Yun Tae-ming was angry at himself for falling for it and starting that stupid argument, and now he has to follow the blonde man everywhere. While he was thinking about it, Min Wu Jin came out of the fitting room and told the guy to buy a sweater. Yun Tae-ming looked back at the sound of the guy's voice and began to scrutinize Min Wu Jin. The blonde was wearing a sweater of the same style as the sweatshirt Tae-ming was wearing. Min Wu Jin said that it suits him very well, and the worker confirmed his words, adding that they both looked very good. Yun Tae-ming was at a loss for words and completely didn't understand why the guy was wearing similar clothes, and was embarrassed when he thought the man had done it so that everyone would compare them to each other. Afterward, Yun Tae-min carefully cut his steak when they came to eat at the restaurant. Though he didn't fully understand what they had forgotten in such a place, Tae-min only had to eat his food. He would occasionally glance at Min Wu Jin and try to figure out what the guy was up to again. Yun Tae-mi was tense and thought that he would be fed first and then made to work up to his 7th sweat. Min Wu Jin, who was sitting across from him, noticed his gaze and asked if the guy wanted to say something. Yun Tae-ming gobbled his steak and said that he just liked the restaurant and never thought he would visit here. While they were eating, Yun Tae-ming noticed that the food in this place was indeed very delicious. Then they watched the events on the big screen where the characters were discussing something. The guys were sitting in the theater watching some movie, and Yun Tae-min still didn't know what the blonde guy was up to. No matter how hard he tried, there was no way Yun Tae-ming could understand what was going on. The guy kept glancing at Min Wu Jin occasionally to see some clue, but there was absolutely nothing to be said from the calm expression on the blonde man's face. In the end, Yun Tae-min decided that the guy was up to no mischief and relaxed. They'd already seen the movie anyway, and he hadn't been to the theater in ages. Therefore, Yun Tae-min stopped worrying and completely immersed himself in watching the movie. Min Wu Jin, who was sitting next to him, would occasionally look at Tae-min to see the guy's reaction to the events in the movie. Min Wu Jin was much more interested in watching Yun Tae-min's emotions than the movie itself. The way at unexpected moments the guy would move closer to the screen and open his mouth, or watch him get a little redder at sad moments and rub the tip of his nose. For Min Wu Jin, it was definitely much better than the movie, and he only had eyes for it. When the movie came to an end, the guys left the theater and walked down the hallway of the theater. Yun Tae-min stretched and thought that the movie wasn't bad and he actually enjoyed it. He looked at Min Wu Jin and realized that he hadn't changed his face at all after such a movie. Min Wu Jin felt Yun Tae-ming's gaze on him and turned towards him. He looked back at the guy and asked him what was wrong. Yun Tae-min noticed that the guy wasn't a movie buff and asked why he called him there then. But the blonde admitted that he wasn't an amateur, but didn't say anything else. Yun Tae-min asked what the guy was thinking, and then he started listing that Min Wu Jin bought him things, fed him at an expensive restaurant, and then called him to a movie. He rubbed the back of his head awkwardly and said it was very much like a date. And after saying that, he felt even more awkward, and a realization began to come to him. Min Wu Jin remained silent, and the guy realized that this was, in all likelihood, exactly what a date was. The silence between them lingered for a bit, and Yun Tae-ming thought that the blonde man might as well give in to him. Min Wu Jin then smiled and said that he was glad that the guy had gotten through to him after all. He continued to chuckle as he said that Tae-ming was usually tight-lipped about such matters. The guy was indignant, but Min Wu Jin stopped and asked if he was uncomfortable. Yun Tae-ming froze in place and just stared into Min Wu Jin's eyes, not knowing what to say. So he blushed and looked away, and he said it wasn't that, it was just that he had to follow him everywhere. Min Wu Jin gently took the guy's chin and started pulling him towards him. And after that, he leaned towards Yun Tae-ming and started kissing him. Yun Tae-min didn't expect to be kissed right in the middle of the movie theater hallway, so he pushed the guy away and started looking around, and then asked what if someone had seen them. Min Wu Jin was pleased and asked if the guy would be fine if they just changed locations. Yun Tae-ming didn't bother to reply to this. Instead, he said that it was late and he had to go home. When Yun Tae-ming opened the door that led outside, he saw that it was raining heavily. He looked at him in confusion and couldn't figure out how he was supposed to get home. Min Wu Jin appeared behind him and offered to wait out this rain at his place. Yun Tae-ming wasn't going to do it, but the blonde man took advantage of the fact that the guy owed him. He glared angrily at Min Wu Jin as he reminded him that he was still his dog. The guys had finally reached Min Wu Jin's apartment, and now they were opening the door to go inside. The first to enter the apartment was Min Wu Jin, and right behind him was a completely wet Yun Tae-min. The guy shook his head, brushing the excess drops off his hair. Yun Tae-ming complained that it had rained heavily while they were walking. He walked forward and began to take off his shoes and asked Min Wu Jin to bring a towel and something to change into. After Yun Tae-ming took off his shoes, he started to walk to the back of the apartment by feel and asked the blonde man, "Turn on the light." The apartment was very dark, and the boy couldn't see where to go. Then he was sharply pulled forward. Yun Tae-ming felt himself leaned against the back of the sofa, holding him by the shoulders. Then a towel was suddenly placed on his head. Yun Tae-ming asked the guy what he was doing. He shouted that he had hands and could do everything by himself. But Min Wu Jin didn't listen to him and wiped his hair with a towel. Yun Tae-ming kept twitching, so Min Wu Jin asked him to stop and said that it was the master's duty. Yun Tae-ming calmed down and asked how long this circus would last. But the blonde reminded him that the boy had said a whole day. So they stood in the center of the dark apartment, and Min Wu Jin admitted that the guy was really cute when he was angry. Yun Tae-ming stood beside the sofa while his hair was being wiped and thought about his feelings. The guy blushed heavily as he realized he was experiencing a very strange feeling. The towel started to slip off Yun Tae-ming's head and eventually fell right at their feet. The guy pushed Min Wu Jin away from him and shouted for him to move away from him if he was done. However, the blonde man didn't bother to leave. He gently placed his hand on Yun Tae-ming's shoulder. Once again, he asked Yun Tae-ming to calm down. It worked because the guy froze in his seat. Min Wu Jin threw off the guy's sweatshirt and Yun Tae-min started asking what it was he was going to do. Min Wu Jin didn't answer him anything and simply walked over to Yun Tae-min's white shirt. Min Wu Jin undid the buttons to remove the wet clothes from the boy. Min Wu Jin watched in confusion. When his shirt was already halfway unbuttoned, Yun Tae-ming shouted and demanded answers. Min Wu Jin reminded the guy that he didn't mind continuing just in a different environment. Yun Tae-ming trembled and blushed, but still blurted out that he didn't say such a thing. Min Wu Jin needed to undo a few more buttons, and he did it carefully, lightly touching the guy's skin. Yun Tae-ming looked in front of him in an attempt to get a good look at Min Wu Jin, but it was too dark for that. And a guy in such an environment could only see Min Wu Jin's dark silhouette right in front of him. Yun Tae-ming still looked at Min Wu Jin's silhouette as if mesmerized. Yun Tae-ming's shirt was unbuttoned and the blonde man's hands stroked his torso and sides. And the addition to this was that in total darkness, all senses were heightened to the extreme. And Yun Tae-ming just rested his head on the guy's shoulder and enjoyed the stranger's touch. Min Wu Jin gently took the guy's face in his hand and started kissing his forehead. Then he turned Yun Tae-ming's head so that they could kiss more comfortably, and Tae-ming moved closer. Min Wu Jin descended kisses on his neck, and then the guy trembled harder. Yun Tae-ming still found the strength to push Min Wu Jin away from him. He was breathing heavily and trying to gather his thoughts to say what was bothering him, and then finally admits that he expected something like this. But they have some things to discuss first. Min Wu Jin stood opposite and looked at Yun Tae-ming carefully, then asked him to speak. And Yun Tae-ming spoke. He wondered if the blonde man was acting like this because he sees Yun Tae-ming in him. Min Wu Jin stood opposite and calmly listened to the question that the guy was so concerned about. And then he got close to Tae-min and said that's how it is. And the guy is really Yun Tae-min. And then absolutely seriously added that if it wasn't, he wouldn't care about the guy. Min Wu Jin placed his hand next to the other person's hand and continued his confession. He said that if he was just like Tae-ming, he wouldn't be drawn to be around as much. These words caused Yun Tae-ming to stare at Min Wu Jin in surprise and have strange feelings again. And Min Wu Jin himself looked very vulnerable and asked for the guy to admit that he was Yun Tae-min. The blonde man's head fell onto Yun Tae-ming's shoulder, and the guy himself couldn't decide what to do. Min Wu Jin spoke again, and this time he asked for Tae-ming to confirm his hunch. Yun Tae-ming realized that on one hand this conversation was useless, but there was something else. How genuinely sincere Min Wu Jin's voice sounded at this moment. And then the blonde confessed that only if he got confirmation would he be able to fully open up to Tae-ming. Yun Tae-ming felt that the blonde man was telling the truth and he was torn with mixed feelings. And Min Wu Jin continued to lie on his shoulder and desperately called his real name. The influence of the moment, and Yun Tae-ming wanted to call Min Wu Jin by his old name, but he was interrupted by the doorbell. But neither of the boys would budge. However, the guest was persistent and kept calling. Yun Tae-ming asked the blonde man to go and open this door already, but he was clearly not eager. Therefore, Min Wu Jin rested on the guy's shoulder for a while longer, accepting the situation. Then he finally pulled away and headed leisurely toward the front door. Yun Tae-ming watched the guys retreating back from his seat and suddenly realized one thing. If the doorbell hadn't interrupted him, he would surely have blabbed and told everything. Yun Tae-ming thought that even though the guy was stronger than him now, he still couldn't resist his defenseless appearance. Min Wu Jin was already in the hallway and walked to the door. The lights in the apartment were still off. He then took hold of the handle and opened the door to see the uninvited and unwelcome guest. And when the door opened, there was Han Ji-wook standing behind it. The guy called the blonde man by name. Then he smiled broadly at him and told him that it had been long enough since they'd seen each other. Ji-wook apologized for his late visit and asked if he had accidentally woken Siwan. Min Wu Jin was not in a friendly mood and crossed his arms in front of him. He asked why Ji-wook had come. The guy replied that they needed to have a serious talk, and the blonde guy said he could talk already. Ji-wook hesitated and said that it was a long conversation, and it was best not to talk about it on the doorstep. Han Ji-wook felt awkward and thought the guy was angry because he came unannounced. Min Wu Jin said he wasn't angry, and that made the guy excited and happy. But not for long, because then Wu Jin says he's just pissed and the guy messed up something really important. He looked down at Ji-wook and said that if the conversation turned out to be less important, the guy would regret it. When Min Wu Jin spoke these words, one could feel a clearly emanating threat from him. Han Ji-wook was confused when he felt such a flood of danger directed at him. Suddenly, Yun Tae-ming appeared in the hallway, wanting to go home, and then he saw who had interrupted them. Yun Tae-ming completely did not expect at this late hour to see it was Ji-wook on Min Wu Jin's doorstep, and Han Ji-wook himself couldn't believe his eyes that his lowly brother was the big deal. Ji-wook's eyes widened with not understanding and anger at his brother for being with Siwan. Han Ji-wook was very angry. He could see with his own eyes how close the guys had gotten. So in a fit of anger, Ji-wook started yelling at his brother and asking what he was even doing at Siwan's house. Ji-wook wanted to go in, but Min Wu Jin stopped him and reminded him that he wasn't allowed to go in. Ji-wook yelled that the guy shouldn't be here because he's disgusting and he's always nothing but trouble from him. Min Wu Jin's voice became even more threatening when he asked if the guy cared too much about Siwan. Yun Tae-min felt awkward while Wu Jin was saying that Ji-wook was nobody to tell him what to do. Han Ji-wook clenched his hands into fists with anger and objected to the blonde man. He tried to keep his temper in check. Ji-wook promised that the guy would change his attitude if he listened to what he came for. Han Ji-wook stood on the doorstep of Min Wu Jin's apartment and prepared to change his relationship with Siwan. So he said that their conversation was about Siwan's secret, and the atmosphere around him became even more heated. Min Wu Jin didn't say anything. He stood silent for a while as if thinking about something important. Yun Tae-min was very curious about what kind of secret Han Ji-wook was talking about. But his thoughts were interrupted by Min Wu Jin's voice, who called out to Han Stwan. And then the blonde man turned around to Yun Tae-ming and told him that he could go home. Yun Tae-ming felt uncomfortable with the situation, but ogled to go home. However, he was greatly disturbed by the situation that evening, because a heavy aura could easily be felt around Min Wu Jin. So before leaving, Tae-ming decided to ask if the guy was all right. Min Wu Jin didn't immediately realize what the point of the question was, and then he began to stare intently at the confused guy. And he guessed that Yun Tae-ming was just worried about him. When he told that to the boy, he flinched. There was a small smile on Wu Jin's face, and he reminded him that Han Siwan was the one to worry about. This infuriated Yun Tae-ming, and he pretended not to be bothered at all and ordered the passage to be cleared. Yun Tae-ming pushed Min Wu Jin's shoulder away to leave the apartment and noticed that he was being burned with a look. In the aisle, Tae-min and Han Ji-wook met gazes and tensely regarded each other. Yun Tae-ming confidently looked Ji-wook in the eyes and had no intention of losing this competition. The tension between the guys could be felt from across the hall. Therefore, in order to have the last word, Yun Tae-min shoved Ji-wook with his shoulder as he passed by. After that, he calmly walked away without reacting in any way to Han Ji-wook's indignant shouts behind him. Yun Tae-ming unhappily exhaled and walked down the corridor towards the exit, a little frustrated. He remembered that it was still raining outside, and he hadn't even been lent an umbrella, and now he would have to get wet. Yun Tae-min had a bad feeling. He was worried about whether or not the boys were going to be okay. When Yun Tae-min left and the guys were left alone, Min Wu Jin asked what Ji-wook wanted to talk about. Han Ji-wook asked if Siwon remembered the first time they came to visit his family. Min Wu Jin said that he remembered, and then Han Ji-wook admitted that the conversation would be related to that. And then Ji-wook added that he really wanted to clarify something he saw that day. The Khan twins and their mom came to visit to meet Siwon, who was recently released from the hospital. Their moms chatted politely and discussed Siwon's health and the fact that you can't make friends in a hospital. Seung's mom said that as soon as her son was discharged, she immediately thought of twins. Siwon and the Khan brothers were the same age, so their moms hoped they would become friends. Han Siwan and Ji-wook stood in front of the guy. They said hello and offered him their friendship. A slight smile appeared on Siwon's face at first, and he watched the boys with interest. Then he smiled wider and said he was very pleased to meet the guys. Han Ji-wook looked at Siwon and thought that he was a very handsome boy. Han Ji-wook especially liked Siwon's eyes. They were as if they were transparent. However, the guy noticed that Siwon looked nothing like the woman who introduced herself as his mom. This was something that immediately caught young Han Ji-wook's eye. This detail seemed strange to him. Everyone had gathered in the large living room and were actively discussing various things, and laughter could be heard. Even though it was supposed to be an introduction of the kids, it was only their moms who were having fun discussing something. They laughed and clearly felt comfortable in each other's company. However, Han Ji-wook silently watched the blonde man and realized that he had been silent for most of the evening. Min Siwon sat quietly on the couch next to his mom, and all evening he only smiled. Han Ji-wook thought this behavior of the boy was strange, but he didn't say anything. Such thoughts made Ji-wook very nervous, and he couldn't think of what to do, because all the worrying made him really want to go to the bathroom. So he got up from his seat on the couch and said he wanted to go to the restroom. And his mom asked where the restroom was. The landlady asked the maid to escort Ji-wook to the restroom, and the maid smilingly agreed. The woman asked Ji-wook to follow her so he wouldn't get lost. They walked forward for a long time, and Han Ji-wook thought it was the first time he was in such a huge house. The woman stopped in front of the door and told the boy she would wait for him outside and he could take his time. Han Ji-wook left for the restroom, and the door closed behind him with a soft slam. The woman who was waiting for the boy at the door, someone called out and asked her to come over for a moment, and she hurriedly went to fulfill her new assignment, completely forgetting about Ji-wook. Han Ji-wook had already finished his business and was washing his hands in the small round sink. He looked up and began to scrutinize his reflection in the mirror. Han Ji-wook exhaled and thought that he felt very uncomfortable in this huge house and wanted to go home. The guy finally opened the door and came out of the restroom, but didn't see the woman who had promised to wait for him. Han Ji-wook became very nervous and tried to figure out where she had disappeared to. The boy tried calling out to her, but no one responded, and Han GMC became even more nervous because he didn't know what to do now. Eventually, the boy decided to try to make his way back to the living room on his own. However, it didn't lead to anything good because he came to a place he had never been. Han Ji-wook stood in front of the stairs and realized that he was lost in this huge house. And then it was as if Ji-wook heard someone coughing from a room upstairs, and he wondered. Han Ji-wook pondered whether he should go up to look or not after all. Eventually, Han Ji-wook's curiosity won out and he began to climb the stairs. Han Ji-wook went upstairs slowly and carefully. He was still nervous, but he couldn't stop. And so the boy went up to the second floor, from where strange sounds were heard. And as he examined the doors on this floor, he noticed that one was ajar. Han Ji-wook started to approach the ajar door and wondered if he could look. He was getting closer and closer to the door, and it was decided that it was too late to retreat. So Han Ji-wook took hold of the handle of the already ajar door and began to open it wider. Han Ji-wook's heart was pounding loud and hard in his chest as he dared to look inside. He swallowed nervously one last time, gathered all his courage, and prepared to peer into the room. Han Ji-wook moved closer to the door and peered into the dark room with one eye. Just then, the blonde intercepted his hand and told him that this room was clearly not a living room. Ji-wook turned to Siwon, and the latter asked if he hadn't been taught that you shouldn't wander into someone else's house without asking. Han Ji-wook quickly bounced away from the blonde man and the door and began to apologize fearfully. Ji-wook squirmed and began to explain that the woman had left, and he didn't know where to go and had gotten lost. Min Siwon looked at him and calmly asked if the guy had seen the contents of the room. Han Ji-wook was so scared that he didn't even understand the essence of the question he was asked and was confused. Min Siwon walked over to the ajar door and closed it tightly right in front of Han Ji-wook. Siwon smiled at the boy and repeated the question if the boy had seen what was in this room. Han GMC was still trying to calm down and clenched his hands. He didn't know what to say to him. He was very nervous as he looked at Ming Shi-woon in front of him. Then he finally found an answer. Ji-wook said the room was too dark and he couldn't see anything there. Min Si-woon praised the correct answer and said that he'd better forget about what he saw here. And now the adult Ji-wook stood in front of the blonde man and reminded him of that incident. Han Ji-wook said that if Si-woon treated him normally, he wouldn't even bring it up and would never have brought it up, but Ji-wook couldn't stand being treated worse than Siwan. Ju-hoon put the picture on the table and said that he would share some information that Si-woon couldn't ignore. And then he told me about an old case involving the head of the Hansen company and his mistress. There were a lot of rumors at the time, but not a single piece of evidence, not a single lead. Because of that, the press calmed down and soon people forgot about it. Han Ji-wook didn't understand what Ju-hoon was getting at. And Ju-hoon said that when he was looking for information on Si-woon, he found one interesting photo. Ju-hoon pulled the photo closer and leaned back on the couch, but said that if the guy wanted to use it, he would have to help. Han Ji-wook silently looked at the photograph that was on the table in front of him. It beckoned him to her because it had information on it that would help Ji-wook. Information that could tie Si-woon to Ji-wook. It was a very tempting offer, so the guy was tempted to make sure Si-woon was always by his side and reached for the photo. Han Ji-wook turned it around and began to scrutinize the image in his hands. And what Han Ji-wook saw on him stunned him. He couldn't believe his eyes. And then Ju-hoon raised his voice. He confessed that it was very difficult to find her in such a faraway place. Min Si-woon's real mom was pictured in the photo, and Ju-hoon noticed that they looked very similar. And after Ju-hoon shared that picture with Ji-wook, the guy realized everything. Han Ji-wook stood in front of the blonde man and said that he wasn't really Min Si-woon, because the real Min Si-woon was the person he saw in that dark room. The boy who lay there, surrounded by medical equipment, was the real Min Si-woon. Ji-wook was sure that the real Min Si-woon was the guy he had seen in the room back then. Min Wu Jin looked at the guy, pondering everything he had heard from Han Ji-wook. Then he loomed over him threateningly and reminded him that he'd warned him to let the guy forget about it forever. Han Juk said that those childish threats wouldn't work on him anymore, because now he knows the blonde man's weak spot. Han Ji-wook's hand reached into his pocket, and he warned that the guy might not even try to deny everything. He showed Min Wu Jin a picture of his real mother and remarked that his family had done a good job of hiding the truth. Min Wu Jin smirked when he heard this. The frightening atmosphere around the blonde man intensified, but his face remained calm. Min Wu Jin tilted his head and asked if the guy was sure. Han Ji-wook once again didn't understand what the blonde man's words meant, so he asked what the guy meant. Min Wu Jin hovered very close over the guy and repeated whether the guy was sure he wouldn't regret his behavior. Han Ji-wook tensed as he stared at the blonde man in response. He was silent for a moment, pondering his answer. Then he asked the blonde man if he was sure he wouldn't regret his treatment of him. Han Ji-wook was still standing on the doorstep of the apartment and said that there would be a disaster if the information got out. Ji-wook admitted that he wouldn't have wanted to go to such lengths, and the guy just had to give up on Han Siwan. Therefore, Ji-wook ordered the guy to think hard about who should be by his side. Min Wu Jin should have chosen Han Ji-wook and everything would be fine, but Min Wu Jin didn't say anything, and then told the guy he was just pathetic. Those words rang out in the hallway of the house, and the blonde man walked out of his apartment. Min Wu Jin told Ji-wook to stop being a hypocrite and pretending it's all about him. And while the blonde looked at Ji-wook, he began to make excuses to him that he just wanted to be closer to him. He told me how hard he tried, but everything went to Han Siwan, and he wasn't going to give him anything. Ji-wook shouted that he would get back everything Siwan had taken from him and wouldn't back down from anything else. Min Wu Jin was tired of hearing about Ji-wook's complexes, so he said he wasn't interested in his ramblings. However, Ji-wook was sure that very soon the guy would change his mind a lot on this matter. A small smile appeared on Han Ji-wook's face, and he remembered something important, because he originally wanted to talk inside the apartment, not on its doorstep. Ji-wook asked to let him inside. Min Wu Jin looked at him silently, and then he moved back slightly, allowing Han Ji-wook to pass inside his apartment. Ji-wook started his way deeper into the apartment. He felt that their plan with Jo-hoon was beginning to work. And from the realization that he was really starting to get good at it, a smile appeared on Ji-wook's face. And Han Ji-wook, with great pleasure, finally stepped over the threshold of Min Si-woon's apartment. Yoon Tae-ming was already at his house. He had changed his clothes and was lying on his bed, thinking about today. It was already dark outside the window, and the whole house was very quiet. The boy should have been asleep, but he couldn't. Yoon Tae-ming felt strange. He was lying on the bed, trying to find answers in his head. He covered his eyes, and memories of Min Wu Jin began to climb into his head on their own. Yun Tae-ming vividly remembered the feeling of other people's warm hands on his bare skin, and the way Min Wu Jin gently kissed his face as if he was the most precious asset in the entire world. These memories of their passionate kiss in complete darkness, Yun Tae-ming felt as if it was happening to him now. And that slight shiver that ran through Yun Tae-ming's body from the overabundance of feelings, he remembered it perfectly too. Yun Tae-ming blushed and started screaming on his bed. He thought he was completely crazy. His entire face was red with embarrassment, and he realized that he always reacted like this when he thought of Min Wu Jin. And though he felt awkward and embarrassed to realize it, he had to admit it, at least to himself. No matter which way Yun Tae-min looked at it, one thing was clear: he had fallen in love with the blonde man. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang and caught Yun Tae-ming's attention. The guy propped himself up on the bed to see if his phone was ringing. He crawled closer to the edge of the bed and reached for his phone to see who was calling him. It was quite late, and getting a call at this hour was quite out of the ordinary. The screen on his phone said that Min Wu Jin was calling him. He wondered what he should do and whether he should even answer such a late call from a guy. But in the end, he picked up the phone and put the phone to his ear to listen to Min Wu Jin. He asked if the guy was calling late, but all he heard in response was silence. This made the guy nervous, and he called out for Siwan, but heard the blonde man say he wanted to hear another name. Min Wu Jin sat on his bed and reminded the guy that they never finished their conversation. The blonde looked depressed as he said that the guy never voiced his answer. Yun Tae-ming immediately noticed that Min Wu Jin's voice was not his usual voice. The blonde man's voice sounded much lower than usual, and it strained the guy. So he asked if he was okay, but Min Wu Jin asked him not to change the subject and answer. Yun Tae-ming realized that something was wrong because Min Wu Jin was anxious. Yun Tae-ming scolded himself for going to Min Wu Jin's apartment after all. He was trying to figure out if he should really confess, and wondered if it would make the guy feel better. After all, Yun Tae-ming needed Min Wu Jin himself, so he dared to confess. Yun Tae-ming covered his mouth with his hand as he imagined what would happen when he told the truth. When suddenly he heard his voice asking if he was sure everything was going to be okay. Yun Tae-ming looked in front of him in shock and froze when he saw himself there. He felt as if the whole room was flying apart into little pieces right along with him, and Yun Tae-ming himself in Siwan's body could only stare at his image with his mouth open. Yun Tae-ming's silhouette asked why the guy was sure things would change for the better. He stiffly asked the real guy what he even knew about Min Wu Jin, and why is he going to trust this total stranger? Yun Tae-ming's silhouette indifferently asked what he would do if things happened again. And now little Yun Tae-ming was already standing in front of him, reminding him of how they had been abandoned. Little Yun Tae-ming's hands cupped around the real guy's face, and he moved closer to his face. And little Yun Tae-ming wondered if he could truly experience such a thing again. This question made Yun Tae-ming think about it, and he realized that he couldn't risk it. He wasn't allowed to tell Min Wu Jin the truth unless he wanted to relive past experiences again. Yun Tae-ming's head fell into his hands, and he said that if that was all the guy wanted, he was leaving. Yun Tae-ming clutched heavily at his hair in despair, but realized that he shouldn't give himself away. Min Wu Jin heard the guy's reply and heard him hang up the phone. He sat in the dark. Min Wu Jin listened to the phone beeps and felt completely broken inside. Those beeps felt like they broke him all the way down. His last hope shattered right in his hands, and Min Wu Jin sank into the memories of his childhood against his will. His mother used to pull the guy's hair and tell him that no one would ever want to be with him, followed by a memory of the real Min Siwan, how he told him not to look down on him. Min Siwan said that he wasn't some pathetic lowlife, and looked Min Wu Jin in the eye. The guy remembered the guy saying that it wasn't really him who was dying, but Min Wu Jin. All because Min Wu Jin will disappear from this world, only Min Siwan will be left. And from all of Han Siwan's memories and words, Min Wu Jin's phone shattered just like its owner. Min Wu Jin was breathing heavily and trying to gather himself from the shards at least a little bit. But he wasn't very good at it, to put it mildly, because the darkness was filling him from the inside, and Min Wu Jin was left alone with all his shards in an empty dark room. Another school day began again, and the schoolyard was filled with students. Yun Tae-ming walked down the school corridors all alone and was immersed in his thoughts. He coughed a little and realized he was sick after only getting a little wet in the rain. When the guy walked into the office, he immediately heard Choi Min-jun calling out to him. The guy immediately flew up to him and wanted to hug him, but Yun Tae-min asked him to stay away from him. He threw his bag on the desk with a loud clatter, but took his own time to sit down in his seat. Yun Tae-ming began to look around the office in an attempt to find Min Wu Jin in it. Choi Min-jun watched Han Siwan's strange actions with astonishment. When Yun Tae-min didn't find the blonde man, he put his hands on Min-jun's shoulders and asked where Siwan was. The guy said he went out and asked if anything happened between them. Yun Tae-ming asked why the guy thought that, and the guy said that the blonde man was very gloomy today. Yun Tae-ming thought about all of yesterday and replied that everything seemed to be fine between them. Choi Min-jun carefully looked at Han Siwan with a serious face for only a couple of seconds. And then, as always, he smiled and said that since nothing was wrong, everything was fine. Yun Tae-ming noticed that the guy had fallen behind him very quickly and decided that it was very suspicious. He was worried about Min Wu Jin, so he decided to definitely find him and talk to him, because after that meeting with Ji-wook, the guy did sound really weird. Yun Tae-ming Right was worried about the blonde man, and he wondered what had happened. But he knew for sure that something serious had happened yesterday and Min Wu Jin needed him. So he asked Min-jun where the guy had gone. He did it rather nervously and unexpectedly, but unfortunately, Choi Min-jun didn't know. Therefore, the guy turned around and went to look for himself. He turned to Min-jun and ordered the guy. No way was he going to follow him. Choi Min-jun remained standing still and watched the guy walk away with a smile on his face. Then he waved cheerfully after him and shouted that he was on Han Siwan's side. Yun Tae-ming quickly left the office and started running down the school corridor. He ran through one class after another and wanted to find the guy as soon as possible. He reached the stairs and hurriedly walked to the next floor, hoping to find Min Wu Jin there. He met a teacher in the hallway who ordered him to go to his classroom during class instead of walking down the hallways. However, Yun Tae-ming didn't listen to him and continued his search while his teacher shouted for him not to run. The corridor was empty as class had already started, but Min Wu Jin was nowhere to be seen. Yun Tae-ming was breathing heavily and looking around, hoping to still find the guy. He walked on and tried to figure out where Min Wu Jin could have gone. And just at that moment, the blonde man appeared in front of him right in the middle of the hallway. Yun Tae-ming was very happy to have found him and called out to the guy. Min Wu Jin looked at him indifferently. Yun Tae-ming walked towards him and started asking for them to talk. But he had already finished into the void because Min Wu Jin had just walked past him. It made the guy freeze. It felt like his heart stopped and all the air was knocked out of his lungs. Yun Tae-ming tried to pull himself together and push away the unpleasant feeling he experienced. He turned to the blonde man and yelled for him to wait for him and wanted to say something else. But Min Wu Jin was right behind him and grabbed Yun Tae-ming's arm. He was right next to Yun Tae-ming's ear and whispered to him Han Siwan's name. Min Wu Jin admitted that he had lost their bet and now, as promised, he wouldn't bother him anymore. These words broke Yun Tae-ming's heart, and he was simply at a loss for words. His hand was released, and the blonde man started to walk away, and Yun Tae-ming still didn't fully understand what had happened. Yun Tae-min stands abandoned in the middle of the school hallway. The thing he was so afraid of has happened to him. Min Wu Jin admitted that he had lost their bet, and now, as promised, he wouldn't bother him anymore. These words broke Yun Tae-ming's heart, and he was simply at a loss for words. Choi Min-jun stood right in front of his desk and shouted his name loudly, right in his face. Yun Tae-ming only then heard that his name had actually been called out for a long time. Choi Min-jun asked the guy to come back to reality, and Yun Tae-min asked where Min Se-woon was. The guy replied that he didn't know, and added that he never showed up in class today. Yun Tae-ming then asked the guys why they were standing next to him and if the lessons were already over. Lee Hoon and Min-jun looked at the guy worriedly and said that even the evening meeting had already passed. The guy looked at the guys in surprise and couldn't believe that he was so immersed in himself that he had missed everything. Then he lowered his eyes to his desk and realized that he had spent the entire day feeling like he was somewhere far away. Yun Tae-ming abruptly stood up from his seat, surprising the guys. He picked up his bag and then started to walk away, throwing the boys a brief farewell. He sank back into himself. Choi Min-jun turned to Lee Hoon and said that Siwan is clearly worse than what meets the eye. 3 days had already passed since Min Wu Jin had left him. Yun Tae-min was still not himself. Since then, the blonde boy had never appeared at school. Yun Tae-ming still felt defeated, but was worried about the guy. He was leaning on the fence and his head was resting on his hands, and it was very difficult for the guy to even just stand. Yun Tae-ming thought that if he won the bet, he would just be happy and they would move on. But right now, he was not happy at all. He felt as if he were standing on the edge of a precipice and didn't know what he wanted. Suddenly, Lee Hoon and Choi Min-jun appeared beside him. The latter hugged him and was very happy, as always. Yoon Tae-min was scared and yelled for Choi Min-jun to stop scaring him all the time. The guy asked if he couldn't just walk over, and Yoon Tae-min complained that they didn't even leave his side during school hours. Yoon Tae-min was never alone even in the restroom. Choi Min-jun was always by his side. And just recently, a guy tried to get into his house in the first place, and Yoon Tae-min asked if the guy was a stalker. Yoon Tae-min held Min-jun by the collar of his shirt, but he only smiled and said that he should actually thank them. And when Tae-ming was surprised, the guy started to explain that he and Lee Hong had saved him from meeting the pole, and then managed to pull him over before he ran a red light and almost got hit by a car. And then you save him from falling down the stairs and into the women's restroom, and he calls you names. Yoon Tae-ming didn't notice it at all, so he felt embarrassed and thanked them. Then he asked about Siwon. Choi Min-jun said, Siwan is the most worried because he has changed a lot since the day he went to look for the guy. The guy then added that Siwan had become very boring. Tae-min got angry and told him to leave him then. But Choi Min-jun confesses that he can't because he's fulfilling Siwon's request. That surprised Yoon Tae-min, and the guy said that Siwon had asked to keep an eye on Siwan. Yoon Tae-ming was very angry about this, and he shouted that if the guy was so worried, he wouldn't ignore him. It was only after the words came out that Yoon Tae-ming realized that he had said something he didn't mean to. He apologized to the guys and admitted that his head was all mixed up and he didn't mean it. Choi Min-jun says they understand and the guy really doesn't seem like himself. And then he asked Siwan to stop torturing his brain and go about his business as usual, or he would break down completely. And when Lee Hoon said that you could have said it more gently, the guy added that Siwan wouldn't have gotten the hint. Yoon Tae-min got angry again when he was called stupid and started an altercation with Choi Min-jun. But their little quarrel was interrupted by Lee Hoon's serious goal, who started talking about Siwon. Yoon Tae-ming shifted his gaze to the guy and began to listen to the guy's words carefully. And Lee Hong said that Siwon wasn't the kind of person who would do something without a reason. Yoon Tae-ming let go of Choi Min-jun's shirt and began to look at his hands. He replied that he realized that the guys trusted Min Siwon unlike him. He rubbed his neck awkwardly and admitted that he himself couldn't trust Min Wu Jin, and went on to say that the blonde hadn't said a word to him, and they wanted Siwan to trust him. The guys stood across the room and listened to Han Siwan's doubts and prepared to help him figure it out. Choi Min-jun walked over to the guy and put his hand on his chest. He asked if Siwan was trying to find out anything. Yoon Tae-ming looked at Choi Min-jun, and those words made him start to realize. And Choi Min-jun kept asking if he even asked anything, because without questions, Siwon won't tell him anything. Min-jun's hand remained on Tae-ming's chest as he said that without questions, he would remain in the dark like this. And that was why Min-jun was suggesting to the guy just go to Siwon and ask him everything. Yoon Tae-ming felt like a fool and remembered how stubborn he was and didn't ask any questions, although Wu Jin was willing to tell him everything, and he was the one who had been avoiding the guy all this time and didn't think of accepting the offer. Yoon Tae-ming realized all of this because of Choi Min-jun's words. That's why he called out to him and asked him to honestly answer him if he had been acting stupid all this time. Choi Min-jun was confused by such a question for just a single moment, and then brightened up, smiled sweetly, and said that the guy wasn't just acting stupid, he was acting very stupid. Yoon Tae-ming acknowledged his rightness and said that the boys were indeed useful. He looked up at them and thanked them sincerely, and then said that now he knew how he should proceed. Yoon Tae-ming turned around to leave and shouted that he had some business to attend to. After that, Yoon Tae-ming began to quickly move away from the guys. He was determined after their conversation. Lee Hoon asked if they definitely shouldn't go after him, but Choi Min-jun said that Siwan is perfectly fine now. Yoon Tae-ming walked down the not-so-crowded street, plotting his next course of action. He was in a great hurry. He didn't want to stall any further, so he almost ran. Yoon Tae-ming hadn't been himself for the past 3 days, and now he was finally able to come to his senses. He recalled Choi Min-jun's words that he was the one who was worried about Min Wu Jin the most. Then he remembered Lee Hong's words about what kind of person the blonde man really was. And after that moment when Min Wu Jin pushed him away in the school hallway, finally he remembered how Ji Wook had suddenly appeared on the doorstep of Wu Jin's apartment. Suddenly, he stopped and began to ponder whether Ji Wook and Wu Jin's behavior could be related. He was standing right in the middle of the street when this thought came to him, and Tae-ming couldn't get rid of it. So the guy made a decision that might help him figure it out. Yoon Tae-ming took out his phone and started quickly typing a message to someone. He wasn't sure if this plan would work, but since there was a chance, it was worth a try. So he sent the message and decided to wait until the right moment came. Since he had a lot of time, Yun Tae-ming wanted to wait it out somewhere. He looked up and saw a sign with the name of a place that was perfect for the purpose he needed. It was an internet cafe where he could usefully spend his waiting time. There were quite a few people in the internet cafe, and it was noisy because of that. Yun Tae-ming was already sitting at one of the computers, typing his request on the keyboard. He wrote Hansen's company name in the search box to read what the public knew. The guy perused the various news articles and all the information about the company. When his gaze fell on one of the articles that could help him understand everything, the article stated that the head of the company had stopped hiding his terminally ill son. The photo showed 12-year-old Min Wu Jin with the couple who were his parents. Yun Tae-ming looked at Min Wu Jin in the photo and decided to open this article. He made a few clicks to get more information about the story. On that day, the son of the head of Hansen Company was shown to the public for the first time, but the woman was nothing like Wu Jin's mother. After Yun Tae-ming read the article completely, he leaned back in his chair and began to ponder why Min Wu Jin was hiding his real name and past. Yun Tae-ming thought that somewhere in this story might be hiding the reason for the guy's disappearance. He thought about it some more, then coughed again and pulled himself back to the monitor. Yun Tae-ming looked at the time and realized that he had completely lost track of time, and it was already time for him to go to his scheduled meeting with the person he had texted. Therefore, Yun Tae-ming started to get up from the computer chair to leave the place. He was serious to fulfill his plan and hoped to be expected at the appointed place. The underground passage was almost empty. Only one man was waiting inside, and Yun Tae-min would approach the man and asked if he was tired of waiting for him. Ji-wook grabbed the guy by the collar of his clothes. He yelled and asked who it was and if he knew what time it was. Yun Tae-min was calm and asked if Han Ji-wook wouldn't recognize his own brother. The boy heard Chauvin's voice and couldn't understand what was going on. That made him even angrier. Therefore, he squeezed Yun Tae-ming's clothes harder and started yelling at him. He couldn't believe that the message was sent by a guy, so he showed him his phone and demanded to know if he had sent him a text. Ji-wook held his phone up to Han Siwan's face so he could read what it said. It was indeed Tae-ming's message, saying he knew about Siwon's blackmail and inviting him to a meeting. Yun Tae-ming smiled and confirmed that the message was from him. Han Ji-wook freaks out and yells at the guy to tell him what he knows and what he wants from him. Yun Tae-ming continued to smile and said that he didn't know anything. It was just a guess, and went on to say that the speculation would have remained if Ji-wook hadn't confirmed everything with his behavior. It turned out that Han Ji-wook had been waiting for him for 2 whole hours. The guy was confused when he heard that he had given himself away, and Yun Tae-min continued to mock him. He said that the guy was really scared since he waited so long. Han Ji-wook looked at Han Siwan and now realized exactly what a disadvantage he was at. The boy lowered his head and lost all his fervor. Then he asked what was going to happen next. Ji-wook reminded his brother that without Siwon, he was nothing, and he couldn't do anything to him. Yun Tae-min calmly watched Ji-wook as he tried to convince him to stop making something of himself. And then Yun Tae-ming took his brother's hand and said that it was because of him that he realized how much he needed Min Siwon. He squeezed Ji-wook's hand harder, releasing his clothes from his grip. He added that he couldn't do without the blonde man. Yun Tae-ming said that she only felt normal around Siwon, and he probably did too. He pulled Ji-wook's hand away from him and said that the boy had no place between them. Ji-wook listened glumly as his brother said that he would definitely bring Min Siwon back to himself. After that, Yun Tae-min let go of Han Ji-wook's hand and moved closer to his ear and said he called Ji-wook to just tell him that. After saying those words, Yun Tae-ming pushed the guy with his shoulder and started to leave the underground passage. Han Ji-wook remained standing still as Yun Tae-min distanced himself from him. Yun Tae-min had long since left, and Ji-wook still remained standing in the same spot. He felt his body cowardly with anger, and he really wanted Han Siwon to pay for it. So the guy called Lee Ju-hong to voice all his displeasure to him. Lee Ju-hoon picked up the phone and asked Ji-wook what his problem was. Ji-wook shouted that he had kept his end of the bargain and that he hadn't done anything to Han Siwon. Ju-hoon asked the guy to calm down and said that in this case, it's all about picking the right moment. Yun Tae-ming came to the door of Min Wu Jin's apartment and rang the bell. He called many times, but no one opened the door. He realized that Wu Jin was either not at home or pretending not to be. Yun Tae-ming coughed again and remembered that he was a bit sick before everything as well. But he wasn't going to leave. So the guy sat on the floor in front of the door and decided to wait for the guy there. He sat there and realized that the thought that he hadn't been pushed away seriously somehow made him feel better. Yun Tae-ming sat by the door and thought about everything that had happened to him today. He thought back to what he had told Han Ji-wook, that he had no place between them, and the way he said he would definitely bring Min Wu Jin back even if he didn't know how. Yoon Tae-ming only now realized what kind of pathos nonsense Ji-wook had said. He felt a little feverish and tired, so he fell asleep right in the hallway in front of Min Wu Jin's door. And Yoon Tae-ming, who was sitting sleeping while waiting for the blonde man, was approached by the landlord. Yoon Tae-ming opened his eyes a little at a time and realized that he had fallen asleep in the wrong place. He was able to force himself to open them once more and was beginning to realize what was going on around him. There was a heaviness in his whole body. Everything was floating in front of his eyes, and he felt a little dizzy. Yoon Tae-ming was able to turn his head slightly and saw that someone was sitting next to him. It was Min Wu Jin. He was sitting on the edge of the bed and didn't even look at the guy. Therefore, to get his attention, Yoon Tae-min began to speak. He called out to Min Siwan, and the blonde man turned around to look at him. The guys met each other's gazes. For a while, Min Wu Jin just stared at Yoon Tae-ming in silence, and then asked him what kind of show the guy decided to put on in front of his door. Yoon Tae-ming didn't get out of bed and didn't understand what introduction Min Wu Jin was telling him about. The blonde said it was over between them and the guy didn't need to come to him anymore. Yoon Tae-ming looked at him. He felt tired, but they needed to talk, so he pulled himself together and sat on the bed, and asked if the guy had decided to do it himself or if it was because of Ji-wook. Yoon Tae-ming said he didn't know what they were talking about, but he was sure the guy was acting like that because of it. Min Wu Jin didn't seem impressed with the guy's conclusions like that, and said that it didn't matter. And then he rudely told Yoon Tae-ming that it was none of his business and shouldn't care. After saying those words, Min Wu Jin got up from the bed and started walking away from the bed that Tae-ming was on. He was already near the door when he told the guy to leave if he was already awake. Yoon Tae-ming watched Min Wu Jin leave him alone once again. And I couldn't believe it would end like this between them, that it was all for nothing. Yoon Tae-ming suddenly began to realize clearly that if he let the guy go this time too, he might not get a second chance to meet him like this. He might lose Min Wu Jin forever. So he clutched the sheet with his hands and knew he had to act now. Therefore, he shouted with all his might that he was concerned as well. Tae-ming hoped that the blonde man would stay. Yoon Tae-ming snickered and continued, already calmer, that he couldn't get him out of his mind and the guy had been like this since childhood. Yoon Tae-ming fell silent and realized that he had said something unnecessary, but it looked like this was his last chance. Therefore, he continued to speak further, even though Min Wu Jin still didn't turn towards him. Yoon Tae-ming said that they had always relied on each other before. He confessed to Min Wu Jin that he was his hope and support. Yoon Tae-ming said that when the guy just disappeared, it was like a betrayal to him. He wanted to say something else, but the words lodged in his throat. Yoon Tae-ming bit his lip in an attempt to contain his unsolicited emotions and continue speaking. The confession came out a bit jagged, with the guy saying that he thought Min Wu Jin had abandoned him. He said that at that point his mom left too, and it was very hard for him to deal with everything at once. But despite how hard it was, Yoon Tae-min made it through and lived alone. He covered his face with his hand and complained that the man knew nothing, because he'd worked like hell, but he couldn't escape his sudden demise. The boy's hands began to tremble, and he spoke as he opened his eyes and realized that he was no longer Yoon Tae-ming. He ceased to exist in an instant, as if all of life was just some kind of joke. And then the epicenter of all things inexplicable was meeting the man he had tried so hard to forget. And all of Yoon Tae-min's efforts were in vain, because that man easily turned it all around. He said the blonde didn't even try to find him when he was Tae-min, but recognized him in Siwan's body. He remembered very well the moment when Min Wu Jin had first called him by his real name. Yoon Tae-ming screamed at Min Wu Jin again with a sense of injustice, and tears showed on his face at this moment. Yoon Tae-ming was crying and couldn't do anything about it. He didn't want to cry in front of Min Wu Jin, but it hurt him so much to talk about it, because the guy didn't understand what the blonde was even thinking, so he asked him about it. And as the guy approached him, Tae-ming asked why he first disappeared without a trace and then appeared in his life. He turned to look the guy in the eye and said he wanted to ask him a question. Tears were still streaming down Yoon Tae-min's face as he asked Min Wu Jin to tell him. He looked at the guy and said that Wu Jin's answer would determine his decision. But Min Wu Jin asked Yoon Tae-min to repeat it one more time. Yoon Tae-ming looked at him with eyes full of tears and didn't understand at all what he had to repeat. And then Min Wu Ding reached out his hand to his face, gently lifting it up, and asked, repeating his name. He wiped Yoon Tae-ming's tears and asked to call his name again. Yoon Tae-min said that it's not important right now, but Wu Jin said it's the only reason he continues to live. The boy didn't understand what the blonde was talking about, and the one explained that he had been too weak as a child and would have lost the guy, and that's why Min Wu Jin accepted his father's offer when he showed up. Min Wu Jin gently ran his finger on Yun Tae-ming's ajar lips, and went on to say that he agreed to erase Min Wu Jin's name and take the place of his legitimate son. He agreed because he thought that this way he could then stay with Yun Tae-ming forever. Min Wu Jin thought that this breakup would be nothing if they could then stay together forever. Yun Tae-ming froze at the confession he heard and tried to comprehend everything he was told. He looked at Min Wu Jin carefully, and then asked him absolutely seriously what he was carrying. Yun Tae-ming grabbed the blonde man by the collar of his clothes and pulled him to him. The boy was not happy with this excuse. He shouted that Min Wu Jin was wrong when he thought that leaving him without warning was a good decision. Yun Tae-ming was annoyed and asked if the blonde thought the guy couldn't stand up for himself. Min Wu Jin looked at Yun Tae-ming as he said that he didn't need anything like that. Yun Tae-ming had already calmed down a bit and was able to speak calmly. The guy started to say that if it was true, for his sake. He was silent for a while and his hand gripped Min Wu Jin's clothes harder. He then reminded the blonde that he had left him in complete ignorance of the situation. Yun Tae-min confessed that because of this, he had hated Min Wu Jin all this time. However, the blonde said that it didn't matter to him, much to the guy's surprise. But Min Wu Jin kept saying that he didn't care even though Tae-ming despised him. Yun Tae-ming was stunned as he listened to the guy say that he didn't care if the guy couldn't understand him. And when Min Wu Jin said to call it a day, Yun Tae-min yelled that he couldn't because he cared. The blonde man took his gaze away from Yun Tae-ming and pondered over everything he had heard from the guy today. After that, he returned his gaze back to Yun Tae-ming and smiled slyly. Wu Jin was determined to learn something. Min Wu Jin asked the guy if he hated him now, and Tae-min was confused by such a question. Yun Tae-ming shouted, "What kind of questions are these even?" And from shock, he even let the clothes out of his hand. Therefore, Min Wu Jin just sat beside him and asked, answering his question. Yun Tae-ming was a little embarrassed, but he realized that he had started this conversation himself, and now it would be foolish to back out. He froze in his seat as he tried to find a suitable answer to Wu Jin's question. But at the same time, he was creeped out by the look on the blonde man's face as he waited with interest for an answer. Yun Tae-ming was tired from his long contemplation and decided that there was no point in hiding something. So he told Min Wu Jin that he would say everything, but only once, so he should listen carefully. Yun Tae-ming carefully looked at Min Wu Jin and mentally prepared for his actions. He then abruptly moved closer to Min Wu Jin and pulled his face towards his own, after which he started kissing Min Wu Jin while continuing to hold on to the guy's neck. Min Wu Jin didn't expect that Yun Tae-ming, instead of giving him a verbal response, decided to kiss him on his own. Yun Tae-ming himself was very displaced by his actions, but he didn't back down from his plan. After Yun Tae-ming pulled away from Min Wu Jin a bit, he was nervous. Therefore, he lowered his gaze down and admitted that he really hated Min Wu Jin before. But Tae-ming had to admit that right now, if it wasn't for the guy, Yun Tae-ming would have already ceased to exist. He couldn't look Min Wu Jin in the eyes when he said that he couldn't continue to hate after being recognized. Min Wu Jin was watching the very cute Yun Tae-min, and a gentle smile appeared on the guy's face. The blonde started to approach the guy as he finished his confession. When Yun Tae-ming realized this, he started to get indignant and asked what this guy was doing. Min Wu Jin plopped the guy on the bed and hovered over him and called his name. Yun Tae-ming's face burned red, and he hesitantly called out his real name. Min Wu Jin's hand reached out to the guy and burrowed into his hair, stroking Tae-ming. The blonde leaned down almost to the very neck of Tae-ming and chuckled lightly for a bit. After that, Min Wu Jin began to gently kiss the guy's neck while Yun Tae-min blushed even more. Yun Tae-ming squeezed the guy's clothes on his shoulder and asked him, waiting a bit. Min Wu Jin pulled away, and Tae-min said that the guy still hadn't explained what he and Ji-wook had. Blondie was a little annoyed and said it didn't matter, but Tae-ming was sure he wasn't being talked to because of that. Min Wu Jin revealed that he just decided to help him make up his mind this way, and Ji-wook is not worth the worry. Yun Tae-ming was indignant when he heard that all this time, Min Wu Jin hadn't spoken to him to push him. He couldn't believe the blonde had actually done it on purpose, so he asked. Min Wu Jin confirmed this and moved closer to the guy's face, and started to say that things would be easier if Tae-ming thought of him right away, although the realization that he had fallen into Min Wu Jin's trap wasn't very pleasant. Despite that, when the blonde man reached out to kiss him, Yun Tae-ming didn't mind at all. And while they were kissing, Yun Tae-ming realized that he was just as crazy since he was so attached to Min Wu Jin. Min Wu Jin lay on top of Yun Tae-min, who was hugging his back as they kissed. They continued kissing, and Yun Tae-min wrapped his arms around Wu Jin's neck as he hovered over him, after which Min Wu Jin put his arm around the guy's waist to pull him closer to him. Yun Tae-ming gave himself completely to the moment and clutched Min Wu Jin's clothes in his hands. The blonde man pulled away from the guy a little and reached up to touch his face with his hand. Yun Tae-min gave in forward in anticipation of the kiss. But instead of the expected kiss, Yun Tae-min received Min Wu Jin's thumb in his mouth. The boy tried to ask the blonde what it was he was going to do to him, but it wasn't very clear. Min Wu Jin focused on the feeling of his hand and said that he knew it. It was too hot. They were lying in this position, and Yun Tae-ming realized that everything was floating in front of his eyes. Min Wu Jin regarded the guy beneath him and thought about it. And Tae-min asked him, moving his hand away. The blonde man looked away and made a decision for himself as the guy below him continued to try to speak. Min Wu Jin took his hand away and lay down next to the guy, hugging him tightly. Yun Tae-ming called out to the blonde man and asked what it was that suddenly came over him. Min Wu Jin pressed him harder against him and said that he was in a good mood today, so he would pardon the guy. Yun Tae-ming didn't quite understand what this was about, but he still said that he was very happy, but it was hard to breathe in this position. The blonde remained silent, and the boy tried to disentangle himself from the suffocating embrace. Yun Tae-ming was unable to do so, so he had to humble himself. This situation reminded of Min Wu Jin from his childhood. He also clung to him no matter what. While the guy was thinking about it, his heart started to speed up, and you could clearly hear it pounding. Yun Tae-ming clearly heard and felt him and thought that he never would have thought before that with the very same Min Wu Jin, he would ever be in a similar relationship. After thinking about it for a bit, Yun Tae-ming asked if the guy was bothered by his current appearance. Min Wu Jin continued to hug the guy tightly and thought sadly about his question. And afterward, he quietly said that the day he saw him after the accident, he prayed to a god he didn't believe in. Min Wu Jin pressed against the top of the guy's head and admitted that he had asked to meet again, so he was grateful. After a while, Yun Tae-ming fell asleep and Min Wu Jin carefully got up, trying not to wake the guy up. He moved the boy's head over the pillow very gently so he wouldn't wake up. And when he succeeded, Min Wu Jin reached for the blanket that was on the other end of the bed. And with all tenderness, he covered Yun Tae-ming to keep him warm at night. Min Wu Jin's attention was drawn to the phone that was vibrating on the other side of the bed. The phone wouldn't stop ringing, even though it was late enough for calls. Min Wu Jin walked over and reached for the phone to see who was calling. He picked up the phone in his hands, but the phone had already stopped ringing, so the guy decided to look up the missed one. Min Wu Jin opened the notifications and noticed that the number was unfamiliar. He stared at the screen in silence, and there was a heavy and oppressive silence around him. Morning came, and Yun Tae-ming was woken up by the sunlight that was streaming through the window. The guy started to swivel his head to look around him, because he was definitely not in his room. He turned his head to the pillow beside him and realized he was lying alone in the bed. Afterward, he brushed up on his reading and began to remember that he had stayed at Min Wu Jin's house yesterday. Memories of how last night had gone began to appear in front of Yun Tae-ming's eyes, and he embarrassedly berated himself for crying yesterday and even hanging on Min Wu Jin's neck himself. Yun Tae-ming cautiously walked to the door and opened it ajar, trying to find the blonde man. However, the living room was also empty, and Yun Tae-ming realized that the guy had gone somewhere. He started looking for his cell phone in his pocket to call the guy and find out where he was. There was no phone in his pocket, so the guy searched all over himself. But as it was, there was none. Tae-ming returned to the bedroom and began an active search for his cell phone there, after which he moved into the living room. He searched even where he couldn't be. And after searching the entire apartment, Yun Tae-min's cell phone was never found. The guy was terribly tired as he searched for it and sadly thought he had just lost it. There was nothing left for him to do, so the guy collapsed onto the couch to just wait for Min Wu Jin. Yun Tae-ming sat quietly for the first minute, looking around the apartment. By the 30th minute, he was terribly bored, but he continued to sit. When 2 hours had passed, Yun Tae-ming was already lying on the sofa, immersed in his thoughts. The guy didn't know what to do with so much free time or if it was okay to just lie there. He also thought that even though he and Wu Jin were doing well, there were still many problems. Yun Tae-min wasn't sure if Ji-wook really wasn't a serious problem. He thought that the guy might have said that so he wouldn't worry about it since Tae-ming was at fault for it. The guy sat down on the couch again. That hen is causing the guy some kind of complex, not sure why. But Yun Tae-ming was sure that he wanted to solve his problems on his own. He stomped his foot nervously, for the long wait in ignorance was badly affecting him. Yun Tae-ming definitely couldn't just leave everything to Min Wu Jin and just watch. That was why Yun Tae-min decided to leave the apartment without waiting for Min Wu Jin. He walked out of the huge building down the steps and walked leisurely somewhere ahead. Yun Tae-ming decided to deal with his own problems, so he walked over to do so. Around the corner of the building, someone was watching very carefully where Yun Tae-ming was heading. The stalker turned out to be a guy in a red hoodie who was covering his face with a cap. He carefully watched all of Yun Tae-ming's movements so that he wouldn't miss it. In the end, the guy was walking a couple of meters behind Yun Tae-ming, waiting for a good moment. The guy made no effort to make his footsteps quiet, so his stomping was clearly audible. Thus, Yun Tae-ming was being pursued by a stranger, and his attitude was clearly determined. Yun Tae-ming turned from the main street into one of the small alleys, and the stalker realized that this was his chance, so he wrapped up behind him. The guy in the red hoodie pulled his cap lower and looked around carefully. There was a board lying next to him that was suitable to disarm Tae-ming, and the guy took it. The stalker followed Tae-ming's every move, getting closer and closer, and when he managed to get within the right distance, the chaser passed the board and swung to deliver a decisive blow on Yun Tae-ming's head. However, much to the chaser's dismay, the guy easily dodged the blow. Yun Tae-ming took advantage of the hiccup and grabbed the hand in which the pursuer was holding a weapon. And holding his opponent's arm, Yun Tae-ming swung to injure his wrist and knock his weapon away. But the guy got really scared, screamed, and almost let the board out of his hand himself. The board fell to the floor with a loud thud, hitting it in the complete silence of the alley. The rib of Yun Tae-ming's palm stopped barely touching his pursuer's wrist. Yun Tae-ming praised the guy for choosing to retreat and keep his arm intact. The stalker panickedly asked when Yun Tae-ming was able to reveal him, and the guy told his stalker that he realized right away because the guy was too obvious. He then knocked his cap off his wig to get a good look at the face of his pursuer. This was the person Yun Tae-ming saw for the first time in his life, and the guy slightly squirmed when he found himself declassified. Yun Tae-ming gave him a puzzled look and asked who he even was. Tae-ming began to reason that he wasn't a random victim, but he knows all the people he didn't please by sight. And since this was the first time he'd seen the guy, it was obvious someone had sent him. The guy lied about being a nobody, so Yun Tae-min suggested we walk to the police station. So the guy confessed that he was just asked to bring him, and Yun Tae-min ordered him to show him where to go, since the pursuer didn't immediately understand what the guy was asking him about. Yun Tae-ming repeatedly told him to take him to that person. They came to a small dark room, and the door creaked open, letting in some light. Also, the only source of light in that room was a small window under the ceiling. Yun Tae-ming pushed the guy inside the room and followed him in. Inside, a chair could be seen with some person sitting on it. His hands were folded in a lock, and he chuckled when he saw the guys. That guy was Ju-hoon, who told the stalkers that he was supposed to bring the guy in, not the other way around. Yun Tae-ming recognized Lee Ju-hong and boldly asked if it was his doing. And while the guy shouted that he brought it anyway, Yun Tae-min tensed up because he thought it was Ji-wook's pranks. Ju-hoon was pleasantly surprised that Yun Tae-min had come by himself, but the man said he really wanted to see the culprit. And when Ju-hoon asked how his impressions were, Yun Tae-min replied that he was a real freak. Ju-hong laughed and said that Yun Tae-ming would hurt him right in the heart. Afterward, Ju-hoon said that the most important thing was that their main character showed up and the rest didn't matter. He got up from the chair he was sitting on and started to walk over to Yun Tae-ming, and he in turn asked to get serious and say what he needed to say. Lee Ju-hoon said he had told the guy many times that he really liked him. However, Yun Tae-min told the guy to stop lying because he was just having fun. The smile disappeared from Ju-hong's face, and he said he was being sincere, and got a semblance of an apology from Tae-min. But the guy also said that Ju-hoon can't be there for him no matter how hard he tries. Lee Ju-hong tried to hold back a chuckle at such a serious speech from Yun Tae-ming, but he couldn't and started laughing out loud because he hadn't confessed and he'd already been blown off. But after his fun had died down, Ju-hoon said there was one thing, because he had long since come between the guy and Min Soo-woon a long time ago. Yun Tae-ming didn't understand what the guy meant when he said such things. Ju-hoon admitted that it was difficult to separate the two and had to assign some things to someone. Lee Ju-hong turned the guy towards one of the walls and said that it was because of this guy that they were able to meet. From a dark corner of the small room, the silhouette of another man began to show, and when the silhouette completely emerged from the shadows, it was clear that it was Han Ji-wook. Yun Tae-ming frowned at his so-called brother and was only slightly surprised. They were now 3 guys standing in the room, and there was some silent tension. Yoon Tae-ming didn't say anything to Han Ji-wook and just stared at him silently. Ji-wook wasn't silent. He asked his brother where all his speeches had gone now. Yoon Tae-ming was serious and asked what they were going to do next and if they were going to tell him about Min Soo-woon's blackmail. But Ji-wook said there was nothing left for him to do because the guy didn't do as he was asked. Tae-min called the guy names, but he wasn't upset. He said that if he knew what was waiting for him, he wouldn't have come. Yoon Tae-min looked straight into Han Ji-wook's eyes and said that he wasn't afraid. That was why he had come. The guy asked Ji-wook if he was tired of following him around all the time. He rubbed his neck and added that he didn't know what was causing this attention, but he was getting fed up. And that was why Yoon Tae-ming asked that they end it right here and now. Han Ji-wook was also serious and told his brother that he could take it easy on this smooch, because Ji-wook will stop worrying once he sees with his own eyes how Siwan gets trampled into the dirt. Suddenly the door to the room was ajar again, and someone's shadow was inside. Behind the stranger's shadow, the man himself began to appear, walking confidently into the room. Ji-wook saw the guest and addressed him, saying that he was just in time. Yoon Tae-ming turned around at the door to see who had so suddenly appeared behind him, and was very much surprised when he realized what kind of person was now in front of him, because Min Si-woon was standing there and his look was completely indifferent. Lee Ju-hong, who had been just watching for a long time, whistled at this turn of events. Yoon Tae-ming looked at Min Wu Jin and asked the guy how he ended up here, but the blonde didn't answer that question, and he wasn't even going to answer it. He looked at the guys in front of him, and although the closest to him right now was Yoon Tae-ming, the blonde man's attention seemed to be more focused on Han Ji-wook specifically. So he asked him why he had been called here and what kind of circus they were putting on again. Han Ji-wook recalled, then Siwan promised that he wouldn't interfere in Siwan's life anymore. Min Wu Jin remained silent, realizing that if he answered, he would give himself away in front of Yoon Tae-ming. After a while, however, he replied that he remembered and continued to wait for an explanation. Yoon Tae-ming watched the guy and realized that he was a little right in his judgment after all. Ji-wook went on to say that he won't say he doesn't trust Min Soo-woon, but he wants to make sure. Lee Ju-hong, who had been standing behind Tae-ming all this time, grabbed him and pulled him against him. He leaned down to the lad's very ear and said that the situation was very curious. Lee Ju-hong's hand held his waist firmly, while his other hand held the guy's chin. Tae-min realized that he wouldn't be able to break free. Ju-hong opened more access to his neck, leaned closer, and bit Yoon Tae-ming while continuing to hold him tightly. Min Wu Jin watched this, and a threatening aura began to emanate from him for a second. Lee Ju-hong at this time was defiantly looking the blonde man in the eyes while licking the other's neck. Min Wu Jin remained standing still. He didn't do anything and didn't say anything. Lee Ju-hong moved his hand to the back of Yoon Tae-ming's head and squeezed it hard. With his other hand, Ju-hoon held his arms, and thus he lowered the lad to his knees in front of him. Han Ji-wook started saying again that he, Min Soo-woon, would only need to play along with them a little bit. Ji-wook said he wouldn't have to do anything, just observe. Min Wu Jin listened to everything Han Ji-wook wanted to tell him, and his body tensed up. And he irritably asked Ji-wook, had he really been called here just for that? Han Ji-wook was confused at such words and didn't even know how to react at first. But then he apologized and admitted that it was important to him, so he asked Siwan to do him a favor. Yoon Tae-ming continued to be held on his knees, and his brother began to move towards him. When Han Ji-wook got close enough to him, so close that he towered over him, Yoon Tae-ming raised an angry gaze at him as if he was challenging Han Ji-wook, and he got down on one knee to level with him, and he said that Siwan should be stomped into the mud. Because if you don't, Han Siwan will become too bold and rude again. Han Ji-wook continued to look the guy in the eyes and offered him, telling him something. Afterwards, he admitted that he was the one who drove his brother to it, because Ji-wook specifically handed him the photo and asked him to go to Ju-hoon's place instead. And Han Siwan obediently went to him because he promised to do anything for his brother. And after Ji-wook was sent a video in which Siwan looked genuinely shocked, he even got a kick out of it. But he sent it to the whole school, and then Siwan was on his knees in front of him, just like he was now. Just then, Han Siwan sobbed and clung to Ji-wook as if he were his last hope. Han Ji-wook recalled his brother crying, apologizing, and saying he couldn't take it anymore. He remembered how tears had flowed from Han Siwan's eyes, and he had said it was unbearable. Also, how the guy didn't know what to do and tells me he didn't think it would work out that way. But Ji-wook didn't feel sorry for him. On the contrary, he enjoyed his position, because then his praised big brother was pathetic and crawling at his feet. Han Ji-wook grabbed Yoon Tae-min's chin and said that Togla he pretended to comfort him. and then asked how it felt to be at rock bottom. He admitted he was happy and could call it a henna. And now Ji-wook was wondering how Siwan would behave now. Would he plead or hold on to his pride? Han Ji-wook continued to stroke his brother's face and waited for his reaction to what was happening. And Yoon Tae-min surprised the guy when he said that there was even more shit in Ji-wook than he thought. He asked if Ji-wook had done so many disgusting things just because his older brother was cooler. Ji-wook freaked out, grabbed the guy, and started yelling that he couldn't imagine what being in the shadows was like. Yoon Tae-min was not mollified by this, and he asked how old the guy was and how long he would blame those around him for his shortcomings. Tae-min was telling the guy to open his eyes instead of trying to spend his life trying to get even with the people around him. Han Ji-wook let go of his brother, straightened up, and began to look down at him, but decided to smile and tell Siwan to worry about himself, not tell him how to live his life. After that, Ji-wook called out to Lee Ju-hoon, who had been holding the guy down the whole time. And the man laughed and asked that Siwan not judge him for what he was about to do. And then Lee Ju-hong slammed the guy's head against the floor with all his might. And then he explained that the spot where the guy hit him last time still hurt, just wanted to pay him back. Yoon Tae-min tried to use his hands to get up from the floor, but he lacked the strength. So he just spun around downstairs and yelled at Ju-hoon to let him go. However, it didn't help because Lee Ju-hong's hand began to lift his shirt and climb up to his bare skin. Yoon Tae-min felt his disgust and hatred for Lee Ju-hong overwhelm him. Tae-min snapped back, but the guy said he'd better whimper so Siwon could enjoy the spectacle. It was only after saying those words that Yoon Tae-min remembered that Min Wu Jin was still here. He looked at the blonde man, who stood perfectly still in the room, and Yoon Tae-min remembered that Han Ji-wook was blackmailing him. Therefore, he shouted his name, and asked him to leave and he'll deal with his own problems because it's none of Wu Jin's business. The blonde man listened to this statement from Yoon Tae-min, but he had no intention of leaving. He asked why, and Yoon Tae-min, who Ju-hoon was pinning to the floor, didn't understand what he meant. So Min Wu Jin asked why this disgusting situation shouldn't concern him, or does the guy think he doesn't care? Han Ji-wook nearby started yelling that Min Siwon had actually promised not to mess with Han Siwon anymore. Min Wu Jin turned a look of contempt on Ji-wook and ordered him to shut his mouth. Han Ji-wook stood there in complete shock and couldn't understand why things weren't going according to plan. Min Wu Jin returned his attention to Yoon Tae-min and asked him, answering the question. Yoon Tae-min looked at the blonde man from his vulnerable position and realized that there was no point in lying, although he was angry that Min Wu Jin didn't take the chance to save himself. So he cried out that it's hard to remain indifferent when the person you like presents himself like this. However, Yoon Tae-min didn't want the guy to get hurt and blamed him for not taking the hint and reminded him of the blackmail. Min Wu Jin listened to him and said that, like he said before, blackmailing Han Ji-wook meant nothing to him. And then the blonde man said it was all originally done at his behest. Yoon Tae-min lifted up from the floor and stared at Min Wu Jin in shock. Han Ji-wook, who was standing next to Min Siwon, also stared at the guy in incomprehension. Ji-wook couldn't believe it and asked the guy what he meant. It turned out that Min Wu Jin knew everything, even that Ji-wook would invite him here today. Han Ji-wook got nervous and started yelling that it was impossible because it was only discussed with Ju-hoon. And after he said it out loud, it was like an epiphany came to him. He remembered how Lee Ju-hong put out his cigarette and asked not to worry. He remembered the guy assuring him that he would share some very useful information if he agreed to the plan. Ji-wook remembered Ju-hoon saying that she was so useful that Siwon wouldn't ignore him. After reminiscing, Ji-wook turned to the guy and asked him where he got that picture from. Lee Ju-hong started laughing lightly when he heard Ji-wook's question, and he had a wide smile on his face, after which Lee Ju-hong couldn't stand it and laughed very loudly and gleefully. He looked up at Ji-wook and said that he was starting to think right because the photo was given to him by Siwon, so they were going to help Ji-wook tighten the noose around his own neck. And blackmailing Siwon with a picture was stupid. Han Ji-wook was stunned. He started to get very nervous and couldn't string together more than 2 words. Eventually, he turned to Siwon and started yelling that he couldn't care less about the likelihood of the photo spreading. But Min Wu Jin said he didn't care. It was habitual for him to hold back the blows, which couldn't be said for Ji-wook. And Min Wu Jin was very interested to see how the guy would get skewered with fear. Everything Min Wu Jin said did not help Ji-wook come to his senses at all. He wondered if the guys were actually having a nice little spat to set him up. Han Ji-wook's gaze was becoming frantic, and he questioned how, why, and why they did this. Lee Ju-hong took out a voice recorder from his pocket and slid it across the floor to Min Siwon. And afterward, he said he was involved in it himself because it was supposed to be fun. Min Wu Jin bent down and picked up the dictaphone that was lying near his feet. When the recorder was in his hands, Min Wu Jin hurriedly turned on the recording. On the recording, Ji-wook could clearly be heard saying that he gave his brother the picture on purpose, and how he'd admitted to setting his brother up knowingly and rejoiced when his plan worked. Han Ji-wook's heart sped up with each new sentence he heard on the recording. When the recorder repeated all the most important words in Ji-wook's confession, Min Wu Jin turned off the recorder. The blonde man remarked that everything was perfectly recorded, and Lee Ju-hong replied that he had said so. However, Wu Jin reminded him to let the guy temper his ardor because he warned him not to touch Han Siwan. Lee Ju-hong immediately let go of the guy, raising his hands, but said that it was much more interesting that way. Afterward, he notices that everything happened just like he said it would. Ji-wook becomes verbally incontinent around his brother. Min Wu Jin remained serious and said with menace in his voice that he did not remember instructing to obtain evidence in this way. Yun Tae-ming kneaded his shoulders as he realized that these two were using him like a pawn. He got angry and started to get up off the floor with the intention of finding out what was even going on. But Yun Tae-ming was prevented from finishing his sentence by his brother, who clutched onto the guy's arm and called out to Siwon. Ji-wook tried to convince him that he was doing all this just for him and his reputation. He told Wu Jin that he never intended to post the photos and harm Siwon in any way. Han Ji-wook yelled at Siwon that he shouldn't talk to him like that because he was on his side and he had no choice. Then the guy started blaming Han Siwan for everything. Yun Tae-ming watched this performance with disdain. However, despite everything Ji-wook said, the blonde man said that he was the one who did a bunch of nonsense because of Siwan. Min Wu Jin asked if after everything he had done, he shouldn't be spoken to like that. Min Wu Jin stared at Lady Wook with his menacing gaze and reminded him that he had warned Ji-wook. The boy had been shaking with fear when the blonde had said he needed to be prepared for the consequences, but now he was pleading for some reason. Min Wu Jin said that he was going to permanently discourage Ji-wook from meddling in his affairs. Ji-wook's hands were trembling very badly, and the blonde man continued to ponder aloud on what he should do with Han Ji-wook. He wondered if he should use the school or if it would be better to show his parents how insignificant their son was. And then Siwon remembered that they were an elite family and could just put it online. Ji-wook turned pale as he listened, but Min Wu Jin was adamant. He promised that he wouldn't give Ji-wook a chance to escape. Han Ji-wook fell to his knees, his legs refused to hold him up, and despair filled him completely. His whole body shook with the realization of what would happen to him now, and he began to cry. Ji-wook said it was unfair because he was just starting to be taken seriously. Han Ji-wook cried on his knees and said it was all absurd while the others watched his tantrum. Yun Tae-mi looked at the sobbing guy and only felt intense disgust for him. Ji-wook asks why guys do this to him and what he did to deserve it. Lee Ju-hong looked down at the guy as he shouted that it was all his fault, and he was doing all the nonsense too. He shouted that he was in a desperate situation and needed to survive and achieve supremacy by any means necessary. Ji-wook beat himself on his chest with his palm and kept yelling that everyone lives like this, they just don't advertise it, and proceeded to sit on his knees in front of the three guys, yelling and asking why everyone else was allowed and he wasn't allowed. Suddenly, the guy's screams were interrupted because someone grabbed him by the collar of his clothes. After that, he forcefully slapped Ji-wook's face to stop talking nonsense. Han Ji-wook grabbed the spot where he was hit and tried to recover from what had happened. He shifted his startled gaze to the man who had so abruptly walked up to him and struck him. It was Yun Tae-ming who grabbed his clothes again and ordered him not to feign innocence. Yun Tae-ming reminded the guy that he had driven a family man to his grave and now he didn't need to make excuses. Ji-wook cried as he looked at his brother. He said that what he had done was disgusting and deserved the harshest punishment. And then he added that what was expected from Ji-wook now was not silly childish excuses, but remorse for his actions. Han Ji-wook looked at Han Siwan silently. His eyes were frightened and full of tears, but he remained silent. Yun Tae-ming looked into those eyes and realized that there was no point in talking to this person. Therefore, he let go of the collar of Han Ji-wook's clothes to leave him to continue feeling sorry for himself. Han Ji-wook instantly collapsed after that and settled down on the floor of the dark room. The guy felt as disgusted as he looked, but it wasn't clear if he was repentant. Yun Tae-ming looked at Han Ji-wook for a while longer, observing his morale. Then I decided to look back at the two guys who had set up this whole circus. He stood not far from Min Wu Jin and asked them not to be shy and tell. After which, Yun Tae-ming's face became impenetrable and his gaze became icy, and he asked how long they had been cooperating. Lee Ju-hong brushed it off and asked, "Don't make such a scary face," and in fact, he helped out just a little bit. Then he squinted his eyes and said that he was sorry there would be no more reason to alarm Siwan. Therefore, Lee Ju-hong suggested that the guy himself ask about everything he was interested in from Min Siwan. Yun Tae-ming looked angrily at the blonde man because he realized that they were in for an unpleasant conversation. Min Wu Jin, on the other hand, looked completely calm, as if he wasn't the one weaving intrigue behind Yun Tae-min's back. Yun Tae-ming decided not to talk to him in front of witnesses, so he grabbed Min Wu Jin's arm and dragged him behind him. The door behind them slammed shut with a loud bang, and Han Ji-wook and Lee Ju-hoon remained in the room. Ju-hoon's attention was now fully on the guy who was sitting on the floor. Therefore, he started to approach Han Ji-wook, planning to continue his fun. Lee Ju-hong walked up to the guy closely and got down on one knee in front of him, and then called out to Fox Han. Ju-hoon reached out his hand to the guy's chin to fully see the expression on Ji-wook's face. He touched Ji-wook's lips and asked if he didn't like the finale he had prepared for him. Tears ran down Ji-wook's face non-stop as he looked at Ju-hoon. He said that he had tried his best, but Ji-hoon wasn't upset. He really liked this expression on Ji-wook's face. Han Ji-wook did his best to shove the other man's hand away from him, and yelled for the guy not to touch him. Lee Ju-hong continued to smile innocently, although his arm was sore and the skin on it was red. But it was a cheat because a second later he was already holding Ji-wook by the back of his head and saying that the guy didn't get it, that he would no longer, as before, put up with the guy's stubbornness. Lee Ju-hong brought the boy's head close to his and looked into his frightened and haggard eyes with pleasure. Not far from where this whole situation happened was an empty alley. In this alleyway, there was just a place where various trash was stored. Yun Tae-ming took the recorder from the blonde man and threw it into a pile of trash. The guy looked very disgruntled even after getting rid of the blackmail material. He turned to Min Wu Jin and said that he didn't want the guy to stoop to Ju-hoon's level. Afterward, Yun Tae-ming nervously asked the guy if he had fun. Min Wu Jin stared back at the guy and asked what exactly he was talking about. Yun Tae-ming clarified and asked if it was fun to watch him try to solve his own problems. The blonde guy replied that he wasn't having fun and was generally pissed off. The guy didn't understand, and then Wu Jin said that he hadn't planned for him to participate. He said that although he and Ju-hoon acted in concert, the latter acted on his own initiative. Min Wu Jin reached out and put his hand on Tae-ming's shoulder and said that the guy was dragged in without his knowledge. The blonde pulled back his shirt and saw the bite wound. He said Tae-mi was the one who didn't listen to him and got into trouble. Min Wu Jin asked if the guy was really hoping to change everything by dealing with a couple problems. Yun Tae-ming didn't quite understand what this meant, but calmly gave his hand when Wu Jin took it in his. Then they gave him his phone back, and the blonde admitted that he was afraid the guy would get into trouble, so he didn't tell. Yun Tae-ming looked at his palm and realized that it was his phone that he had been looking for so diligently since this morning. So the guy started yelling at Min Wu Jin and asking what his phone was doing at the guy's place. Min Wu Jin explained that Ju-hoon had called him, so the guy decided to take the phone away so that Tae-min wouldn't get in trouble. Then he added that despite that, Yun Tae-ming still got into them. Tae-ming frowned, but it was true, so he awkwardly turned away, rubbing his neck, and said he couldn't just believe it was okay. Yun Tae-min confessed his thoughts about the guy just wanting to calm him down, and he couldn't do nothing and watched. But coping with his embarrassment, Yun Tae-ming shouted that Wu Jin could have at least given a hint. His indignation was interrupted by the blonde man's hand, which gently stroked the boy's cheek. Min Wu Jin pulled the guy closer to him and asked if he was really that worried about him, and then asked Yun Tae-ming if he found it rather unusual. He remembered that when he lived in the slums, many people looked at him with compassion, but only Tae-ming's eyes were special. Because it was only in Yun Tae-min's eyes that little Min Wu Jin found his salvation. Now no one looks that way, but the guy's eyes haven't changed. Even though he pretends to hate, he cares. Min Wu Jin stroked the guy's cheeks and said that maybe that was why he recognized him so quickly. Yun Tae-ming flashed with embarrassment after such a sincere and sensual speech, but took Wu Jin's hand away from his face and tried to pretend it was all nonsense. However, Min Wu Jin did not let him do so. He gently intercepted his flushed hand and called Han Siwan, and when the guy didn't respond, he called out Yun Tae-min. And then the guy said that he was actually still angry. Min Wu Jin was mortified by how red the guy was from what he said, so he called out to Tae-min again. Yun Tae-ming threw an annoyed look at him and waited to see what else the guy would tell him now, But to his surprise, Min Wu Jin moved very close to him and said that the guy was very cute. Yun Tae-ming had never been able to resist the guy, and the guy was brazenly taking advantage of this fact. Just now, Min Wu Jin calmly kissed the guy, and Yun Tae-min once again forgave him everything. Yun Tae-ming realized that this was his flaw and weakness, but he couldn't do anything about it. They stopped kissing, but Min Wu Jin kept hugging the guy and leaning closer to him. Yun Tae-ming asked him to wait for a while, and the guy leaned on his shoulder. And then something behind Yun Tae-ming's back caught his attention, and Min Wu Jin began to look over there. Behind Tae-ming was the rest of the alleyway, and everything between the houses was blinded by a bright light. The light was so bright it was blinding to the eyes, and that was unusual for such a place. But this bright light was not only dazzling, it also brought back memories to Min Wu Jin. Through this light, he could clearly see the little self at the bedside of the real Ming Siwan. That day, the guy had told him that Min Wu Jin was the one who would disappear from this world. But then Min Wu Jin replied to Min Siwan that he absolutely didn't care about it. And he added that he was doing it for one person very dear to him, and everything else didn't matter.